Well, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our coverage here from Emirates Old Trafford, the opening day of Lancashire's new county cricket season here. Their first home game of the season, and a very warm welcome to viewers and listeners across the BBC Sport website and app as well. Scott Reed, Dave Fletcher and Callum Flynn with you through the course of this opening day. And the good news is that we're going to start on time. Happy days, Dave Fletcher. Good morning.
Good morning, Scott. Morning. Yes, no, good news. There was a lot of water on the covers. I don't know where it came from, because obviously I live in this area as well, and it rained a bit yesterday. My word, there was a lot of water on the covers, but the sopper soon sorts that out, doesn't it? And hopefully the forecast's wrong for tomorrow and Sunday,
yeah.
which doesn't look great.
No, it's dicey, isn't it?
Great, but we didn't have a good forecast last week at Derby, and I think it was day 3. They were off for hailstones at one point, but it was fine. It was cold, and it is still cold now, so wrap up warm if you come in. It's the air is so cold, and yet on Tuesday, Wednesday,
beautiful.
Too hot. Far too hot.
Just can't seem to get it right.
No.
Somewhere in between would be lovely.
A happy medium.
The news from the middle is that Derbyshire won the toss and they will bowl first. Is that of any surprise to you?
Not really, no.
Right.
They would have bowled first last week, but lost the toss. Harry Kane, skipper in the side. It's the same side, for those listening, of a Derbyshire persuasion that drew with Worcestershire. Still no Wayne Madsen, hasn't recovered from the shoulder injury that he suffered during the T20 World Cup. The very first game that Italy played, I think it was 4 overs in, and he went down, and that was the end of him. He was captaining Italy at the T20 World Cup, bless him, and went down. So he's hoping to be back. They don't play next round of matches, but they played the one after that. I think it's Gloucestershire at home. So the same team, so you'll get the joys of Mohammed Abbas, Ben Aitchison, the former Lancashire player, of course, opening the bowling, I fancy. We're also being told, and I've spoken to Lou briefly this morning, that Lewis Reese's ankle isn't going to let him bowl. So they're a bowler light, so they're down to 7 bowlers, which isn't too bad.
Just the 7.
Yeah, just the 7.
As for Lancashire, well, they've made 3 changes from the side that drew at Northamptonshire last week. It was a belting game of cricket across the 4 days. It ebbed and flowed beautifully. Lancashire probably leaving Northamptonshire feeling as though that they let an opportunity slip, not able to win the match. But they've made 3 changes from that side as the Derbyshire players head out to the middle. So Marcus Harris, he's now available. He's landed in the country and comes straight into the Lancashire side. The 2 opening batters, well, you can see Harry Singh. He continues to open the batting alongside Luke Wells. The 2 other changes also see Ajit Singh Dale drop out and George Balderson dropping out as well, both just being rested. There's obviously, which seems a bit daft to say 1 game in, but there is kind of back-to-back championship matches for the next couple of months, so I think everyone at some point will take a bit of a breather. Mitch Stanley and Paul Coughlin come in as well, so Paul Coughlin coming in for his first-class debut for Lancashire. So it's Harris, Coughlin and Stanley for Bell, Balderson and Singhdale, the 3 changes at Lancashire.
Sharp, isn't he, Singhdale? I like him. I do like him.
He bowled really well in the second innings last week at Northamptonshire. I don't know, maybe a few nerves around in the first innings, albeit there was this horrific wind that they were trying to bowl into as well. But he did bowl beautifully second time round for Lancashire. But yeah, he looks like a good addition to Singhdale.
Yes, I liked him down at Gloucestershire. Their entire bowling attack left in the winter, didn't it? So bless them. Yes, Derbyshire had a similar. They couldn't get past Matthew Waite. It was like a brick wall on day 4, and they finished 3 wickets short of winning that game. So, but picked up maximum batting points and maximum bowling points. So it's only 8 points they missed out, which is not enough. I think 8 points for a draw is ludicrous.
Too much?
Far too many.
Much,
it went down to 5 one season, didn't it?
Yeah. Here is Abbas then for Derbyshire. First ball of the summer here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's defended by Luke Wells. Just dropped in towards the onside. And there's no run. Yeah, well, if Derbyshire were frustrated by Matthew Waite, Lancashire were frustrated by George Bartlett at Northamptonshire last week. It really was a stellar effort with the bat to try and bat through that final day. In the end, Northamptonshire 9 down, so they were 1 wicket away from from victory, but I'm not so sure they could have done much more on that final day to try and force a win. So both sides starting with draws in the opening round of fixtures. Dropped away by Wells off the front foot. They've got 3 slips in place here in the gully. And then there's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So plenty of draws actually around in the opening round of fixtures. I think there was just one victory in Division 2 and just one in Division 1. So there's plenty of opening round draws around county cricket. Last weekend, these two sides being frustrated against Worcestershire and against Northamptonshire respectively. Here's a Bass again for Derbyshire. Balls right forward goes Wells. And pushed away towards the offside for no run. So yeah, the forecast today is pretty decent. Tomorrow and Sunday, Monday look a little bit ropey. But as Dave Fletcher was saying, these things can change quite quickly. But today the forecast looks alright. And hopefully in for an uninterrupted opening day of this fixture. Not many home games in the first month or so for Lancashire. On their travels a little bit, so nice to be here at Emirates Old Trafford early in the season. Here's a Bass, balls again to Wells. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he deflects it out towards the onside. And there's no run. Four balls in. Tight start by Mohammed Abbas. Excellent winter recruit for Derbyshire. And he's right on the money so far. Sets off from the Brian Statham end. Running into to Wells. Again, Wells playing off the front foot, leaning into it and defending. Deflecting the ball away into the offside for no run. So Lancashire's teaming for Wells, Singh, Bohannon, Harris, Jones, Hurst, Hartley, Coghlan, Stanley, Bailey and Anderson. Final ball of the opening over coming up. Here's a Bass. In past the umpire and balls to Wells. He'll get runs here down towards third man. In fact, he'll get 4 of them to get Lancashire up and running. Deflected away off the face of the bat, down to third man for 4. 1 over gone. Lancashire 4 without loss. So 1 over him. And 4 for no wicket. Ben Hitchison it will be from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground. And Harry Singh, for the first time this season here at Emirates Old Trafford, he's the man on strike. He's off the back foot. Steers it away through gully. And Nusdal comes round from back, will point to field. Singh gets his first run. Lancashire 5 without loss.
Bang on the money, Mohammed Abbas.
He was, wasn't he?
Always.
He was.
A trademark over.
A skill to have that, isn't he? Just kind of first over of your first ball of the match and your first 6 deliveries of the match. It's just there's no freebies there for the batters.
We went at nearly 4 and over in the first innings, and everybody was trying to work out if they'd brought in the right Mohammed Abbas. Then he bowled a spell of 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1.
No, he was back. Yes. Yes, a very impressive recruit. As Wells defends into the offside, and there's no run.
Mickey Arthur gave him his Pakistan debut.
Okay.
only played here, of course, in that COVID series for Pakistan against. I just double-checked with him this morning that he'd play. I was sure he had played in that series behind closed doors when the ground was sealed off to the outside world.
Those COVID-secure bubbles, weren't they, that the players were in. Aitchison to Wells. Pushed away to the offside for no run. It was this ground and it was Southampton, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Pakistan, to start their tour, such as it was, were based at Derby, and they completely, because Derbyshire didn't play a single home game during 2020 because it was sealed off the ground, and Pakistan played there first. They played a first-class match between themselves, and then England's women, I think, played there afterwards.
There's Aitchison to Wells, edged and taken at third slip by Lewis Rees. Good catch away to his left-hand side. And Derbyshire strike early. Ben Aitchison finding the outside edge of the Luke Wells bat. And a good catch by Lewis Rees away to his left at third slip. And an early breakthrough for Derbyshire. Lancashire 5 for 1. Wells departs for 4.
Perfect start for Derbyshire. They've been looking for early wickets, having won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. And Luke Wells couldn't resist that one. As we look at a replay now,
Aitchison to Wells.
He sort of had to play it. If he'd have left it, he could have got his bat out of the way. Height would have taken it over the stumps.
Good
but
catch away to his left-hand side.
As you said, it's got a decent enough catch, just diving away to his left by Lewis Rees. Bolton man coming in now. Lancashire will be fine. They'll be fine. Josh Bohannon swinging his arms out to their sockets as he walks out to the middle. But a really good start. Aitchison bowled really nicely. He was the player who, when Mohammed Abbas was bowling with the 40-mile-an-hour winds behind him, it was poor old Ben who was bowling into that wind, and he had a catch dropped off his bowling early on day one. Both openers should have gone early, and they went on to make 80-odd between them. And Brooke Guest dropped a catch. I still don't understand now. It just went straight through to him off Mohammed Abbas. But it was Caleb Jewell in the slips who couldn't cling on to one about shoulder height off Ben Aitchison's bowling. But he bowled really well and didn't quite get the rewards he deserved. So that will have cheered him up if indeed he needed cheering up. He's a fairly cheery soul anyway.
Well, he's got rewards early on here. 5 for 1. Josh Bohannon, the new batter. In comes Aitchison, balls to Bohannon. It's left and through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. It was pretty brutal last week, wasn't it? For the bowlers, especially the conditions. The wind was pretty tough.
It was awful. Some of the photographers complained a bit.
Well, they always do, don't they?
It was cold though. I had the heating turned on in the commentary box at Derby. Beautiful in there. To take my jacket off at one point. It got too warm.
5 for 1. Aitchison to Bohannon. Allows that one to go through. End of the over. Excellent from Ben Aitchison. Good start here. First couple of overs for Derbyshire. Abbas and Aitchison are right on the money. And the wickets has been conjured up by Ben Aitchison. 5 for 1 after 2 overs. With Bohannon and Singh batting here now for Lancashire.
Haven't managed to speak to any of the established bowlers, if you like, Zach Chappell and Ben Aitchison, about what the arrival of Mohammed Abbas has done, and Shoaib Bashir to a degree, to bring in an England Test bowler and a Pakistan Test bowler. It's got to make you raise your game, hasn't it? Anuj Dal as well, who bowled beautifully in the game against Worcestershire. So Mohammed Abbas then runs away from us with 4 slips in place, and is bowling short and wide, and it's cracked away there by Singh out towards the extra cover boundary. Didn't time it perfectly, and Harry Kane will go out there and do the fielding. They'll pick up 2 more. Singh moves on to 3-7 4-1. But I just think it has to just lift aside. Very much statement signings, and poor old Matthew Montgomery. I know he likes to be called Matthew.
Okay.
He's down as Matt on the scorecard. But,
full name Matthew.
Yeah,
okay.
he likes Matthew. And who am I? As Abbas is in, bowls to Singh, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Derbyshire is fielding at mid-wicket, which isn't, he's not a natural by any manner of means, from what I've seen anyway, in the pre-season and in the first game. But his voice is the one that you'll hear most, and he's just like a puppy. He cannot keep still. It's remarkable. He's standing there at the moment with his arms folded, so he must be slightly chilly, but Singh waits as this next delivery from Abbas just moves away from him, having pitched some distance outside the off stump, and goes through to Brooke Guest.
I mean, the signing of Abbas and Bashir, you mentioned Matthew Montgomery also arriving as well, but yeah, they are on this.
Statement signings by,
decent signings.
Yeah. I understand that the cricket budget has been increased this year by quite a sum. Mickey Arthur said, right, well, we've got the core of the side that finished third last season, 5 points off promotion. Let's bring in Mohammed Abbas and Shoaib Bashir again. Are you all right then? Singh leaves this one alone outside the off stump as well. Certainly, I can't remember. Assuming that you say that, well, Bashir is still he's a current England player, even though they don't pick him for whatever reason. And Mohammed Abbas, they think that if he bowls well, that they could lose him at the end of the summer for a short spell because Pakistan are touring, and if he's doing well in these English conditions, who knows, he might get a recall. So to have two current Test players in the side, I mean, it's never happened in my 10 years. Hasn't happened for a long time. As Abbas is in, and that one's bang on the money, and it's defended by Harry Singh. Back to the bowler.
Last played a Test match January last year. Mohammed Abbas.
It's in South Africa?
Yep.
Yeah, he did all right. They don't play a huge amount of Test cricket, I don't think, Pakistan, do they?
3 for 94 in the first innings.
Must do better.
In that game in Cape Town.
He's past the umpire now, bowls to Singh, who gets right behind that one. Plays it back to him, and he picks up the ball, Mohammed Abbas, and tosses it to Lewis Rees to get to work on it. 7 for 1 after 3 overs, with Bahanan, who's only faced the 2 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Singh on 3.
It does look, I was chatting to our colleague Andrew Radd down at Northamptonshire last week, and it does look a very competitive division, doesn't it? Division 2.
Yeah.
Be a real scrap on it to try and get out of this division.
So. My prediction was, for what it's worth...
Well, it's worth a lot.
I don't think so. Is if Derbyshire can finish above one of Lancashire or Durham, they won't be far away.
It's Aitchison bowling to Bahanan. So that one to go through to the keeper. I think Durham, with the bookies, were marginal favourites.
Yeah,
I think,
well, they shouldn't really have come down, should they? I mean, it was a bit of a mess at the end of the season on the last day, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was at Yorkshire, wasn't it? There was kind of capitulated, didn't they, at Yorkshire in that final day.
To nobody's amusement. Nobody's at all.
No one has any right to be in the first division.
No.
There's wise words for you this morning.
Never a truer word spoken.
Aitchison to Bahanan. There's runs there. He's hammered that away through extra cover for 4. Lovely looking shot to get him up and running. Lancashire moved to 11 for 1.
That was nice. Very nice indeed. A lot of members in. Good to see. No, in front of the pavilion.
Wise words for you this morning.
Aitchison
to Bahanan. There's runs there. He's hammered that away through extra cover for 4. Lovely looking
all these
shot.
people in the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby, and all of a sudden there's no seats available.
11 for 1. So Bahanan's up and running. Gets in behind this next delivery and defends it back to Ben Aitchison. Decent knock last week at Northamptonshire. Josh Bahanan in the first innings made 90 for Lancashire. He did say to me afterwards he felt a little bit bittersweet. One of those where if you'd offered him that before the start of play, of course he's taking it. But while he was out there on 90, he's had greater ambitions than that. But batted nicely. That's cut away to Anush Dal at backward point. There's no run. Yeah, quite a decent number of spectators in, especially in those 2 blocks below the pavilion. And the 2 blocks of seating below the pavilion, and scattered to the left and to the right as we look. From the media centre end, we're looking towards the pavilion, the James Anderson end, which is where Ben Aitchison's running in from. 4 slips waiting. Pushed away off the front foot by Bohannon, just squeezing it away to point. And there's no run. I mentioned before, I think you may have been just next door doing an update for Radio Derby, that Lancashire's season is stacked with away games, really. They've got this home match, then back-to-back away games to come. They're away at Northamptonshire last week, so an early chance to see some live cricket for the members. They'll have to wait, I think, till kind of middle of May for the next home game. Left by Bohannon to complete the over, 4 gone. And that over from Ben Aitchison, so a lovely cover drive by Josh Bohannon to get him up and running today. Lancashire 11 for 1.
At least it'll be warm in May. You'd expect.
Like to think, yeah. Say Tuesday and Wednesday this week were absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, wasn't it?
But yeah, at the minute, plenty of kind of big jackets and woolly hats, a couple of Lancashire woolly hats in the stands there. But yeah, it's kind of jacket and jumper day still.
Got me washing out Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I washed
the
everything.
back.
Yeah,
got
anything that was standing still got washed.
Mohamed Abbas begins a new over, played off the back foot by Harry Singh out into the offside.
I put the dog in there as well, just why not?
It was perfect. Got the smalls out.
Goodness.
11 for 1.
The bling was on the line.
Yeah. Stephen reminds me that all England women's games were at Derby in 2025 T20s. Thank you, Stephen. West Indies women, England women and Pakistan's men were based at Derby during COVID. Not all at the same time. As Abbas is in. That goes past the edge, does it? Or takes the edge. And Mohamed Abbas has struck in his 3rd over. Singh just pushing forward tentatively, really, as much as anything. Takes the finest of edges through to Brooke Guest. And all of a sudden, Lancashire are 11 for 2, having lost both of their openers. And a wicket apiece now for Ben Aitchison, most recently Mohamed Abbas.
Making the most of winning the toss and electing to bowl first. That was the first job done for Derbyshire, but then can the bowlers back it up? Well, the answer's been yes so far.
Is in. That goes past the edge, does it? Or takes the edge. And Mohamed Abbas has struck.
A little kiss at the edge of the bat into the gloves of
Not all at the same time during COVID. Not all at the same time.
Well, his reward for an excellent start.
That goes past the edge, does it? Or takes the edge.
And taken by Guest. Terrific start for Derbyshire, 11 for 2, Lancashire.
His third over. By the fact that nobody really appealed, they just ran forward, didn't they? They knew it had taken the edge straight away. And a really good start. It's Marcus Harris for his first appearance of the season for Lancashire, delayed by the Sheffield Shield final, I believe.
That's right, yeah. So, unavailable last weekend at Northamptonshire, but I think he arrived in the UK earlier this week.
His non-appearance for Lancashire last week was nothing to do with anything like Swanepoel's non-appearance for Worcestershire, which rumbles on this week. So the South African.
What's the story behind that?
Well, he left. Yeah, he was playing in a domestic final in South Africa.
Right.
And with about 10, 12 overs of the day's play left, I understand, he went to the dugout, shook his teammates' hands and caught the 7:30 from Johannesburg to England, but he hasn't got an NOC.
Ah.
He's currently holed up in a flat in Worcester.
Oh, that's not ideal.
No. So, Harris's first delivery facing Mohamed Abbas strikes him on the pad. If Mohamed Abbas thinks it's close, because he's one of those bowlers, I think it's a very clever thing to do, is that you don't appeal if you don't think it's out, which makes the umpire think if you're appealing, it's got to be close, and it's something I noticed straight away from him. Jack Shantry is the umpire standing at the Statham end with Derbyshire's own Sue Redfern at the St James Anderson end of Old Trafford as Mohamed Abbas is in again. There are still 4 slips in place, and this one is tickled away down towards fine leg for a single. Got some bat on it. No signal from Jack Shantry. 12 for 2. Harris up and running. Sun out. I don't think it's adding an awful lot of warmth, but the sun is out, so I cannot understand for the life of me why the people, spectators away to the right on the sort of Hotel Part 2, because they're in the shade. You'd want to be in this, and they're also a long way from the pitch as well, because the pitch is just slightly to the, probably 3 across from the test pitch, 4 possibly, 3 or 4. As a pass goes in to bowl to Bohannon. This one is turned down to fine leg by the right-hander this time. Zach Chappell down there in the distance, just about make out his snood. He fielded during the game against the Leeds Bradford students with, you know, the little hand warmers that they shake in their pockets. Yeah. He had one over each ear. I thought he had his sunglasses on, sort of backwards, but his ears, the top of his ears, Griff got a great picture.
Was it really that cold?
Oh, it was that day. It was horrible. Horrible.
Over his ears?
There were only about 4 of us in the ground. As the pass goes in to bowl to Harris, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 5 gone. And then he said 4. 13 for 2, Lancashire, having been put in to bat by Derbyshire, who would have wanted early wickets, and they've got 2 of them, which is a very good return.
Did we see any kind of woolly hats being worn by fielders last week?
No, I'm pleased to say no.
That hasn't happened in the past, that, hasn't it?
Well, it happened. Northamptonshire came down. There was ice everywhere, and for 3 days they sort of went around with woolly hats on and hands in their pockets, and then Derbyshire set them a target, and it was in the days when they had the big South African big hitters. All of a sudden, now all the gear came off, and they smashed it to all parts.
13 for 2. Here's Aitchison bowling to Bohannon. That's left. Just tails back in a fraction, taken by Brooke Guest, keeper. No run.
It was very irritating, but they were a very destructive side on their day when they had. I'm trying to remember the name. Rory Kleinfeld was playing. I mean, he was more of a bowler than the batter, but my word, could he hit the ball a long way. The big lad who batted at 3. It'll come to me. Yeah, it was soul-destroying. Back in the days when Derbyshire were no good, really.
13 for 2. Aitchison to Bohannon. That's a lovely delivery. Nips away and past the edge of the bat and through to Brooke Guest. Can't be playing cricket when there's ice on the ground. I mean, it's just not right.
They were cracking ice off the covers, and there was just ice. So then they dragged the covers. Do you remember when we used to have the commentary box that was square on?
Yeah.
And the covers were down below us, and there was just ice everywhere. It was horrible. That was August.
Aitchison back in for Derbyshire, and Bannon driving uppishly behind square on the offside down towards the deep backward point boundary. He gets 4. Josh Bohannon.
Richard Levy.
I
didn't remember it.
Levy, yeah.
I've almost got like a second memory at the moment because people keep messaging me. Richard Levy.
Yes, he could wallop it, couldn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
could he?
Levy and Kleinveld, yeah, they were big hitters.
They had a number of big hitters, and but they didn't look interested for 3 days. They just looked miserable, and understandably so. And then all of a sudden, they sprang into life. It was horrible.
17 for 2. Aitchison to Bohannon. It's left. He just tails back in a fraction as Guest takes it away to his left-hand side, the keeper. Yeah, the joys of early April starts.
Well, it's ludicrous, isn't it?
It is a bit. Last week was the earliest Lancashire played a county championship, the earliest start to a county championship season in Lancashire's history last at Northamptonshire. The previous earliest was the year before that, and then the year before that. That's a nice shot, just eased out through the onside by Bohannon. Aitchison just straying onto his pads and works the ball neatly through mid-wicket for a single, moves to 10, 18 for 2.
Yeah, they're testing everybody, aren't they? They really are testing the margins of... I had a discussion about, probably while it was hailstoning, that if you were going to invent cricket, you probably wouldn't. You wouldn't invent a game that relies so heavily on there not being rain or cold weather. you wouldn't play it further north than Marseille. And I'm all in favour of Derbyshire building a new facility in the south of France,
It
of
sounds
course.
lovely, yeah.
But, yeah.
I know what you mean. Or at least, if you're going to play it north of Marseille, play it, you know, when it's summer.
You know,
It's a radical idea,
I haven't had this debate this season, and I'm not going to now.
18 for 2. Final ball of the 6th over of the morning. Been a good first half an hour or so for Derbyshire. Comes off Harris's inside half of the bat and deflects down to fine leg. And he takes a single, and he keeps the strike as well, Marcus Harris. So he's on 2. Bannon's on 10. So 6 overs gone. Lancashire put into bat by Derbyshire are 19 for 2.
Yes, they will be very happy. These two bowled the entirety of the morning session, and on day 3, Aitchison and the Bass, there was 3 interruptions.
Ah, okay.
So it worked out quite nicely for Derbyshire, really.
Ideal.
But as I say, they've got plenty of options with Zach Chappell and Anuj Dal. Medium paces as the next delivery or the next over begins, and it's come off his pad. Yeah. Clearly, it was nicely taken actually by Martin Anderson at full slip, diving forward. I thought I heard a woody sound. I got all excited. I don't know if anybody spotted that, but it was off a pad. We're getting a replay of the previous wicket. That was clearly off a pad from Marcus Harris. He's on 2, Josh Bohannon on 10. 19 for 2. As Abbas goes in again and bowls. This one is turned into the leg side. Off his pads, down towards fine leg, where Zach Chappell does the fielding again. Harris picks up another single, moves on to 3. 20 for 2.
Oh yeah, so Zach Chappell's snood then. He is well wrapped up,
yes,
isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, bless him. Yeah. He could almost be forgiven for wearing a bobble hat on account of the fact that I know he has the cap on, but he doesn't have any hair underneath that cap.
He needs extra assistance.
Yes, we all do. Well, not all of us. Here's the pass then to Bohannon, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. One of Derbyshire's unused squad members walking around the boundary. I think it's Rory Hayden, but he's walking away from us. I haven't seen an awful lot of Rory, who signed a 3-year contract after impressing in the One Day Cup last season from Staffordshire. Very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler, but did really well in the 50-over competition. Has made his first-class debut. As Abbas goes in, that one's defended by Bohannon. Will be picked up by Lewis Rees, whose ankle allows him to bend down, but little else.
So is this an injury picked up last week?
I think, well, he's. I'm not willing to describe him as injury-prone, but he does seem to pick up a lot of injuries.
Gets the odd niggle, doesn't he?
Yes. Right. Yeah, and he was limping after the first ball. He bowls better when he's limping. But that's only because most of the time he's limping. As Abbas goes in and bowls, that's defended again by Bohannon, and once more Rees will pick it up.
Well, he was doing everything, wasn't he, a few seasons ago? He was up in the batting and up in the bowling. He was doing the whole lot.
Yes, and then he was the leading wicket taker in the second division last season with 50. And then obviously Caleb, Jewell, Harry Kane opening bats, which Rees is. It's always handy, and it was handy when Derbyshire made the 625 for 8 against Worcestershire. When he came out to bat, they were just about due the second new ball, so they had an opening bat coming out to join Martin Anderson. As Abbas goes in, that one's left alone by Bohannon. You don't want to be doing that too often. And the over comes to an end. 20 for 2, Bohannon has 10, Harris has 3, and I'm going to do something silly with the presenter. On radio, I don't know what it's going to be on Radio Derby.
Cheers, Fletch. Back in half an hour or so. Just looking around the grounds. Everyone's playing, no interruptions in the other games in Division 2. So this week, Gloucestershire against Durham in Bristol. Durham batting first, a 30 without loss. Kent against Northamptonshire. Northants 41 for no wicket after 7. Middlesex against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 21 for 1. As Aitchison's in and balls to Harris. That's left. Taken by Brooke Guest. So the other Division 2 games this week. And everyone started on time in Division 1 as well. Essex against Somerset this week. Essex 14 for 2. Nottinghamshire against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Notts batting first, 29 for 2. Surrey against Leicestershire at the Oval. Surrey 22 for 1. 3 slips in a gully here. Aitchison in balls. Defended by Marcus Harris. Deflects down towards backward square leg for no run. At Sussex, Warwickshire in Hove. Warwickshire batting first, 12 for 1. And the Yorkies are in action today. They're at Headingley, and they've got Hampshire in town. And Hampshire are batting first, and they are 10 for 1. So wickets falling early on in all but 2 fixtures. Here's Aitchison to Harris, just tucks it into the onside. Picked up by Shaw Bashir, who comes around from mid-wicket to field. And there's no run here at Old Trafford. Lancashire 20 for 2. Bohannon's on 10. Harris is on 3. And for the first time this season, a very good morning to Callum Flynn.
Good morning, Scott.
You well?
Yeah, really good. Yourself? Wintered well?
Survived.
Survived, yes.
Unlike Burnley, who I've been following for most of the winter. who look destined for relegation. Aitchison balls on the leg side to Harris. Trying to nudge it away off his hip. Stopped by Brooke Guest.
How many more games have they got left now? 7, 8?
Something like
Something
that.
Like, yeah.
10 points from safety.
It's a tough ask.
Too much to do. Back down again. But yes, all good. All good apart from that.
Been a good start for Derbyshire, especially after inserting Lancashire, winning the toss.
Yeah, Aitchison and Bass have started beautifully. In comes Aitchison, balls, again driven by Harris, but off the inner half of the bat, trying to kind of punch it through cover, and the ball deflects to mid-wicket. Yeah, they've been right on the money, haven't they, these two?
Yeah, he's a local lad, I think, Ben Aitchison. Southport, I think he plays his club cricket in the Liverpool comp. So I'm sure he might have played at Emirates Old Trafford before in a representative league or some team. But yeah, they've started superb here for Derbyshire.
Final ball of his 4th over. Marcus Harris leaves one that's angled across him and passes off stump. That's a maiden for Ben Aitchison. So he's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. We've had 8 overs of the morning session. Abbas 1 for 9 from his 4 overs. And some rebuilding work to be done between Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. Lancashire 20 for 2.
Yeah, this is the big partnership, isn't it, for Lancashire? The 2 most experienced players, along with Luke Wells, obviously missing Keaton Jennings at the top at the moment. Abbas into Bohannon. It's outside the off stump, and Bohannon lets that one through. Yeah, this is the big partnership that Derbyshire probably would have spoken about, trying to break as early as possible. Lancashire fans will be delighted to see Marcus Harris back in the club colours after a fantastic year last season. Lancashire's standout batter along with Luke Wells.
Yeah, 3 batters reaching 1,000 runs last year for Lancashire. Harris, Wells and Jennings.
Bass in, 4 slips away. Bohannon on the front foot into the offside for no run.
Harris only played in the end 10 of the 14 games to finish on 1,027 runs, averaging 63 centuries. Wells and Jennings played all 14 championship matches last season, both passing 1,000 runs as well. Still no Keaton Jennings for Lancashire, got a bit of a calf injury, so it's kept him out of this. Last week at Northamptonshire and again this week against Derbyshire. Lancashire hopefully might be back for Gloucestershire next week.
Abbas in. Bohannon thinks about playing at that one. He lifts the bat out the way, lets it through to Guest with the gloves. Yeah, I think he has been hitting balls, hasn't he, and training light in terms of not too much running and stuff, so it seems like he's on the road to recovery, and now maybe it's more just managing the issue. Four slips for Abbas, point and a wideish mid-off as he's in, trying to attack the stumps, but Bohannon again allowing that one through. Playing the patient game here is Josh Bohannon.
He played very nicely last week at Wanties Road for his 90. Did admit it was a little bit bittersweet that he obviously would have taken 90 before the day, but then when he's there and he's in and he's playing very nicely, he admitted it was a bit disappointing to have got out.
Abbas balls and Bohannon playing from the crease into the onside. It's no run. Yeah, was it 3 Lancashire players probably a little bit frustrating in terms of not going on, reaching the 3 figures, with Wells and Jones as well playing a good hand. He had a quietish year, should we say, for Bohannon last year. I think over 800 runs, but average just short of 40. It just shows that it's not a bad year really still, is it? But it just shows the figures that he has been putting up in previous seasons. But Abbas in there, Bohannon on the back foot, plays it nicely through the offside. We'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, I think it was 2023, the season where he finished with 1,000 runs, which is the first time he kind of breached that 1,000-run barrier. And I kept saying for years prior to that every season it was an improvement. It was kind of an upward trajectory for Josh Bohannon. Chatting to him last week at Northamptonshire, it was quite interesting some of the comments he made about the last couple of years and the way he was batting. And he kind of made the suggestion that maybe almost batting in a manner and trying to play in a manner which he thought might gain further, wider, broader appeal. Presumably talking about England.
Yeah.
And just maybe getting away from what he's done that has been successful. Harris on the front foot, just leaning gently into it to defend, and there's no run.
And you can understand that, can't you? Because he was so close to knocking on the door. Well, he certainly was knocking on the door, and he was getting Lions call-ups and represented the Lions a couple of times. But the way the selection process were going for the England Test team, it was certainly, you've got to be in a bit more of an aggressive batter.
22 for 2 is Aitchison to Harris, calmly forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, so he just suggesting that, look, I'm just going to try and go back to playing in a way that he feels suits his game, that he's comfortable playing, rather than trying to play in the manner which he thinks he should be playing. It seems a bit of a slightly odd situation to be in, as Aitchison comes in and balls to Harris. It's driven, a check drive, fielded at cover for no run. Well, you almost have to change what you've done that's been successful, because you think that might be the only way you can
be even more successful by getting selected.
Because you have to play or be seen to be playing a certain way. There's something not right there, is there? With the selection process, really.
And for a number 3, he scores at a healthy rate anyway, just naturally, doesn't he?
22 for 2. It's Harris that's on strike. Aitchison balls. Just tucked off his pads into the onside and just leaning forward and just turning it out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Good stuff this from Ben Aitchison, really testing Marcus Harris out here.
Yeah, a good combination. Ben Aitchison, taller, quicker, a bit more hit the deck. Obviously, we know what Mohamed Abbas does, played in the county game for a number of years now.
He's backing over the wicket to Harris. It's a nice shot, whipped away through the leg side. That'll bring him 4 out through mid-wicket. snap of the wrist and worked away through the leg side to take him to 7. And Lancashire moved to 26 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot from the Australian Marcus Harris. Ben Aitchinson just searching for the pads. He's gone a bit more back of a length. The previous deliveries, tries to catch Harris on the crease, but a man of Harris's class won't miss out on that.
Final ball of the over. Harris plays calmly, defensively away into the offside for no run. Good probing, testing over from Ben Aitchinson, and Marcus Harris has got one away, whipped to mid-wicket, but there's good 6 deliveries, that. Good fun to watch. 26 for 2. Bahannon's on 12. Harris is on 7. 10 overs gone.
Yeah, good 10 overs for Derbyshire. 2 wickets, inserting a team after winning the toss. You're always looking for early wickets, justify the decision. So far, it's paid off. This is the big partnership, though, they'll want to break. Bohannon and Harris. Technically, Lancashire's 2 best batters. Abbas into Bohannon. That just hits the fire guard of Josh Bohannon, runs down to fine leg. We get a single.
Yeah, great boost to have Harris back for this game. Last week at Northamptonshire, Stephen Croft made the point about missing a couple of key players, key batters, experienced batters, Harris and Jennings, because they went into that game last week as well with no overseas player. No Harris, as we know. Mitch Perry, who was due to play a kind of routine scan before at the end of the season in Australia, found a stress problem. I think in his back. So his move was cancelled. So in a way, it was great to see. Actually, they're kind of 9 or 10 local lads in the team, which is great. But Stephen Croft suggested maybe just a little bit of experience just lacking, and obviously Harris brings them absolutely bucket loads of that in his return.
A leg slip has been put in for Marcus Harris. That was a long delay. A few discussions out there. As Abbas in, Harris allows that one through. And no run for 4 slips. A leg slip, point, wide-ish mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
By Jack Shantry at this end, just looking where Abbas was following through there. Just coming down the pitch and taking a look at the follow-through from Mo Abbas. No warnings or anything like that, but he was just making the point, I think, that he was maybe just flirting with the possibility of running into that kind of danger zone.
Abbas into Harris, who's on the back foot, trying to tuck that away into the leg side, but gets no bat on it. There's a gentle appeal behind the stumps, but nothing really of note. Yeah, fellow bowler as well, warning him.
Jack Shantry. Oh, you've turned.
He had a unique action, didn't he?
Yeah, he was great, wasn't he? Yeah, he did. Fabulous career at Worcestershire.
Abbas bowls and Harris leaves that one through to Brooke Guest with the gloves.
It was nice to see Jack Shantry umpiring when Lancashire games are at the end of his playing career. He did a bit of commentary work, so I commentated a few times with Jack, and I think he was at that point kind of keeping options open, wasn't quite sure which path to take. He's already down the route with his umpiring course and that type of thing. And I remember speaking to him, and he said, "I think that's where I want to go. That's where I see kind of my post-playing career."
Abbas in. Harris just tucks that one away into the leg side. Gets a single.
I remember chatting to him in the commentary box, and he said it's quite a long road to becoming a first-class umpire. There's a lot of hard yards to do. So it's nice that it's been successful for him, and he's managed to find, obviously first and foremost, clearly good enough to do it, but also that that passion that he had, that desire that he had to move into umpiring. When I was chatting to him, that it's come to fruition, staying involved in the game.
Abbas to Bohannon, a little bit aerial, but it beats the diving mid wicket. He'll pick up 2 certainly. They'll think about a third. Yeah, they're going to take it on. And it's free for Josh Bohannon. A little bit aerial, but beats the fielder. That takes the score on to 31 for 2 for Lancashire. Bohannon 15, Harris on 8. Did he retire through injury, or was it?
Yeah, I think it was injury
which would have been difficult, like you're saying. It's good that he's found the passion to carry on through a different profession in the game.
Jack Chantry in first-class cricket, 92 games, 266 first-class wickets. Played 73 List A games and 90 T20s as well for Worcestershire. Change of bowling it will be. Zach Chappell coming in to replace Ben Aitchison. So an excellent opening spell from the James Anderson end for Ben Aitchison. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. And Mo Abbas has bowled 6 on the spin from this Brian Statham end, but Fletcher was saying before, he's not shy of lengthy spells, Mo Abbas, but 6 overs, 1 for 15. Our first bowling change. It will be Chappell from the Anderson end. He's got 3 slip catches in place. And Josh Bohannon's on strike. Chappell in to Bohannon. Bohannon gets right in behind it and defends. 3 slip catches. There's a fine leg. There's a square leg, mid-on, mid-off cover. And backward point. A little bit of sunshine trying to burn through. It looks a little bit more cheerful now. A patch of blue sky. Plenty of cloud around. But even with the sunshine, I think it's still still pretty chilly. 31 for 2, Lancashire. Chappell over the wicket to Bohannon. It's defended to mid-on, where Lewis Rees fields and there's no run. Big tall man, isn't he, Zach Chappell? Comes running in hard and hits the deck pretty hard.
Yeah, he's the opposite of Abbas, isn't he? He runs in, bowls a heavy ball. Abbas will just try and kiss the surface, try and get anything he can out of the pitch.
Chappell to Bohannon, the back foot punched into the offside. Fielded at extra cover and there's no run. Plenty of bowling options of Derbyshire, as Dave Fletcher was saying before. Harry Kame, who's their captain, in the absence of Wayne Madsen, has got quite a few avenues to turn down with his bowling options. Bohannon's on 15. Here's Chappell. In and balls, driven by Bohannon. Be runs for him through straight mid-on. Be worth a couple. There is the Derbyshire captain, Harry Kane, coming around from mid-off towards the long-on boundary to field, just below the pavilion. And 2 more for Bohannon. Moves on to 17. 33 for 2. So a little bit of a partnership, just trying to settle things down after a couple of early wickets. Lancashire were 11 for 2 at the dismissal of Harry Singh. 33 for 2 now. Chappell to Bohannon, just a half a step forward and then eases the ball towards Harry Kame at mid-off, and again there's no run.
Lewis Rees just playing as a batter as well this game, isn't he? So that's a miss for Derbyshire, especially a little bit of movement out there so far.
Yeah, it could be quite handy, couldn't it, in that in this early morning conditions that we've seen. Final ball of Chappell's opening over. Flashed away for 4 by Bohannon. Racing out towards the point boundary. 6 coming off Chappell's first over. 12 gone. Bohannon moves to 21. And Lancashire 37 for 2.
Yeah, good over for Lancashire. Bohannon finding the cover point boundary off that final delivery. Abbas is going to continue. And we said someone who's used to bowl the longer spells for a traditional seamer. Same field will continue to Harris. 4 slips, the leg slip, point, mid off, mid wicket and fine leg. He's into Harris and he beats the outside edge. One that just goes away from Marcus Harris. Beautiful delivery from Mohammed Abbas.
It's a peach, wasn't it? To the left hander over the wicket. Just angled across him. Got a leg slip in place as well now. Got 4 slip catches, leg slip, fine leg.
And certainly test the patience of the 2 Lancashire batters. As Abbas is in, Harris this time allowing that one through to the wicketkeeper. Doesn't give you any bad deliveries, Abbas, so you've got to stay patient, pick up runs when you can. Look to attack both edges of the Australian air with the leg slipping. Abbas in, Harris plays that into the leg side. There's a quick single, gets there safe in the end. Josh Bohannon. It's an excellent sign, isn't it, for Derbyshire? Getting someone of the profile of Mohammed Abbas.
It is, isn't it? Because Fletcher's saying the 2 signings that caught the eye, sure, Bashir and Mohammed Abbas.
Four slips for Bohannon. That one's wide outside the off stump. Bohannon allows that one through for no run.
Could easily have been a title winner with Hampshire, a couple of times finishing 2nd and 3rd. And he was in that little sequence where Hampshire, Lancashire, Essex, Surrey, they were all kind of pushing for the title for a couple of years, or battling it out.
Was he at Notts last year?
He was.
Yeah, yeah.
Just 1 year, wasn't it, Notts?
1 year, 1 trophy, and then
Off you go.
off you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not bad, is it?
Happy days.
Abbas into Bohannon, who looks to try and swing it in to the pads. Bohannon plays that away nicely for a single.
Yeah, it's some signing, isn't it? I mean, it's consistently, playing and bowling for teams that are pushing for either the title or indeed winning the title last year, and stacks of wickets over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in county cricket.
I think he's the perfect bowler to build your bowling attack around, isn't he? You know what you're getting. Yeah. He's never inconsistent. The whole part of his game's built on consistency. As he comes round the wicket to Harris this time, trying to tighten that angle up. Harris allows that one through to the wicketkeeper. It's the end of the 13th over, 39 for 2 Lancashire. Bohannon on 22, Harris on 9.
I was looking forward to watching the Bass bowling for Derbyshire and Singdale bowling for Lancashire in this game. That would have been quite an interesting comparison. Singdale not featuring, gone for Mitchell Stanley as kind of Singdale's replacement, and Paul Coghlan coming in for Balderson in that kind of all-rounder role.
Do you feel like that's something that Lancashire will do a little bit more at home this year in terms of trying to force results?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. 39 for 2. Here's Chappell to Bohannon. Oh, that pops on Bohannon. Plays it very, very nicely. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, but he Played it in a manner that bounced a little more than he was expecting. Drops the ball away into the offside. It'll be interesting watching Stanley ball here, won't it? He's pretty rapid, isn't he?
Yeah, I did think whether they was going to put Stanley in. Obviously, he was in the squad last week as well, and with results in previous years hard to come by here at Emirates Old Trafford. You've got someone like
It's Chapel to Bohannon left. He swings away into the gloves of the keeper.
you obviously got James Anderson and Tom Bailey offering you that consistency up top. So someone like Stanley who can send it up, 90 miles per hour, and the height of him as well. You feel like maybe that's quite a positive change up. Ajit Singh Dale can certainly push it up that way as well in terms of pace.
Yeah, he bowled well here for Gloucestershire actually last season. Got wickets in a game here for Gloucestershire last year. Bohannon looks to try and whip it away towards the leg side. Through it goes to Brooke Guest. I suppose it will be a challenge to try and see if they can find results here. But Stephen Croft has touched on the previous season to that as well. The last season there were games here that did have results, and there were games heading towards the results, but weather interrupted. So there've been situations where we've seen some really good games of cricket here. But it can be hard work at times. Bohannon off the back foot trying to force it away, comes off his inner half of the bat, deflects to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I do like the balance more to Lancashire's seam attack this year. You've got your Ajit Singh Dale and someone like a Mitch Stanley who can offer you that point of difference. You're going to have the consistency of James Anderson and Tom Bailey up top, and then you've got Balderson as well, who's been excellent with the ball in.
Chapel to Bohannon, that's worked through the onside to the right of mid-on. Scampers through for a quick single. Takes him to 23. Oh, you see Lewis Rees there just limping. Oh, you can see him grimacing a little bit. Fletch mentioned he's got a slightly dodgy ankle. Not walking pretty freely there. Lewis Rees, 40 for 2, Lancashire moved to.
I suppose it'd be interesting now with the new rule, won't it? Because if that new rule wasn't in place, does Lewis Rees even attempt to go out on this fixture?
Interesting point, yeah. So it used a couple of times, didn't we, last week in the opening round of fixtures. Chapel to Harris, final ball of his over. Left by the left-hander. Just a single coming off it, so good start by Chapel. 40 for 2, Bohannon 24, Harris on 9. Yeah, the new substitute rule.
But then if you carry an injury into the...
Yeah, I don't know.
This is the difficulty with the rule, isn't it? Of how you police it.
I don't know whether I actually don't know whether there is anything that suggests if you are carrying an injury going into it, you are excluded from the rule, or whether you're not. Whether
you can attempt and then see how you get on.
But it is interesting change to the rules, isn't it? That you can substitute players out. Johnny Bairstow, I think, was substituted out last week for Yorkshire at Cardiff.
Yeah, he took one on the finger, didn't he, while keeping.
I'm not sure what I make of that rule. I understand the situation with regards to if there are certain events. I mean, I think Zach Chappell might be an example of this. I'm sure there was a game at Fletch will know last season where there was a situation where he needed to open the batting because he had to get away for a personal reason. And you shouldn't need to do that. You should be able to be substituted out.
There's a change as Dal is in replacing Abbas. Starts outside the line of off stump. Bohannon leaves that one through.
But then are you a fan of the idea that if you pick up a knock, you can just get replaced? Or
I feel like you need. Obviously, I imagine it's not going to happen because of money in the game, but do you need like an independent physio and doctor at each ground? Because who's deciding on
whether someone's... Yeah. I don't know. It just seems slightly blurred lines, isn't it?
Dal in full of a length. Bohannon driving, but picks out the fielder at mid-off. Because at some stage there will be an occurrence where it does get questioned, don't they? And a result comes into play, and so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It's still a like for like, isn't it? It has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I suppose is right.
Dal in. Finds the inside edge of Josh Bohannon. It goes off. Down to fine leg. Gets a single.
But then again, why should cricket be different to any other team sport? Every other team sport, if you can have substitutes and replace people, what? I don't know. Interesting debate.
Once you've been subbed off, you can't be subbed back in, can you?
I don't think so.
No.
I think once you're done, you're done.
Yeah. So even if, I don't know, there's an emergency, Darling round the wicket to Harris, who plays nicely through the covers. They'll think about a second, but they just get a single. You know, birth of a child, which we often see on tours. If they go on day one, but then they can come back day 3, are they allowed or not? Is that?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
If you've been substituted out, I think you're out.
You can't be subbed back in.
I think so. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's what I understand.
That one's left outside the off stump by Lancashire's number 3, 24 off 42.
It's always quite an interesting situation with T20 cricket when they introduce the idea of you can be subbed off. You can make those tactical. I think
the impact sub.
The impact sub. Yeah.
Sure, I don't agree with that in T20 cricket. The impact sub. Dal in. It's a nice line of length outside the off stump. Josh Bohannon patient enough to allow that one through. 42 for 2. Lancashire after 15. The loss of 2 early wickets. Luke Wells the first, edging behind, caught by Rees from Ben Aitchison, and then Harry Singh followed, caught by Guest, and Mohammed Abbas was the bowler, but he recovered well here behind Harris. Chappell to continue. He finds the outside edge of Marcus Harris, back of a length, and it goes downwards and it finds the boundary. 4 for Marcus Harris. Is that Chappell will feel hard done by there, finding the outside edge, bit of extra bounce. That one running away down through the slip region. Marcus Harris finding 4. Two slips and a gully for Chappell into Harris, who is behind that one, plays it down back towards the bowler for no run.
How are you, Callum?
I'm good. How are you?
I understand how these things work. I didn't realise he was leaving you to it. It's outrageous. What kind of way is that to treat somebody, just leaving him to it? Unbelievable. Scott will be back.
Chappell in, full of a length this time, getting some nice carry through to the wicket keeper. Harris leaves that one through. Got a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg.
I've got an email. Derbyshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can get through to us here. I'm sure there are other ways you can get in touch with me, but we're not allowed to say what they are anymore, so you know what they are though.
Chappell in. Again, finding the outside half of the bat from Harris, angling it across the Australian, who plays it nicely down to backward point for no run.
Mark Beecroft Stretton, first time this season. Where have you been? We've already played. Belated welcome back to the airwaves. I was here last week. Today finds him at Trent Bridge. He said it's carnage. This was sent early on. Hamid out first ball of the match. Slater out for a duck. And Duckett looking decidedly less than assured. Which is always good to hear.
That one for no run.
Always good to hear Nottinghamshire struggling. It's just thank goodness that Derbyshire are continuing on their starting trajectory. I wish I hadn't have put that word in there. Do keep up the adequacy. Thank you, Mark. You know I strive for adequacy. So if I can get anywhere close to it, more than happy. More than happy. But yeah, it was a good start for Derbyshire. It needed to be, obviously.
Yeah, you always want to pick up a couple of early wickets after inserting the opposition. Chappell in after pushing square leg back. He goes fuller of a length. Harris allows that one through. That's the end of the over. 46 for 2. Lancashire, Bohannon 24 and Harris 14.
Still got Martin Anderson of the medium pacers who could bowl before lunch, and of course it'd be good to see Bash before lunch. We might see an over from him. Bowled a lengthy spell on the afternoon, either side of tea, I think possibly, on the last day against Worcestershire, and bowled really nicely. And there's a bit of bounce in this pitch. Good carry, so that might help him, with him being 7 foot tall. As Anisdale continues from the Statham end, and that one is pushed into the offside by Bohannon. And there is no run. Good to see that there's play everywhere today. It didn't look massively promising yesterday after the summer that we had on Tuesday and Wednesday. And of course Wednesday was the only day that I was actually in the office this week. It was 20 odd degrees. I had to drive down to Derby. I didn't have to, I said I would. As Dell is in again, and that one is driven for 4. Backward of square on the offside, all the way along the floor by Bohannon. Nicely done. And he moves, he said hesitatingly, on to 29 because it's already on the board, and the 50 comes up for Lancashire off 98 balls, an hour and 7 minutes. Gloucestershire, the only side to lose in that first round of matches, are already struggling at Bristol against Durham. Dear oh dear. As Dell goes in again, and Bohannon just pushes this out into the offside this time. Matthew Montgomery does the fielding. He's filling at cover.
Yeah, they got picked apart a little bit, didn't they, at the end of last season?
Yeah.
I think there's already been a few
But they
that have been announced for this coming season as well.
Charlesworth's already announced that he's leaving, hasn't he? And obviously Lancashire signed Ajit Singh Dale. So they lost their bowling attack. They're 89 without. Lost Durham after 17 overs. As Dal goes in again, that one is short and wide. He tries to force it away. Does Bohannon, but forces it straight to... of course it's an Aaron Donald, who's on as 12th man, with 12 on his back, a backward point in the squad for both matches, as indeed were Rory Hayden and Jack Morley, but Derbyshire going with an unchanged starting 11. Northamptonshire 67 without loss against Kent. As Dal is in again, and that one is driven pleasantly, but straight to Came at mid-off. Worcestershire 51 for 2 against Middlesex, as Worcestershire away from home for the second successive match. They're down at Lord's. I said to Scott earlier, my pre-season prediction, for what it was worth, is if Derbyshire can finish above one of Lancashire and Durham, I think they'll be there or thereabouts with that. And
Durham look really strong, don't they? Coming down last season.
Nobody wants that. Dal bowls wide of the stump, leaves it alone. I mean, it's great that we're going back to Durham after a couple of years' absence, but yeah, everybody knows. Warwickshire 31 for 3 against Sussex down at Hove. It's remarkable. 15 overs in as well, so they're not scoring, and they've lost 3 wickets here. Lancashire 50 for 2 at the end of that over. Surrey 43 for 2 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Nottinghamshire, you may have gathered from Mark's email, 64 for 3 against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Hampshire 29 for 1 against Yorkshire in Leeds. And Essex 44 for 2 at Chelmsford against Somerset. So there are wickets around this morning. Most teams chose to bowl first.
Chappell into Harris on his back foot, playing it into the offside for no run.
Notable exception being Warwickshire, who were 31 for 3, having decided to bat first. Northants also decided they'd bat first at Canterbury, but they're now 67 without loss, so that's justified. I'm not so sure whether Warwickshire will be pleased. 3 down within an hour of the start of play on the first day. Not ideal.
Yeah, there's a couple of wickets flying around in that Division 1. Chappell into Harris again, finds the outside edge, but a brilliant stop. In the cordon, stopped 4 runs.
Low fives for Martin Anderson.
And straight back in the pocket, warming him up. Just finding a nice little angle across Marcus Harris here as Zach Chappell. He's found the outside half of the bat a couple of times in the previous over as well. Just the 2 slips and a gully. Again, finding that outside half of the bat. And again, brilliant fielding from Anderson in gully. Such a difficult position to field. One of them in club cricket where no one really puts their hand up. No one volunteers to go in there.
Well, he quite often does feel there, Martin Anderson, but he also feels at leg gully. He's taken a couple of really good catches at leg gully, certainly last season.
Chappell in, and it's a nice shot from Harris, back past the fast bowler. Doesn't time it, but he gets a single. Be good for Harris and Bohannon. They'll be having conversations about trying to rotate the strike and just not let the bowler settle with the left hand right hand combination. 51 for 2, Lancashire. 3 slips to Bohannon. Chappell nicely on a length, bringing Bohannon forward, playing in front of him.
Scott's left his little blue book here. I'm so tempted to open it up and have a look in, but I daren't. That would be a breach of confidence, wouldn't it? I can't possibly, but don't leave stuff like that lying about, Scott. Come on.
Could be his Burnley football predictions.
Could be anything. Oh,
His joke book.
So tempted. No, I don't think he's got a joke book.
3 slips. That one's driven through the offside for Bohannon. Bashir does the fielding. And that's the end of another good over from Zach Chappell. Testing Marcus Harris at the start of that over. 51 for 2 after 18.
Also noticed when I put these headphones on, he must have a much bigger head than me. I find that difficult to believe. To tighten it up, tighten the headphones.
I was too afraid of adjusting yours.
No, do it. Nothing to be frightened of here. Message here from Steve. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you might be able to tell me what the numbers on the back of the Derbyshire caps are. It's a good question. I'm not sure I can. Here is Dal around the wicket to Harris, who just guides that to Anderson in the gully. It appears looks like a cap number, but there's also something that looks like a date. Perhaps that's a brilliant question. I have got no idea. I would imagine that they'd have their player number,
A representative number,
which
yeah.
if they're all in the 700s, apart from Wayne Madsen, I think he's still in the 600s. That's what that'll be, Steve.
The date may be the debut, which will be a nice touch.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You can tell Wayne Madsen, obviously not playing in this match, you can tell he made his debut a long time ago because his cap's almost white.
Wayne Madsen's might have rubbed out.
Yeah, it's almost white. That's remarkable. Dal's into Harris and wraps him on the pads. He just the left arm went up from Anuj Dal on that occasion, and Harris just taps the ball to Guest. Picks it up and returns it.
I always feel a deteriorated cap, so that, okay, they might look a little bit tacky and stuff and not very clean, but they've got a lot of stories behind. And
Like Elise Perry with her cap and helmet, isn't it? The Australian international was very faded. Dahl's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Harris, fielded there by an Aaron Donald. I'm trying to work out who he's on for now. This is the next. No, it's not Ben Aitchison's at first slip. Oh dear. Who on earth is it? It could be Zach Chappell. Actually, no, Zach Chappell's down at long leg. It wouldn't be him because he's bowling. He goes down around the wicket. That one is off an edge and down towards the vacant third man area. Montgomery gives chase and he'll just reach it before it gets to the rope, and it almost dribbles towards the rope despite his efforts to stop it, but they pick up 2. 53.
is it Lewis Reese?
4-2. That's a good shout.
He didn't have a cap on before, unless he's
Yeah,
put one
no,
on now.
I think it is Lewis Reese.
He was limping a couple of overs ago. He didn't look
He doesn't mind a limp.
the most comfortable.
Batting at 6, it won't affect that too much. I expect Martin Anderson to come in at 5, Reese at 6, Dahl at 7. The all-rounders, one of whom isn't being an all-rounder today, is Dahl again. And that is pushed into the offside by Harris, and it's fielded by Shoaib Bashir. He's had a couple of hefty bits of sawdust put down as Anos Dahl bowling around the wicket. As Harry Kane was desperately trying to get it off his hands, delivering it. Started to get exceptionally hungry. I've realised that 2 yogurts and a banana is not enough for breakfast, as that one is driven gloriously by Harris out towards the cover boundary. Again, Montgomery chases. The ball slowing up, but not sufficiently for Montgomery to get there, and it hits the rope and goes over. Nice boundary for Bohannon, who was on to 29 now. 57 for 2. 46 this pair have added so far.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from the Australian. It wasn't a half volley. He just waited on it nicely. Didn't try and overhit it. Opened the face. Beat the point and cover fielder. And it ran away across what's going to be an extended square here at Emirates Old Trafford, when I think there's 3 or 4 extra pitches.
Put some new ones all the way to our right, haven't they?
Yeah, so I think they're just going to be netting kind of training pitches at the end, but I imagine they're a few months off being ready just yet. Zach Chappell to continue, 12 off his 4 overs so far, into Bohannon, who allows that one through. Marcus Harris calling for an early drink.
Cup of tea.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be asking.
Warm me
for.
up.
Hot chocolate.
A little bit different conditions than 2 weeks ago for Marcus Harris, who was playing in the
Yeah.
the Sheffield Shield. Chappell in again. Nice line and length. Bohannon being patient, allowing that one through. Three slips to Lancashire's number 3. Point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and the fine leg. Chappell full over length. Oh, and it's a drop catch. It goes to that third catcher in the cordon, just to his right. It goes very quickly, full of a length from Chappell. Bohannon trying to smash that through the offside. It goes at a nice catching height, but did go very quickly.
Into the fingers, wasn't it, of Martin Anderson? You'd be disappointed.
Would have been a big wicket for Derbyshire, the third of the morning. Chappell, line and length, top of off stump. Bohannon solidly in behind that one. Just every now and again, Josh Bohannon likes to feel bat on ball, likes to play his shots. That might just checkmate him a little bit. Needs to still be patient. This is the big partnership for Lancashire. The two experienced batters. Bohannon plays no shot. Yeah, this is the big partnership that Derbyshire want to break. With no Keaton Jennings in the lineup for Lancashire this season just yet. Wells already gone. A lot of the experience relies on Bohannon and Harris. Chappell into finishes over, and that's a really good over from Zach Chappell. He nearly found the reward, a drop catch. Sadly, down for Derbyshire, doesn't quite get his first wicket, but none for 12 off 5. He's tested both the Lancashire batters out, and it's 57 for 2. Lancashire after 20 overs, could have well been 3.
Steve's been doing a bit of digging and found the answer to his own question here. Thank you for sending the link to the article. It says the Derbyshire baggie has the cap number and the date of capping, not the W, the date that they received their county cap. So Caleb Jewell, who was capped at lunch on day 1 last week, will presumably have last week's date, therefore sewn into the back of his cap. Even the uncapped players, though, wear the same kind of the sort of baggy blue caps. Bob Taylor apparently brought it back from Australia as Dal begins. And you over to Harris, who lets that one go outside the off stump. And there's no room. Thank you, Steve. It's a whole article by Tanya Aldred, who I notice is with us today, which is good. I haven't seen Tanya this season so far, so it'd be good to go down and say hello to her at lunchtime. She goes through all the different things, you know, the closed rows and the open rows at Lancashire and Yorkshire, the red fox that turns into a gold fox at Leicestershire as Dal bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Shoaib Bashir does the fielding, the extra piping on the Northamptonshire caps, which are splendid, I always think.
Because the county caps given out, are they all for the same reason in terms of clubs' rulings on that? Or?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because back in the day, when you received your county cap, it meant a pay rise.
Right.
It no longer does. You just carry on the same contract that you were on before you were capped as Dal bowls. That's turned into the leg side. Nicely fielded by the returned Lewis Rees, diving and tumbling away to his left-hand side. It's largely given to the caps, in my experience at Derbyshire, certainly. David Griffin would be a better person to talk to about this, but largely for players who you know are going to be playing every week. So Caleb Jewell, I've got 1,000 runs in the Championship last season, returned for this season and immediately was capped, as that one is played off the back foot by Harris out into the offside. So there will be players out there, including, bizarrely, the skipper Harry Kame, who isn't a capped player, but is skippering the side. So he's got the baggy blue cap, but it obviously won't have the number or the date on the back. I think the photograph, it looked like Anuj Dal from the back, but it's difficult to tell. There was definite beard there on the photograph in the article. As Dal bowls, turned into the leg side by Harris to go through for a quick single, because the ball goes up to Mohammed Abbas, who's a perfectly adequate fielder, but not necessarily the quickest over the ground, and was always the single there. You wouldn't expect somebody of 36, although having said that, Wayne Madsen's 42 and he's pretty quick over the ground still. He's just a freak of nature. hopefully we'll see Madsen in a couple of weeks' time at home to Gloucestershire. I think it is the next match.
Such a shame, wasn't it, what happened in the World Cup?
Terrible, really. As Dal bowls to Bohannon, who gets right behind that one and pushes it back to Dal to complete the over. Dal's bowled 4 overs for 13 now. Chappell 5 overs for 12. They've kept a lid on the scoring rate, which is around about 2 3/4 an over, which is a good effort. Derbyshire in their first innings, or their only innings against Worcestershire, were going along at over 4 and over, which is why they were in such a strong position when they declared it 625 for 8. Yes, yeah, well, we spoke to Wayne a couple of times while he was out in India. I spoke to him just before, for the radio, before they played the West Indies in their final game. And he told me then that he was trying to recover from an injury that normally takes 12 weeks to recover from in 8 days. And it just wasn't going to happen.
No.
And he was desperate to play, but he had a few nets last week, which is good news.
Ah, that's good.
I think it's just the fielding that was...
That's the caution.
Because you're always going to dive anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. Zach Chappell into Harris, who plays that into the onside for no run. Yeah, especially for someone capable as Madsen in the field.
But he
just instincts.
He's captained his country at a World Cup, so he's always got that. I know he was out there for 4 overs, unfortunately. I'm just looking at the stream pictures of the pitch, and it sort of backs up what... It's a funny looking thing, isn't it? It backs up what Lewis Rees was talking to us about. He said there's some large areas where there's no grass at all.
Chappell in, Harris on the front foot.
And they're largely away from the line of between the batter and the bowler.
Yeah, there's quite a few bald patches on that left-hand side, isn't there?
Strange looking thing. Sue Redfern just told Zach Chappell not to... Well, to be careful not to run into the danger zone in his follow-through. Second week in a row. Sue Redfern from Derbyshire, of course. We had a former Derbyshire men's player last week umpiring. 2
slips, a gully to Harris, who plays forward into the offside for no run. Yeah, they can often look a little bit different, the Emirates Old Trafford wickets. There's a little bit of grass as well. Not too much of a covering, but there's enough there.
Interesting to find out, I'm sure. And Sir James would have bowled first as well today.
Chappell in. Harris tries work that into the onside a little bit early. Finds a leading edge, which is safe. Yeah, I imagine Lancashire would have, especially with the rotations of Mitch Stanley in and Paul Coughlin, who will make his Lancashire debut.
Derbyshire were put in last week, but when I spoke to Harry Kame after the game, he said, yeah, I would have looked a bit foolish, really. We'd have bowled first as well. 625 for 8.
Chappell this time round the wicket. It's a nice shot from Harris. He finds Dal, who does the fielding at backward point. He stops a 4. It's always a nice feeling when you're bowling and your fielders are throwing themselves around, stopping runs, keeping the pressure on the batter at this end. Square leg's been pushed out. Chappell in, completes another good over, a maiden. Bowling quite nicely to the Australian Marcus Harris.
Because he's the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers. He was asked to, when they were batting second time round following on Worcestershire, he might have been asked in the first innings as well, but he's often asked to bang it in short, and it never works. It doesn't seem to work anyway, but it didn't work. It wasn't quite as bad as having the backstop. We've had fields where we've had backstops.
Yeah, and the square leg, fine legs, all that sort of funky stuff.
2 slips for Annajdal and a gully as he's in and bowls to Bohannon, who just guides that down to the man in the gully. And there's no run. That must be Montgomery. It is. Ben Aitchison just keeping himself warm, or is he going to come back for another burst before lunch? Half an hour to go till lunch. He might just pop back for another burst. Stretching out the hamstrings and the shoulders at first slip. See, if I'd have done that, I'd have fallen over. Lifting my knee up like that as Dal is in, guided into the offside by Bohannon. No run. 58 for 2. We're in the 23rd over.
You'd fancy him for a couple of overs burst, wouldn't you, before lunch? He bowled
He
really well up top, getting the first wicket of Wells.
5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. The only maiden that's been bowled so far, I believe. No extras. It goes Dal and bowls. That's left alone by Bohannon to go through to Brooke Guest. Durham have gone past 100 already in the 23rd over at Bristol. 105 without loss. Gloucestershire already staring down the barrel. Worcestershire now 60 for 4 at Lords. Northamptonshire going along nicely at 85 without loss at Canterbury. Derbyshire at Canterbury in the not too distant future. Dal is in, and that goes past the edge of Bohannon's bat this time. Good delivery from Dal, just drew him forward. Slips it past the edge of the Boltonian's bat. I'd like to get that in. Josh Bohannon from Bolton. More Boltonians, the better, I always think. I'm not a Boltonian, I just happen to live there, but or near there. As Dal sets off again past umpire Chantry, and that one is dabbed into the offside by Bohannon. Lewis Rees does the fielding. We didn't look at your blue book. That's so tempting. The little blue book. I wish I had looked at it. It's got nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it.
We claimed a page.
It's been sitting there tempting me for the last half hour. I thought I was going to find out all sorts. His Dal hit Bohannon, goes back and punches it into the offside where it's fielded by Lewis Rees on this occasion. And that is the end of the over. I said there hadn't been many maiden overs at Chapel's Bowl too, and I apologise to him. That's the first one for Annajdal as well. There have been back-to-back maiden overs. So it just shows you that accuracy has never... Well, it's never been a strong point of mine anyway. But I couldn't have been less accurate.
It's a good little period, this, for Derbyshire. Lancashire finding runs hard to come by. Just need to keep being patient. Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. Bohannon on 29, Harris 22. And we called it. Ben Aitchison coming back on for a stint just before lunch. Well, very nicely this morning, getting the first wicket of Wells, caught behind. 1 for 15 off his 5.
He's not had a haircut since last week. He's definitely growing his hair, Ben Aitchison. Just showing off, really.
He's coming into Harris straight away. A nice line of length. Harris playing from the crease. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Because by giving out my email address, I've opened it up to everybody, and this one's definitely a Lancashire person who's emailed me. Nothing controversial.
Aitchison in, just tucking the Australian up, hitting him on the fire guard.
I think, David, if there was an update, they'd have told you, but he says, is there any update on whether Lancashire are looking for a like-for-like replacement for Mitch Perry following his injury? I'm in no position to answer that, clearly.
Yeah, neither am I. There's a shame.
And Scott's not listening, so that's good.
Aitchison in. Wide of the off stump. Marcus Harris throws his hands at that one. Doesn't find any bat on it. He'd probably be frustrated. He probably felt like he missed out on that one.
There are no updates. That's the update. It was very much like the Worcestershire update, which was posted yesterday, which said it was great. It was only it was a 2-paragraph update on their missing bowler.
Square leg pushed out, and Harris tucks that off his hips into the leg side, gets a single.
Bowler's name update. So I thought I'll click on that. And the second paragraph said, "We will update you when we have anything to say." That's, in all honesty, that's not an update, really. Yeah. Nothing to see here. On you move. Marvellous. At the same time as the post immediately underneath it on my timeline was Swanepoel sacked by South African club. So he's in all sorts of bother, I think.
Free slips to Bohannon, who's on the drive and drives nicely through wide-ish mid-off. He'll pick up a couple. Nice shot from Josh Bohannon on the up. Driving nicely. Takes the score on to 61. That's the 50 partnership for Bohannon and Harris.
Nice recovery. Most people in the crowd only risking taking one hand out of their pockets to clap.
Aitchison in. Tied a line. Adjusting. Bohannon allows that one through to the wicket keeper for no run. That's 61 for 2. Lancashire, Bohannon 30 and Harris 23.
Yeah, really well played by these two, Bohannon and Harris. One of the things I really enjoy about cricket is that you can give credit to the opposition. It's not like football where you either play well and win, or you've played poorly and you've lost. And the opposition are allowed to play well, you know. Well, in cricket, I think we can acknowledge that, and these two have done nicely. Although, having said that, Josh Bohannon should have been out on 29. Alasdair is going to continue. It was a toughish chance for Martin Anderson, diving away to his left. I think it was Bohannon. I'm starting to doubt myself now because of where he was. It might have been Harris. Anyway, here's it was somebody. Dal, and that is Harris, who guides the ball out towards the point boundary, where it's going to be fielded by Montgomery.
Is it again?
Oh, that was me. I almost answered my own question there. I'm talking to myself now.
Good afternoon, Fletch.
Hello, Scott.
I missed this chance that you're referring to.
I can't
whether it was Harris or Bohannon.
Callum, was it Bohannon or was it Harris? It was dropped. I thought it was Bohannon. There we go. I've written Bohannon down.
You should never doubt yourself, Fletch.
Well, you know, no. I'm going to get messages off people back at base saying, "You don't know what you're talking about." Dal is in again and bowls to Bohannon, who pushes that up to Came at mid-off, immediately gets to work on the ball. So a good first half hour for Derbyshire and a good recovery by Lancashire since then for these two.
Yeah, done well, haven't they? 50 partnership now between these two. 11 for 2 when they came together. Settle things down. Key partnership though, wasn't it? I think we pinpointed that when they came together.
This time Bohannon goes back and turns it into the onside, where it's fielded by Montgomery. Missed out in his only innings last week. Only made 11. Plenty more to come from him. We saw him make 2 centuries in the One Day Cup last season. A very punishing batter. The top 3 are likely to remain the top 3 on the return of Wayne Madsen. It's what happens further down that's going to be interesting next week, 2 weeks' time. As Dal bowls and again turned up to Montgomery. Because you'd expect Wayne Madsen as the captain to come straight back in. What are the knock-on effects down the... it's almost like one of the medium-pace bowlers is going to be playing for his place in the side over these 2 games. They've all chipped in. And Reese, who hasn't bowled much, got a century last week. Dal bowls again. This time it's pushed up off the back foot to Harry Kane. Martin Anderson got a double century. Anuj Dal got 3 wickets and didn't realise, but we were very excited. Almost, no, he wasn't, not almost at all. He was on a hat-trick at the start of Worcestershire's second innings, and it would have been a hat-trick over 3 different overs, which we all got very excited about, largely because David Griffin was excited. I always think if he's excited about something like that, it's worth getting excited about, but he didn't get it. As he's in now and bowls to Bohannon, who, again, off the back foot, plays it into the onside, up towards mid-on, and the over comes to an end. Just 1 run from it, 62 for 2. Lancashire now after 25 overs, Bohannon on 30, and Harris on 24.
So how did that play out?
He took a wicket with the last ball of 1 over,
right,
and then he took the final wicket of the innings with the first ball of the next over,
right.
and then opened the bowling.
Wonderful.
And didn't get the hat-trick, so it would have been a hat-trick over 3 overs, which we don't think has happened very often. It's not the kind of thing that happens regularly, is it? So,
did you spot it at the time as well?
Griff spotted it at the time.
Good effort, that.
Yeah, I didn't spot it, of course. But we knew he was on a hat-trick, but Nudge himself had no idea.
It's Ben Aitchison to Marcus Harris. A little bit of width there, and he carves that away down towards deep backward point for 4 runs. There's not been too many opportunities of Ben Aitchison to get some runs, and that was cut away nicely for 4. He moves to 28, 66 for 2.
It's only the 9th boundary of the morning. They've bowled tidily, haven't they? They have bowled tidily. 1 more wicket, and I think they'll be delighted. Not sure what the ball was, the shape the ball is in after hitting that bit of concrete.
It took a bit of a thud, didn't it? Yeah. Nice shot by Harris. There's Aitchison in to Harris, just to flash it out towards the leg side. Now it just deflects down towards short fine leg, but there's no bat in that. Leg by, signal from the umpire to just coming off the thigh pad perhaps of Marcus Harris. So a leg by, so Harris remains on 28. Lancashire move to 67 for 2.
Bit of a dispute between my computer and the scoreboard, because the scoreboard says that's the first extra. My scorecard has 1 leg by having been scored already. It makes no difference.
Bohannon waits for Aitchison, and he's playing and missing. Ball snakes past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper.
Is that Gary Morgan's fault?
I just blame him anyway.
Yeah. Well, that would be my default, but yeah. I'll have a word with him at lunchtime.
Give him a bit of a dressing down at lunchtime, yeah. 67 for 2. Aitchison for Derbyshire back in, balls to Bohannon. Oh, there's probably 4 down to third man there by Josh Bohannon, steering it safely down into the ground past third slip. I see, guided for 4 down to third man. Second boundary of the over takes Lancashire to 71 for 2. Bohannon moves to 35. Said he felt in good touch last week at Northamptonshire. Got 90 in his first innings. There's Aitchison in balls. Bohannon edging but softly, bouncing in front of third slip. Martin Anderson's there to field for Derbyshire. 71 for 2 it remains.
Mark's been back after I suggested to him that we were here last week, but he was at the Central Co-op County Ground last week and didn't want to make contact in case I saw him in the flesh.
Final ball of the over. Aitchison to Bohannon, just off his hip. Clipped away down to fine leg for a single. moves to 36. He keeps the strike as well. It's the final ball of the 26th over of Lancashire's first innings. 72 for 2. Bohannon 36 and Harris on 28.
David, who asked the question about Lancashire's potential replacement. I'm not sure if this was before or after that, but he was watching last week as well. But he's in the context of this game interested to see views on the potential penetration of two spinners who've been looked at by England but discarded for now. I'm not sure that Shoaib's been discarded. Here's Martin Anderson for the first time. I mean, he was. Oh no, he's practicing. He clearly was discarded in Australia, but for whatever reason, I think probably his height. And he's doing some exercises now, stretches on the backward point boundary, or the point boundary. I can't wait to see it. It's just exciting when he comes on to bowl. And got a wicket in each innings, I think. I should be able to remember. It was only last week.
A few days ago, Fletcher.
Yeah.
You could be forgiven in September for perhaps not remembering, what happened.
Funny you should say that. Because there was a query over when was the last time Derbyshire did something, and it turned out it was at Canterbury at the end of last season. Here's Anderson into bowl to Bohannon. Bowls short and wide outside the off stump, and he actually drags it all the way down to long on for 4 runs. A real loosener from Anderson. And Bohannon, he was onto it really quickly. It was a long way outside the off stump to be pulled out there, but he had plenty of time. And Mohamed Abbas fetches the ball from the boundary. The 11th time the ball's gone to the rope in this match so far as Anderson bowls. This one's even wider. And again, he wasn't trying to fetch this one. He was trying to reach it, in all honesty, Bohannon. And he slaps it up to mid-off. No run this time. Anderson, well, they all chipped in with wickets against Worcestershire. Should be full of confidence, Anderson, after last week. In again now. That's possibly wider still, as it's reached for by Bohannon. It goes up in the air and loops out into the offside, just backward of square. In off the boundary comes Derbyshire. It does the fielding after it had bounced. How bizarre. Bohannon. I see there's a discrepancy here. Bohannon on the screen is 40, and on the big scoreboard is 41. That's where that second leg by has gone, clearly. We've discovered where the leg by is.
We've located the missing leg by.
But we don't know why. But it could be important in the grand scheme of things if he is on 40 rather than 41 in 9 or 10 runs time. And then again, of course, in 59 or 60 runs time. Anderson for the first time to Harris. That one's bowled in pretty much the same place that the first 3 deliveries of the over were bowled, and as a result, Harris just watches it go behind his back and through to was it the first two behind his back through to Brooke Guest. Mohamed Abbas offers Anderson some encouragement. He sets off again. That one is still on leg stump, turned down to fine leg. He'll pick up a single. Shoaib Bashir does the fielding. Bashir's arrival, 78 for 2, meant there was an awful lot of people at the media day at Derbyshire, and they had it on the day before the start of the season, which is now the Easter ornament, of course. They actually had a press conference. It's only the second press conference they've had in my 10 years. As that's wide of the off stump from Anderson, swinging away as well, goes through to the keeper, and the over comes to an end at 78 for 2. But
get a full tabletop thing, like an official
at the front.
Right.
Yeah, the previous one was when Mickey Arthur was appointed, and Mickey Arthur was part of this press conference as well, partly to step in and say that's enough, although somebody else stepped in and said that as well.
What, when he was asked about England?
Yeah, they were pushing him, and they were desperately trying to I think they were trying to get him to slip up, but he's a very impressive 22-year-old. I mean, he's been through quite a lot, hasn't he? But he's a very impressive 22-year-old. Came and did a bit with Radio Derby. We sort of recorded a preview and sat there and spoke to him one-on-one. And yeah, I'm impressed by him.
It's Ben Aitchison to Marcus Harris as defended. Just drops it into the offside. Out comes Derbyshire. There's no run. So you going to give him the full grilling, did you? Or was it nice? A nice, gentle, friendly.
I asked him about the winter and how difficult it had been for him, and you know, when you go out there with such great expectations, and he answered as fully as he wanted to.
That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah. I wasn't. It's not my business to make him a scapegoat or anything.
Aitchison to Harris, tucked away into the onside. A quick single taken to Lewis Rees, who's at kind of a short, straight mid-on. Nicely run between Harris and Bohannon. Takes Marcus Harris to 30, Lancashire 79 for 2. I suppose there's not a great deal you can say in his position, is there? I didn't get picked.
No.
End of story.
And he was a great pains, I don't know how many times he said it, but to tell us that he was 22. And then in the press conference as well. But I mean, he still has. I said to him, no, you could, as a spinner, you could bowl him for the next 14, 16 years.
Aitchison to Bohannon, punched away firmly on the bounce to extra cover, and there's no run.
He was very good when he was asked about the new state school competition with the final that being held at Lord's, because he came through the state school system as well. And I thought he spoke excellently on that in the press conference. And no, I just enjoyed talking to him. Really, seems like a totally decent young man.
Bohannon forward in defence, drops the ball away into the offside for no run.
Who's had as many ups and downs in his brief career as most people suffer in an entire career, don't they? Really, but yeah, couple of year contract with Derbyshire. He's still centrally contracted, so should England decide to pull him out of a game at any time, they can.
3 slips waiting. Aitchison to Bohannon, and he defends top of his off stump, full face of the bat, back to the bowler, no run.
The person who suffered most by his arrival, although I'm sure he wouldn't say he'd suffered because you often see them together as the little and large partnership, is Jack Morley, who batted beautifully here last season. I still haven't got the Rochdale Richards to stick yet.
It's not worked, has it? No one's picked up on it.
No,
that's a shame.
Only me.
He's found a gap here as Bohannon through extra cover, and he has timed that very nicely indeed. 4 runs for Josh Bohannon, takes him on to 44 or 45.
Yeah, one or the other.
But it's 4. That moves Lancashire to 83 for 2. Handsome looking shot from Bohannon through extra cover. End of the over. We've got less than 10 minutes remaining of the morning session.
Flown by, hasn't it?
Hasn't it? Yeah. Been quite a good session, hasn't it? Been quite enjoyable cricket. Good start by Derbyshire. Aitchison and Abbas in particular. Good recovery by Lancashire.
Will Martin Anderson's radar be on this over? He only went for 6 runs in his first. I say only. Not quite bowling where he would want to. He's in now to bowl to Harris. That's down the leg side. Tumbling stop by Guest. Away to his right. Plenty of encouragement for Martin Anderson, as you'd expect on day one. Bit more blue sky than there was at the start of play as well, which is good to see. Wispy clouds preventing it from being that proper blue. But this, believe me, passes for a summer's day up here. Anderson's in again. Oh, that's way down. He can't get it right at the moment, Martin Anderson. I'm not sure what's happened here. That was way down the leg side, and I hope Harris follows through with that threat, with that shot that he played after the ball was in Brooke Guest's hands, which was basically to lift it over the roof of the point.
It's an ambitious shot just prior to lunch.
Well, I don't think Anderson would be too disappointed if he tried. There is a man down there. Derbyshire. Anderson's in again. This one's way wide of the off stump this time to the left-hander.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to play it.
He's just struggled a bit, hasn't he, with his left-hand, right-hand combination?
It hasn't worked for him at all so far. Martin Anderson, who came to Derbyshire as a bowling all-rounder and is probably now regarded as a batting all-rounder. 3 centuries last season, a double century last week. Hadn't got to 3 figures before he arrived in Derby. He's in now, and Harris just turns this down towards the man at long leg, Bashir. And they go through 4. He single Harris onto 31, 84 for 2.
Pretty nice way to start your season, isn't it, with a double century?
Yes, helps.
Loads of runs around, wasn't it, in that first innings for Derbyshire then?
Yeah.
50s for Kame and for Jewell, double century for Anderson, century for Rees, half century for Dahl.
Yeah. Abbas and Bashir didn't even have to put their pads on. Anderson bowls, that's better. This one pushed up by Bohannon to mid-off. It was the speed at which they scored their runs that was impressive for me. It was very reminiscent of how Durham went about their promotion winning campaign, when they scored quickly and then had plenty of time. They had 2.5 days to get 20 wickets. And they only got 17, unfortunately, in the end. But Anderson's next delivery is turned off the stumps into the leg side by Bohannon. Picks up a single out to Mohamed Abbas and keeps the strike. He's on 46. I'll go with that, because when he gets to 50, the crowd will applaud, won't they? So it would be churlish not to give him that extra run. Harris has 31, 85 for 2 as Rory Hayden delivers something, possibly a message, out to the middle. And we're going to see Shoaib Bashir for the first time in this match.
Just a little sneaky over before the lunch break. In fact, it probably will be the last over. 2 minutes away from 1 o'clock. Yes, 625 for 8 for Derbyshire last week in 140 overs. Pretty rapid going, though, isn't it? All right, one more over before the lunch break, and Bashir. Well, I think one more over. If he gets through it pretty quickly, we might get another. But looks like it. We're in that.
Yeah, it should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah. He's got a slip catcher in place. Bowling from the Anderson end. He's got Bohannon on strike. Turned out towards the leg side. There's a couple of mid wickets in place. It's quite. There's a mid arm. There's a short straight mid wicket. Anderson's just a little deeper at mid wicket. There's also a deep square leg and a short fine leg. It's Bashir to Bohannon. That's clipped away behind square on the leg side for a single. Takes him to 47. And the score moves on to 86 for 2.
Probably prefer to bowl at Harris, wouldn't he?
Well, for Harris, he has the slip fielder in for the left-hander. And then deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, short fine leg, and deep point, mid-off cover, and backward point. So Harris on strike, and Bashir will bowl around the wicket to Marcus Harris, who's allowing that one to go through. Bowled it pretty quickly. Left by Harris, bit of a sighter first up. Just taps his bat, waits for Bashir. Clutching the ball in and bowls. Turned away towards the square leg for a single. Harris to 32 and Lancashire 87 for 2.
They just need to do a bit of gardening here.
Yeah, 12:59 is the time on the
boys,
clock.
you know what to do.
He's back over the wicket to the right-hander Bohannon. Just chopped away into the offside for a single. Bohannon to 48. 1 ball left of the over. Might be the final ball of the session. Harris is wandering away towards square leg with his back resting on his shoulder, and the time on the scoreboard clicked round to 1 o'clock. So Bashir in on balls to Harris, gently onto the front foot and defends. And there is no run. Harris has made up his mind. He wants lunch. He's on his way back towards the dressing rooms alongside Josh Bohannon. And those two have very nicely steadied the ship for Lancashire. 11 for 2 after a very good first half an hour or so for Derbyshire with the new ball. For Abbas and for Aitchison, he really did set a very, very good bar. But then Bohannon and Harris have recovered nicely since then. A tale of two halves, that session, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, good session. And both sides will probably be reasonably pleased, if that can possibly be the case.
76-run partnership between Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris. So they're heading off for some lunch. Harris leading the way. He's on 32 and Bohannon just behind him there, unbeaten on 48. We have got to the lunch break here at Emirates Old Trafford across the BBC Sport website and app and on Lancs TV. And we'll catch you in around about 40 minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Well, warm welcome back to our coverage here on Lex TV, the BBC Sport website and app, on the afternoon session of this opening day of Lancashire's first game of the season here at Emirates Old Trafford. Match number 2 for both these two sides. And the opening games last week both drawn for Derbyshire against Worcestershire, Lancashire against Northamptonshire. And the morning session of this first day got a split right down the middle. The first half an hour, 40 minutes or so, belonging to Derbyshire, maybe even longer than that, but certainly with the 2 wickets early on. Lancashire 11 for 2, with Mohammed Abbas bowling beautifully from this Brian Statham end, which is where he'll continue. But then Lancashire have rebuilt through Bohannon and through Harris as well. It will be Abbas to send down the first over after lunch. It's a beauty first up to Josh Bohannon, who's on 47 not out, and it's 88 for 2. So yeah, 11 for 2, and Lancashire under some early morning trouble, but these two have rebuilt nicely. There has been a chance put down, Josh Bohannon on 29, but just the one chance put down.
I understand so.
88 for 2. 3 slips are in place. We've got a little bit of sunshine to start the afternoon session. Abbas is in and bowling forward again goes Bohannon. Solid front foot defensive push to mid off. And there's no run, but a quite enjoyable morning session, though, I think.
Absolutely, and just for anybody out there who's keeping count, Josh Bohannon is now down to 47 from 48, which he was when he left the field, and that's because they found the leg by.
It's always good to find the leg by.
Yeah, hunted high and low for it, but
behind the back of the sofa.
During lunch, they found it. They've gone through every single delivery this morning.
Here's Abbas in and bowls to Bohannon. Takes his first run of the afternoon session. Gets himself back onto 48. That's worked out towards mid-on for a quick single. So 89 for 2. Abbas has been terrific.
Yeah.
Really has set the bar in that morning session. Backed up by Ben Aitchison, who bowled nicely as well. We've seen 1 over from Derbyshire before lunch, just the 1 over of spin. So whether he continues, or whether they go back to pace, maybe Aitchison, who bowled from the Anderson end in that morning session. 2 slips in the gully. It's Harris who's on strike, and that's dabbed out towards the leg side for another single for Harris. He moves on to 33. 90 for 2 now, Lancashire.
You always look for clues, don't you? And at the moment, it could be one of 3 people you'd have thought: Ben Aitchison, Zach Chappell or Shoaib Bashir. 2 of them have got their hands thrust deep into their pockets, and Zach Chappell's just gone from long leg to long leg, and he's not going through his bowling action either, so no clues at this stage.
No indication yet. Maybe Harry Kane's not quite made his mind up yet. 2 balls left of the over. Abbas to Bohannon. That's a thickish edge down to third man. And it's 4, which brings him 50. The first half century of the summer here on home soil for Josh Bohannon, backing up his 90 last week at Northamptonshire. Gets himself a nice little half century. 52 from 93 deliveries, and that was his 8th 4. So he's started the season quite nicely. He wants to turn around a bit though. It's a thick edge of the bat, almost looking to try and work it to the leg side, and the ball deflects down to third man. Final ball of the over. Again, it's in the air and there's risk involved in the shot, but it's 4 more for Josh Bohannon. And a slightly muted response from the batter, almost a little sheepish, I guess. Abbas is still stood there with his hands on his hips, but he gets 4, but the shot had risk involved in it, and it had a nervous glance over his shoulder. In the end, he'll be pleased to see it reach the rope safely. 98 for 2 now at the end of the first over after the lunch break. And who will it be from the Jimmy Anderson end?
Zach Chappell. So Ben Aitchison had a couple of spells this morning. He's going to stand at slip just with his hands in his pockets, understandably. And Shoaib Bashir is at cover. which is interesting. But that's largely because there's only one man a long way from the bat. That's Mohamed Abbas down at long leg. Zach Chappell then bowling to Harris, who gets one over pitched and wide and drives it for 4 to the cover boundary. That's beautiful. And it always looks better when a left-hander does it. Apart from Dan Latigan last week for Worcestershire, who's just basically a stubborn left-hander, a good player, but he never really looked stylish. The 100 comes up for Lancashire in 187 deliveries.
Good placement that, wasn't it, from Harris?
Really nicely done. So both batters with boundaries since lunch. That one more convincing than Bohannon's 2. As Chappell is in and it's cut away, and they have got a man out there now on the backward point boundary. Matthew Montgomery hiding behind the antennae, which is necessary for the cameraman to know which way to point the cameras. I think they know largely in which approximate direction, but they're in communication with the director.
Looks like you could land aircraft at Manchester Airport with that.
We do hope it doesn't interfere with Artemis on its way back later on today. 7 minutes past 9, apparently. As Chappell is in, that's left alone by Bohannon to go through to Brooke Guest. Had a guest on Radio Derby, and I noticed they were using clips in the news. He was a man saying, yeah, well, there's an element of risk. And there have been some concern about the heat shield. I think they'll be all right.
It's reassuring, isn't it?
Well, fingers crossed that they're okay. Some wonderful photographs. And there are many more, apparently, that they've taken but didn't send back. So we'll hopefully see some of those in due course. Chappell's in again, and this one is driven and half stopped by Shoaib Bashir. Did that go in on the full? I'm not sure that it did. There's no really hands on heads looking at him.
He's crunched it away, hasn't he?
Yeah, which hand does he hurt? Well, he's wringing out his right hand. That's not a good thing, but he's going to stay out there. There's no permanent damage, no damage done. Bohannon picks up a single and moves on to 57. He did hit it hard, though.
He did.
And really good piece of fielding. He is more than capable of a really good piece of fielding, is Shoaib Bashir. He's also capable of a not so good piece of fielding on occasion, but there is Chappell bowls, and this one is driven off an edge down towards wide third man really for 4 runs. Now Harris joins in with edging the ball into that particular area. This time off Chappell. He moves to 42. Homing in on a century stand for the 3rd wicket, just 3 runs short of that. And Zach Chappell gets a little bit of encouragement. That should do the trick. As a one-time bowler many years ago, the last thing he wanted was people saying, "Oh, that's unlucky, that." Yeah, I know it is. He's hit again now. 2 slips and a gully bowls. That one is, well, that's not unlucky. That's a beautiful shot. And this time he's only going to get 1 run for it because Montgomery runs around the boundary on the cover. Throws it in. Harris moves on to 43 and keeps the strike because it was the last ball of the over. And that was an over that cost 11. A very expensive over from Zach Chappell, who now has 0 for 23, I think, off 7.
Ball was used this morning for Derbyshire. Abbas is about to start his 9th. Aitchison's bowled 8. Chappell's just completed his 7th. Anish Dahl with 6. Martin Anderson with 2. Bashir with 1 just before the lunch break. Here is Abbas from the Statham end over the wicket and bowling to Harris. That's angled across the left-hander and left. Foolish delivery, but wide of off stump and ignored by Marcus Harris, who comes into this game on the back of that Sheffield Shield final, playing for Victoria. Scores of 40 and 35 in either innings in that final against South Australia.
South Australia win it?
They did.
I can't remember. I did see it.
driven away by Harris off a thickish inside edge to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yes, they won by 56 runs in the Shield final. Nathan McSweeney, who played against Lancashire last week, scoring 52 for South Australia in that final.
Much fewer runs this season in the Sheffield Shield than in previous seasons.
Abbas bowling to Harris, just clipped off his hip. Will be scooped up on the backward square leg boundary. Harris comes back for a couple, and with that, Lancashire move to 111 for 2, and Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris punching gloves with a century partnership. Very, very nicely done. Tricky this morning, Lancashire. Early morning wobble at 11 for 2, but Harris and Bohannon have been terrific here. As Abbas comes around the wicket, it's off the back foot this time by Harris, punched to mid-off, and that's a good single, that. Little back foot punch to Harry came, and he wanted one straight away. And takes a single, moves him on to 46, Lancashire now to 112 for 2.
Yeah, they batted well, these two. They'll have enjoyed the chili con carne at lunchtime, I'm sure.
Was it spicy enough for you, Fletch?
Well, it could have been spicy, but it was perfectly, yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, I like it spicy.
Solid start to the season,
Yeah,
isn't it?
no
Chili
question.
con carne.
No question.
It always gets at least one appearance every home game.
Also means that we've still got chips to look forward to.
Oh, chips will be on the agenda at some
Yeah.
point. Abbas to Bohannon. Whipped off his pads down towards backward square leg. Comes back for 2. Moves to 59, 114 for 2. You can often judge the state of Lancashire's quality of their session by the state of the chips. Unless it was just a coincidence. A spicy curly fry often meant Lancashire enjoyed a good morning. A plain straight chip, no, not so good morning.
Oh, I prefer a plain straight chip, if I'm honest.
Well, these things maybe just were just a coincidence, but there was an uncanny relation to them. As Bohannon off the back foot tries to guide it down to third man for no run. End of the over, 114 for 2. I may have been reading too much into it.
Possibly, yeah.
But I'm convinced there was a relation between the strength of Lancashire's performance and then the chips that were served up at lunch. 114 for 2 at the end of the over.
12 minutes we've been going for, and already the batters need a drink. I don't think they do. It was almost an incident on the final day at Derby.
Oh dear.
Because it's always burgers on the last day.
Is it?
No burgers.
Oh. Is that
just some?
Didn't go down well, that?
Nope.
No.
Not particularly. No. The chicken that we had instead was a bit dry.
Was it a chicken burger?
No.
Just
a chicken breast.
Would it have helped had it been a chicken burger? Would that have cushioned the lack of burger?
That's only halfway to what it should have been. There's something going on with the toe of his bat here. Marcus Harris. Everything seems to have been sorted now. 12th man running out with 2 drinks. Josh Bohannon. People from Bolton don't need drinks after 12 minutes. The marks on the pitch, they're weird, aren't they? But anyway, just got a close-up on the stream. There's Chappell around the wicket to Harris. He almost chops on. Straight into the ground. Looks at the toe end of his bat again. He's not happy, 100% happy with that bat, you know. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't change it at some point. I'm sure he's brought more than one with him. He just chopped it into his toes, I think. Right into the ground. There's a slow motion replay. He chopped it right down into the ground and it bounced up in his elbow. And then rolled back in the vague direction of the stumps. It was never going to trouble the stumps. Aitchison and Jewell slips as this one's bowled on leg stump and turned around the corner towards Abbas. Harris picks up another single, moves on to 46 now. So I've had this on charge all lunchtime, and I don't think I've pushed the thing in far enough. It's annoying.
There's plenty of charges there, Fletch.
Well, one charger, but 4 wires. It's good that and that. No, that's still not working.
Try one of your other wires.
I'm going to. I think we'll go for this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can find it. If I can find the end of it.
Just don't unplug that.
No, that's not worked either.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, there we go. Wasn't plugged in properly. Chappell into ball to Bohannon, who drives straight down the ground. There's a chase on here for Harry Kane, but I think he's got enough of that to get it all the way for 4. He has. That's a really nice shot from Josh Bohannon. It went past a diving Zach Chappell just to the off side of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and all the way to the boundary in front of the pavilion. Really good shot from Bohannon, who now moves on to 63, 119 for 2, and it's been a really good start to the afternoon session for Lancashire, this. So I wish we've just got to be careful. And even the phone's charging now that I've plugged it in properly. There's Chappell. Over the wicket to Bohannon, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. I noticed we didn't have any kind of production meeting prior to coming on air. I'll have to go at 2.
Okay.
But always available. Apart from when I'm not here.
Apart from the times when you're otherwise.
Yes.
Otherwise
Yeah,
busy.
I think we take that as read, really.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable from you as well.
Thank you very much. Gets a lot quieter on a Sunday afternoon when there's nothing. Anderson walking in at gully as you can hear the grunt from Chappell as he delivers that one, turned to the leg side by Bohannon and fielded by Montgomery at mid-wicket. Alex Darley's all the way back on the rope at point. He's just in front of square, out in front of the second half of the hotel.
It's a big boundary away, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Playing towards the left of the square as we look from the Brian Statham, and not quite in the middle, so just edging towards the left of the square. So quite a big hit towards the point boundary.
Chappell is in. That one's down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch here, but Bohannon lifted the bat out of the way. It must have just flicked a pocket or something like that, perhaps a thigh pad on the way through. Chappell was interested for a moment and then entirely not interested when he saw Sue Redfern with her hands deeply thrust into her pockets. I said she's got them folded in front of her, but that went down the leg side. The only thing it could have hit, perhaps he hit his bat against his pad, because it was quite a long way from any part of his body. I think it would have needed a hot spot that works for that, and we don't have that in the county championship, thankfully. Only a matter of time. So they've all got phones on them instead of the GoPros, the umpires.
Here's Abbas from around the wicket bowling. Oh, Bohannon. For a second looked like he may have edged that back towards his stumps. Yeah, the umpires are wearing what looks like a mobile phone. I don't know if it must be something a little bit.
No.
It is just a mobile phone.
It's an adapted mobile phone. Yeah.
Right, okay.
I think they've had all the SIM cards and all means of communication apart from to whoever gathers the information removed.
Bass sets off again. 119 for 2. Harris again defending. And there's no run. So Harris on 47. Bohannon 63.
So Ryan Duckett at lunchtime, the Derbyshire chief executive, popped into the media centre to say hello. He's over on the far side of the ground with David Griffin at the moment.
Abbas passed umpire Chantry. Single here for Harris. Tucked away behind square on the leg side. He'll jog back for a couple. Moves on to 49. Score moves on to 121 for 2.
Those seats in front of the second part of the hotel are still red. It troubles me that.
I think they're kind of.
Are they the hotel's seats?
I think they're members' seats. I think.
Oh,
I think that's a
okay.
members' area. It's a slightly better quality of seat, I think.
It's got a cushion.
I think the cushion.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Abbas to Harris. It's defended off the thickish outside edge. It deflects down to Bitewood Point. There's no run. See, I think they're members. A little members section there, just in front of the second hotel. And there's a restaurant and a bar just behind there as well.
Very nice. And as I know, as I get older, a cushioned seat is very nice when you get a bit bonier. It's without the personal cushioning, it's nice to have a cushion. I'm not very good at sitting on benches anymore.
Abbas to Harris. Just spins him round, takes the edge of the bat. Plays it softly though, Harris. It's a good stop by Martin Anderson, who's at gully. He's been terrific, Abbas, he really has. Probing away, trying to find a breakthrough here for Derbyshire. 1 for 34. Abbas, he dismissed Harry Singh inside the first half an hour this morning. He's on the prowl for more wickets here. Final ball of the over. In on balls, and Harris just calmly defends, just taps it back down the pitch. And there's no run. Good stuff from Abbas. Bahan and Harris, as they meet halfway down the pitch, are continuing to build nicely here for Lancashire. They've already reached the century partnership, now worth 110 runs between Bahan and Harris. And even though we do have some sunshine there, there's still plenty of Lancashire supporters all wrapped up in big coats and woolly hats. But it's quite a nice bright start to the afternoon session. 121 for 2. Dave Fletcher will be back a little later on, and Callum Flynn is back alongside me.
It's been a good start for Lancashire since lunch. A couple of edges for 4, but so far so good for Lancashire. Chappell into Bohannon. He just allows that to run off the face of the bat. Gets a single to the deep point boundary. Takes him on to 64. Harris on 49. Just 1 run for his first half century of the season in his first innings back for Lancashire. Arrived this week. Oh, was it? Did he arrive this week, Scott, or was it last week?
I think it was earlier this week, I think.
Yeah.
I spoke to Stephen Croft last week at Northampton, on Monday actually.
Chappell round the wicket to Harris, who drives nicely. Arguably shot of the day. Driving through straight mid-on. Beats the fielder, and it's a beautiful shot for 4. And that brings up the Australians' first half century of the season for Lancashire. 53 off 91 deliveries, 7 fours. And he's played a real mature innings as Marcus Harris alongside Josh Bohannon. He'll look to double it up now. Excellent from Marcus Harris. Chappell back over the wicket, and again driven straight down the ground. Don't think he's going to be 4 this time. No, it's cut off. Gets a single. Runs just coming a little bit easier for Lancashire since lunch. Like Scott said, the sun is shining, blue skies, clouds dotted around, but no threat of any rain so far. Real nice day here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, back underway after lunch.
2 slips in a gully to Josh Bohannon. Chappell in, down the leg side. It's a nice take from Brooke Guest, ex-Lancashire keeper bat. Two slips, a gully, a deep point, deep square, fine leg. And then a cover, mid-off and a mid-on. Chappell. Short of a length to Josh Bohannon, the first real bouncer of the day. Bohannon ducks under that, allows it through to the keeper. Yeah, first real test of the middle of the surface here at Emirates Old Trafford from Chappell.
Still perplexed that Scott's head's bigger than mine. It's twice I've had to change the headphones.
Chappell in fuller of a length this time, and Bohannon gets behind it. End of another good over for Lancashire, 6 off it, 127 for 2. Bohannon 64 and Marcus Harris 54.
You'll discover, Callum, it doesn't take much to perplex me. Fixture release date for the new football season's been announced. How exciting is that? Of course, they don't tell me what it is in the actual, so you've got to press on that. Unbelievable. 25th of June.
Going to say we need to finish this one yet.
25th of June, the fixtures around at midday for League 1 Championship and League 2. Sorry, I should have read that in the order. It's there, really. Now a bit of pass from the Brian Statham end, bowls, and that's pushed to backward point by Marcus Harris, and there's no run. It was nice to get the fixtures. It would be nice to be looking at the League 1 fixtures from my perspective, if that was at all possible, so if anybody at Burton is listening. Or even the League 2 fixtures, if anybody at Tranmere cares anymore. I don't think they do. 1 point from the last 30. It's hardly the kind of form that fills you full of confidence. Here's a Bass around the wicket to Harris, who lets that one go wide of the off stump. I was talking to Gary Bowyer briefly on Tuesday, having missed the last 2 games that Burton have played, and said, I'm at Old Trafford this week, so I won't be coming to watch this. I said, but you know where we are. So he said, I might pop in on Sunday. That'd be nice to see Gary. He came last season. No Mickey Arthur, of course, for Derbyshire. His daughter is getting married in Perth. Unfortunately, that's not the one in Scotland. So he's currently in Australia as a Bass bowls wide of the off stump. It's left alone by Marcus Harris. So technically, Alex Hughes is in charge today, who's I think his official title is analyst. He's on the coaching staff. We've got Chris Wright, the bowling coach, and Ben Smith, the batting coach as well. So he's got plenty of advice if he needs it, Harry Kane, but no Mickey Arthur until the beginning of next week. And I'd be staggered if he wasn't watching and listening. So good luck to the Arthur family for the wedding, as this next delivery is guided and well stopped, guided towards the right-hand side of the man at Gully, which is Martin Anderson, who dives to his right and gets a paw on it. The fielding was completed by Caleb Jewell. And across comes Anuj Dal to congratulate Martin Anderson for the stop.
He's in very close there. He's done really well.
Yeah, he's a fine fielder, which is why perhaps that drop was a bit more of a surprise than it really ought to have been, because he got there, didn't he? He just couldn't hold on. He just sort of slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, it's one of them surprising ones as well, because the delivery was really full.
As in again, that's left alone by Harris to go through to the keeper.
And sometimes they fly a lot quicker, and it certainly did. Like you say, with him getting 2 hands on it, he was probably a little bit disappointed that he couldn't stick. Would have been a good time to get a wicket at that stage for Derbyshire. Lancashire would have been, well, minimum 3 down before lunch.
David McArdle's listening. Good to have you along, David. He's based in Scotland, in Stirling. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Abbas around the wicket. Harris turns it into the leg side. Abbas chases after it, but Lewis Rees will get there first. And we're going to see a change of bowling because Ben Aitchison removes his sweater, and David, a regular contributor, whose contribution I've now lost. Where did it come to? Oh no, Fletcher, you fool. There it is. in Stirling said we had the gritters out last night. A wedding in Western Australia is a much better choice.
Gritters out.
And as if to prove it, good to have you along, Mickey. I had no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that Mickey Arthur would be watching, and I shall now mind my P's and Q's. He will have seen the very good start and the good fight back by Bohannon and Harris, which it has been. They batted nicely. Shame that catch didn't stick, but there we go.
There'll be a change of bowling. Ben Aitchison back on, replacing Chappell. That one's just allowed through to Guest with the gloves. He's going to have 3 slips, a deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
9:10 in the evening in Perth. We're on prime time. Prime time in Perth. Wow.
Aitchison in. Josh Bohannon driving aggressively through the offside. He gets toe end of the bat. Doesn't beat Bashir in the covers.
So by my reckoning, the Zoom call at tea for the pep talks around about, what, 10:30, 11:15?
Big projector in the changing room. Aitchison in onto the pads of Bohannon, who misses out, goes into the onside, and Chappell does the fielding.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Communications around the world. You don't need to be anywhere anymore. You can just stay at
on
home.
your phone, yeah.
Stay at home on your phone, watch it, listen, anything. Remarkable.
Aitchison in again, targeting the stumps of Josh Bohannon, who that one hits his thigh guard, goes out into the offside for no run.
So did I hear you say you were from Lee?
Yeah, Live, yeah.
Oh, only Live.
Yeah, Live.
Okay.
I make sure everyone knows that.
Well, I was going to quiz you about the rugby league, but
Oh yeah, I'm a Salford fan instead, which
oh dear.
yeah, less said the better.
Well,
Bohannon leaves that one through to Guest for no run.
seems to be a bit of financial trouble all the way around, doesn't it, in rugby league at the moment? I saw the statement from the Crusaders yesterday. Their backers have pulled out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem great at the
Halifax
moment.
went to the wall and just about managed to cling on. Featherstone Rovers, what a name that is in rugby league, and they're not playing this season.
I think they're close to being bought out by the NRL from the sounds of it. Aitchison in, back of the length to Bohannon, who fails to beat the cover fielder. Looks disappointed in himself. 127 for 2, Lancashire. Bohannon 64, Harris 54.
My first real proper broadcasting was in rugby league in West Yorkshire for Radio Leeds, but I spent one season covering the team that I support from the local newspaper in York, the York Press, when they were terrible. When I covered them, they're really good now. Well, they're not really good, but they're in Super League,
Yeah,
which
York and Bradford back as well, which is good to see.
yeah, big crowd
Doing-
against Leeds on Good Friday.
I think
wasn't
they've had a couple of losses recently, but they've started really well.
Mohammed Abbas then from the Brian Statham end around the wicket, bowls to Harris, who drives backward a square on the offside. Anish Dal will get there because he's very, very quick, and they come back for a second. Harris moves on to 56, 129 for 2. The trouble is that I watch a lot of the NRL, and it's like a different game. I mean, it's just proper.
Yeah, the pace and the strength.
I think there's games going on in Perth this weekend. Actually, they're taking 2 games to Perth because there's a new team in Perth coming into the competition next season, as well as the old Sydney Bears, I think. There's a Bass bowls, that's left alone by Harris.
I think next year they have is it the Papua New Guinea side that are entering the
They
NRL.
could be coming in as well. Yeah, they're playing in the sort of second tier at the moment, aren't they?
Right.
Like they're mad in for rugby league in Papua New Guinea.
Anyone does well in Super League just gets poached, though, don't they? There's
The
a
only-
few coaches already going over there at the end of this season.
Yeah. You'd rather be there than here. Papua New Guinea, the only country in the world where rugby league is the national sport.
Good question.
Dave Hadfield as a Bass bowls. That's driven out towards the cover boundary. I think that's going to get all the way. It is. Even Anajdal can't get that one. And Marcus Harris gets another boundary. He's 8th. He moves on to 61, 33 for 2. I think it's called 13 Winters X111 by Dave Hadfield. He used to be the rugby league correspondent of The Independent about his travels to various parts of the world, and the chapter on Papua New Guinea. Another Boltonian, Dave Hadfield. Absolutely astounding. They walked many miles to go and watch games of rugby league. There's a Bass bowls a bouncer. I don't think I've seen him bowl a bouncer. And that's one for the over, says Jack Chantry. That's the first bouncer I've seen Mohammed Abbas bowl since he arrived in Derby.
Chances are they had enough of watching him bowl them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not someone who you often see testing out the middle of the pitch. Maybe just a little bit of frustration. He has been unlucky in these last few overs, Abbas.
And he's in again now. That goes past the edge of Harris's bat as if to prove Callum's point. That was a beautiful delivery following the short one, but didn't take the edge. And he remains. It's an interesting configuration of slips now. It's a wideish first slip, then the big gap. We all know where the ball's going to go, don't we?
I think it's a good move, though. Marcus Harris has got a few from the outside part of the bat through that sort of backward point region, just to the left of the gully. So I think that's a good move from Derbyshire.
As Abbas is in, that one's defended. That was bang on target from Abbas. And the over comes to an end. 6 runs off it, which is not Mohammed Abbas-like. In all honesty, he's now bowled 12 overs, 1 for 40. As he goes off to think about things down at long leg. Of course, we do have other people listening. I know, Joe. I know you're listening. You're always listening, Joe. I'm watching. I'll say no more than that because I don't want to give him away. But he's a regular contributor as well.
Anderson to continue from the Sir James Anderson end. Full of a length and dragging Bohannon forward onto the front foot. Plays into the offside for no run.
I've done enough admiring Josh Bohannon now. I'm ready for him. I've seen enough of him.
He's a Bolton lad as well.
He's such a good cricketer. So irritating.
He started well this season, just falling short of 3 figures last week. Aitchison finding the 5 pad of Josh Bohannon again.
Yeah, I was here early, unsurprisingly perhaps. One day of last season's game, which was in May when it was much warmer. In fact, it was so warm last May. We were just talking about it downstairs. We were going into the kitchen for ice. And now it's quite the opposite.
Aitchison in, and Bohannon plays that late. And it actually comes off his bat onto his boot and rolls back towards the slip region.
And Josh Bohannon arrived. I think he must have had JB on his tracksuit or something and stopped for a chat. Thoroughly nice young man.
He's a fantastic cricketer as well. As Bohannon plays that one into the covers.
But I have seen enough of him now. And he was dropped tough chance, Martin Anderson at Gully on 29, and so far it's proved to be reasonably costly.
Yeah, it certainly was a tricky chance. Bohannon slashes widely. Delivery just back of a length outside off stump. Tries to slash that one through the covers.
Entirely sure what he had in his mind there. Or 4 runs, presumably, but it was a wild shot.
Came from nowhere. Just a deep square has gone out now to Bohannon. Final ball of the over. Aitchison. Nice line and length. Bohannon just plays it back towards the Derbyshire bowler. And that's a maiden. 133 for 2 Lancashire.
I'm not saying that they are feeling sorry for themselves, but if they are, as we see a change of bowling and Anish Dal removes his sweater, if anybody feeling sorry for themselves from a cricketing perspective today, Durham 204 without loss with the 39th over against Gloucestershire at Bristol. They've either spiced up the pitches at Bristol, or the loss of their entire bowling attack has to various parts of the country is weighing heavy on them, but that is an absolute shellacking. And Alex Lees wasn't far away from 3 figures at lunchtime. He's on, oh no he was, he's on 68. Ben McKinney, wow, Ben McKinney is 121 not out off 117 balls with 22 4s and 2 6s. This is a first class match. The youngster, born in County Durham, of course he was. So Martin will understand what he's saying. Anish Dal from the Brian Statham end bowls a very full delivery that turns into a full toss as Harris comes forward and cracks it out into the covers. Montgomery does the fielding.
Looks a promising prospect, doesn't he, Ben McKinney? No, fans aren't doing too bad either. 176 for none.
And then there's Worcestershire. Here comes Hannah's 109 for 7. Anish Dal bowls. That one is driven nicely stopped as well. Half stopped initially by Derbyshire skipper Harry Kane, but keeps them down to a single. 111 for 7 now. Worcestershire 134 for 2 here at Lancashire. Northant's the only one of the sides in the second division who saw the pitch at Canterbury and thought, yeah, we'll have a bat on that. 176 for none. Gloucestershire put Durham in, for goodness sake. It's a bit of a clash of cultures in the commentary box as well. I would have thought that would be well worth a listen to if you ever decide, if you ever tire of hearing me. That one is driven gloriously by Josh Bohannon for 4 runs. A little bit on the up, but perfectly safe, and away it races to the boundary. Bohannon now has 11 4s in his 68, 138 for 2.
Yeah, Josh Bohannon at his best. Good stride, breaking his wrist through the ball. Beats mid-off and the extra cover fielder. And he picks up 4, takes himself on to 68. Lancashire started really well since the lunch break.
Joe's been back on. This is brilliant. He dropped McKinney from his fantasy team. It just shows you, I mean, fantasy sport of any kind is an abomination on society and should be banned. I'd ban that before I banned teenagers from looking at social media. I just don't understand it. If you can't enjoy sport for what it is, you shouldn't be watching it. Here's Dal in a bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Caleb Jewell, who's fielding there now. They're down to 1 slip and a gully for Anish Dal. He's not advancing on Dal Bohannon, so we haven't seen Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps. I remember the Daily Telegraph brought it in when I was still at school, so that is a long time ago. They brought this fantasy cricket league in, but you had to pay, as this one is driven slightly edgishly from the edge out towards Lewis Rees. An extra cover. And there was no internet, Claire. I didn't see a computer till I went to university. And you had to fill something in, then you sent it off, then they sent you a pack, and then you sent something. Oh, it's absolute chaos.
Do you have to start it in February?
Yeah. Well, in fairness, they used to deliver the post every day that back then, unlike now. That one's pushed into the offside of Caleb. Jewell does the fielding to complete the over at 138 for 2 Bohannon on 68 and Harris on 61. Sometimes, in fact, there was a bloke on the radio the other day. I found this hilarious, really, given the state of the postal service, but you know what I mean. £1.80 for a first-class stamp. And he said that when the postal service first came in, and it was penny black, you used to be able to send a letter in the morning, it would arrive before lunchtime, and then you could get a reply before the end of the day, because they had something like 6 deliveries. Now I'm certain nobody gets a delivery on a Saturday where I live. I certainly haven't had any post on a Saturday for months. Not that I get much post anymore, but yeah. Can you imagine that? Writing a letter and getting a reply by the end of the day. That's outstanding. I'm not suggesting if you're
just
up to
text now to do that.
Well, yes. It lacks that personal touch, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It just lacks that personal. When you're writing a love letter, you could get a reply by the end of the day. Put you out of your misery. Just the words, no. Will you stop bothering me?
Aitchison to continue. And that one's found the leading edge of Marcus Harris. It's stopped well in the cordon. Again, stopped a 4. Marcus Harris just getting some mending done to what clearly is his favourite bat. I think his 12ers have been out a couple of times, haven't they? With maybe some tape or... As that one's onto the pads of Harris, who turns it away to Abbas at fine leg for a single. Yeah, Abbas with his favourite batter, they just never want to let it go. That's what it seems like with Marcus Harris.
Goose is in the building, one of our travelling companions to most away games. He's very familiar with Old Trafford. He parks his car here when he goes to see his team. He's from Chesterfield, of course, but he's a Manchester United fan.
It's an into Bohannon, who thinks about playing and leaves, but doesn't quite pull the bat out in time. It's the face and goes down towards the slip cordon.
Just on the fringes of being far away from enough from Old Trafford to support the team, I think. Yeah. Just. I won't be giving out the email address again, just in case.
It's into Bohannon, who tries to drive that one through the covers. He's a little bit early on it. Ends up going back towards the bowler. Until these two are just starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on this Emirates Old Trafford surface. A little bit of movement this morning before lunch, but Aitchison in, back of a length. Bohannon just playing from the crease back towards the Derbyshire man.
Still people sitting in the shade underneath the point. I think I'll be in the sun by now.
Yeah, it's a nice healthy scattering of people though in. There's a few on the balconies of the hotels. Bohannon drives nicely through the covers, but it's stopped. Right, Anuj Dal. It's one of them where this early in the season you just give your hands a bit of a shake, bit of a rub. Now he's going to have to come on and continue bowling. 139 for 2, Lancashire.
Sorry, Callum, just when I said that Broadcast hasn't stood up for Anos Dahl, a helmet was brought out to him. I don't think he's going to stand up immediately when Marcus Harris is batting. Perhaps they spotted something in Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, you're surprised they've not done it sooner, just to try and trap one of the Lancashire pair into the crease. You often see that, and then a batter's footwork isn't quite as committed. Sometimes you can bring the LBW into play.
Harry Kame and Lewis Rees talking to Anos Dahl there about the potential field placings, and Caleb Jewell, his backward point really there, is it? There's a slip and a gully, and now a backward point who's getting towards being halfway back. Now he walks in as Dahl is into bowl, and that one is driven out into the offside. Chase around the boundary here for Bashir, who gets there, and they come back for a second good running. As Harris moves to 64, 141 for 2. The partnership now worth 130.
Plays with quite an open face through that.
Yeah,
offside does Harris. He kind of pushes it like a cover, square cover.
Dahl bowls to him, and that one is pushed up towards extra cover. And Matthew Montgomery does the fielding. So what it made it known to us that Matthew is his preferred. I don't know what the word is now. He prefers to be called Matthew rather than Matt or Monty. I'm not really going to call him Monty on a commentary, so unless we get Spike Milligan on with us. This one is turned into the leg side nicely by Harris beyond Lewis Rees, who chases it towards the rope, gets there now, keeps them down to a couple. Harris moves on to 64, and Lancashire 143 for 2. This is a long way from 11 for 2.
Yeah, the wicket's just showing signs of flattening out a little bit, not as much movement. Lancashire batters find it a little bit easier to score runs and find the gaps. Derbyshire, since the lunch break, have just struggled to keep it tight.
Still keeping it down to 3.3 runs and over, so it's not getting away as Dahl bowls full-ish delivery, driven into the offside by Harris. And Montgomery goes down on one knee to do the fielding. 2 balls left of Dahl's 8th over. Just 53 overs left today. 21 away from tea, which will be close to 4 o'clock, you would have thought, as Dahl is in. That one is turned into the leg side. They're going through for a quick single. It's a Bass to do the fielding, and they get through for the quick single and turn into a comfortable single. The over rate is level, despite the fact we won't finish till 6:30, and there've only been 2 wickets. Never understood it. I have a copy of regulations somewhere about my. I don't have them immediately to hand, but I wanted to. Interested to see them because the substitution rule, which I can't say I'm happy about, but
we were chatting about that earlier on.
Dahl is in. That one is driven handsomely for 4. Banging on the windows below us in the Lancashire changing room. 12th man comes out. He's dropped something there. No, it's a bit more tape, is it, for Harris's bat? I think it is, you know. 148 for 2, 72 to Bohannon. That was glorious. 12-4, 67 to Harris.
Oh, that's a good shot, isn't it?
And there it goes over the car park.
Yet again, bouncing around the concrete. There's some more running repairs here, isn't it, for Marcus?
Can you cut it there, please? Thank you very much. I'll throw that bit away. Can you cut it there, please? Just cutting it and throwing it away at the moment. What's going on? Come on.
Precise job, isn't it?
He's got the scissors upside down.
Doesn't help.
I don't think it does. He's got a little bit out of the edge of his bat by the look of it. And it's almost, he is putting a sticky plaster on an injured bat. That's remarkable. He's happy with that. There we go. All sorted. Yeah, do you like the substitute rule?
I was chatting to Callum about it before, yeah. I don't know.
I don't.
I don't know if I do or not.
I think it favours the home side because they'll have every player available. And you don't have to name any subs, you just have to say, like for like.
Yeah.
If Lancashire at Hove, it would favour Sussex, wouldn't it?
There is Ben Aitchison in and bowling. A late cut attempted by Harris, who picks out one of the two gully fielders, Martin Anderson, and there's no run. Would you be in favour of it if it was exceptional circumstances, like illness and that type of thing?
I actually thought the personal circumstances one was good. I mean, last season, I think it was last season, forgive me if it wasn't, Zach Chappell's dad was unwell, so he had to leave early. I understand that. Blair Tickner's wife as well.
Harris drives off the inner half of his poorly bat up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Who he discovered on the morning of the match, possibly after the game had already started, and he'd been named in the side. That she went to the doctor not feeling well, and she had leukemia.
Goodness.
And he played the rest of the game. His head wasn't quite in the game, you could tell.
Well, that's not right, is it? That?
No.
Yeah. So
but they couldn't replace him, so he held his hands up. Opening bowler, no overseas player, I'll play. I think it's good in that.
Okay. Oh, it's a nice ball by Aitchison beating Harris. But you mean just general in-game injuries?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, like Johnny Bairstow got a bang on the finger, didn't he, in the game down at Cardiff last week, and can't play for the next 8 days, so he has to miss this round of matches. I understand that. But if a Derbyshire player, and any player in these circumstances, because Derbyshire don't play next week, don't matter, 8 days off doesn't matter because they haven't got a game next week. I just don't. I don't really understand. It's a bit half-hearted. It's been thought out.
Well, that's edged down to third man. There's been a few of those in this partnership. 4 more for Harris. Ben Aitchison turns and looks towards the skies in a wee bit of frustration. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire, 152 for 2. There's a nervous glance over his shoulder by Harris, but he's seeing the ball disappear between first slip and those two catching gullies there. Down to the third man boundary for 4.
29 runs down to that area so far in the innings.
Harris on to 71. Down the leg side and a good tumbling stop from Brooke Guest away to his right.
Not all off the edge, but a few. Derbyshire fan Gary over there, away to our right in a Derbyshire top, in his shorts.
Nice.
And his wife.
Good effort, that. There were 2 supporters last week at Wanties Road wearing shorts.
Really?
It was absolutely bolting. Aitchison to Harris. Bohannon calls him through. I think for a leg by. Yep. Just off the thigh pad and just dropping into the leg side, and Bohannon was the architect of that. Leg by added to the total. Lancashire to 153 for 2, and that is the end of the over as well.
Caleb Jewell was among the players who did laps during the student game at Derby when he walked past myself and David Griffin. Asked him where his shorts were. He said, I haven't got a pair. I don't own a pair of shorts. He's from Tasmania, so why would he? But I think he's wise. The shorts will be out soon enough, won't they? They'll be out soon enough. Hopefully.
Come July.
Well, when we're indoors. And that conversation between Harry Kane, Lewis Rees and Anuj Dal, Nyron Donald is on the field again in place of, it's not Lewis Rees this time. Aitchison at first slip, Zach Chappell down at long leg. Oh, I'm not very good at this. In goes Dal and bowls. It's on the stumps, and rather uncertainly Harris plays it into the ground. He's on 71 and Bohannon on 72. Mohamed Abbas is not out there at the moment. don't think. Unless he's a backward point, which would be bizarre. That's Caleb Jewell at backward point. So yeah, Mohamed Abbas off the field at the moment. Nothing to worry about, I'm certain. There's Dal. He's in around the wicket and bowls on leg stump, really. It's turned into the leg side by Harris and fielded there by Donald. Named the Derbyshire T20 skipper before the start of the season, and Aaron Donald, the undoubted star of last year's competition. Strike rate well in excess of 200, more sixes than anybody else, more 50s than anybody else. Dal bowls, that's driven by Harris up towards Harry Kane at a wide mid-off. And he assures me that being the captain will not affect his form when he spoke to us on the season preview. He's a good man. Hopefully see his parents over the course of the summer as well. As Dal around the wicket bowls, and that's turned to him. It's Donald mid-wicket. There's no run. Lewis Rees, his partner and recent addition to the family, are in the ground today, I'm told. Oh, well, I was told by Lewis, so I assume it's true. Scored his century and celebrated wildly. I said that looked like it meant a lot. They discovered their little one's got a hole in his heart, as this one is on leg stump and sort of pushed away by a pad, I think, down towards fine leg. Jack Chantry waits and raises a leg by indeed. 153 for 2 or 4. 154 for 2. It'll have to come off. That's this one on the scoreboard. That was definitely a leg by. So we could have a difference of opinion again here, couldn't we? 72, 71. But that was definitely a leg by. They'll sort it out. It's Gary's fault. I think he virtually admitted as much at lunchtime when I asked him. Here is Dal once more in bowls, defended by Bohannon, straight back to the bowler, just the one leg by off. That's what made an over for Arno's Dal, even though it still says it was a run. 9 overs for 28 for Arno's Dal, and Lancashire 154 for 2 with Bohannon on 72, and Harris, I think he's on 71.
Definitely a leg by, wasn't it?
The signal
was
the giveaway.
It was, wasn't it? The clue was in there, wasn't it?
I think so.
It's not a bad fixture, I guess, is it, for Derbyshire supporters? Fletcher trip up.
No, absolutely.
Commutable distance, I guess, isn't it?
Yes.
If you didn't want to stay over.
Bit of spin again. Yeah, you know, what is it from? It's about an hour and a half on a good run. You can come over the tops as well if you want to make it. It's only about, I would say, 60 miles from Derby city centre to here, over the tops. And yet on Wednesday when I went to Derby, it took me 2 and 3/4 hours to get there.
Not ideal, is it?
No.
Here's Bashir for the first time since the morning session. Harris off the back foot cuts away. Partially stopped at backward point. Harris just got a single. Moves to 72, 155 for 2. And these two sides meeting at Chesterfield again a little bit later in the season, which is quite nice.
Yes, looking forward to 4 days of unbroken sunshine.
Yes.
A couple of nights in the pub.
Lovely.
You're on your own for days, nights 2 and 3, but 3 and 4.
It was good weather last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
beautiful.
Great.
Bashir balls to Bohannon. Works out of ways with the offside for a single. 156 for 2.
Yeah, Mr. Green took his top off right next to us and shamed everybody. Great fun. He's a good lad, isn't he? Very good fun.
Yes, he'll be back for another season. T20 gets underway. Carved away through the offside by Marcus Harris for a single. Moves to 73, 157 for 2. forgot that Chris Green played in that fixture, didn't he, for Lancashire? Always a bonus when they can get the odd county championship game out of Chris Green. Bohannon's chopped that back on. And Bashir celebrates. And a much needed breakthrough for Derbyshire. Josh Bohannon off the back foot. In the end, he's bottom aced that back onto his stumps. He's gone for a very good 73. Look of frustration on his face that he couldn't go on from that, but a much needed breakthrough for those Derbyshire boys. The end of a very good partnership between Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris, worth 144 runs, but Bohannon's gone for 73, 157 for 3.
That's his third wicket of the season. He very much said himself he has England ambitions. Let's have another look at that. We're watching it from behind the batter, but it just came back at him a touch, didn't it? Turn and bounce. Turn and bounce. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. And that might give him a prolonged spell. Interestingly, or at least I thought it was, when the players all gathered round, it was Lewis Rees giving the pep talk there. Plenty of chat, plenty of pointing, not picking anybody out, but just saying, come on. 157 for 3 looks a lot better than it did. 146 for the third wicket.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Bohannon and from Harris. Much as I'm sure Josh Bohannon will feel disappointed that he's got himself in and couldn't go on to get a bigger score. The replay from behind Bashir was quite interesting. It did come back in, but I wonder whether it was just a little bit of extra bounce that's done there for Bohannon. Spun back into him, but
there can't be many taller spinners in world cricket, can there? I mean, he towers over me. He's in. When you look at all his details up, it says 6'3". Well, that's clearly nonsense. I would say 6'6", 6'7". He said he would have to use the bounce of any pitches if he gets it in the early part of the season. It's not usually good for spinners, April.
He's into the new batter. Michael Jones is on the front foot in defence. Well, he should get some assistance from these pitches here at Old Trafford. Yes. Certainly some bounce.
Well, Chris Wright, when I was speaking to Chris after the game when it finished on Monday, he said that there's quite often a bit of turn, a bit of bounce here.
And balls to Jones. It's defended. End of the over. Good stuff from Bashir. He's picked up an important wicket there, breaking up a very good partnership. 146 runs added by Josh Bohannon and Marcus Harris, but 157 for 3. Two new batters there. Harris alongside Michael Jones. Jones got runs last week at Wanties Road. Harris is in the runs so far here today.
See, I just enjoy it when Bashir does something in a match, because you've had this in your entirety of your time covering Lancashire, but I'd say the England Test spinner. Because
it sounds nice to say.
I've never seen that in 10 years. We've never had that in 10 years at Derbyshire. Until otherwise stated, as Dal bowls to Harris, who looks at his bat as he plays that one. He might need a bit more plaster. That came off the inside edge up towards Lewis Rees.
There's been a bit of that, hasn't there, today? A bit of balls coming off the inside edge, thick outside edges. There's been a bit of bounce that's perhaps taken the old batter by surprise. He's done enough, hasn't it, I think?
Well, we played on a hybrid last week.
Right.
Everything is great. Dal bowls and Harris defends. And at the end of day 4, when they shook hands and went off, there wasn't a mark on it.
Yeah.
There wasn't much of a mark on this one. I know Dal had the sawdust down earlier, but that was removed by the ground staff at lunchtime when they do their usual tidy up. So all that sawdust is now gone, and the sun has been out for most of the day, from about 11:30, 11:45 onwards. Dal around the wicket. Harris drives, but doesn't time this one as he might. And Rees does the fielding at mid-on. Youngster with a tennis ball is desperate for a game of cricket over there with somebody. He's being steadfastly ignored by just about everybody. He's tossing the ball to himself at the moment. Somebody go and play cricket down there with that young lad. just wants a bowl. Dal bowls, full delivery, whipped away out towards deep backward square leg for 4 by Harris. Nothing wrong with the timing there. It was a very full delivery on leg stump and whipped away. Harris moves on to 77 with his 10th boundary. 161 for 3 now. Did you get out and about in Northampton at all?
Didn't stay in Northampton.
Oh, did you not?
No.
Controversial?
Well,
if you don't mind me saying. Dal bowls. This one punched away off the back foot. This time out to the cover boundary for 4 more by Harris. 8 runs from the last 2 deliveries, back-to-back boundaries. Harris, 160. Well, he isn't, but 81 to Harris, 165 for 3.
That's a good shot, wasn't it?
It was. Just a punch, wasn't it? No real follow-through or anything, but my word, he hit it hard. All the way along the floor.
So I stayed in Northamptonshire, just not in Northampton.
Okay. A secret location.
No, I'll tell you in a minute.
Dal bowls. This one's been cracked away for 4 more. Backward and square on the offside this time. Down on one knee, Marcus Harris. And Anders Dal kicks away at the crease as he goes to collect his sweater from umpire Jack Shantry. After 3 dots to start the over, 12 off the last 3 balls. Harris is on to 85 now in Lancashire. 169 for 3.
He's picked up from where he left off last season for Lancashire, Marcus Harris. Some full-blooded shots in that, wasn't there? 85. He's only got a century on his debut. The first game of last season, Marcus Harris, his debut for Lancashire was at Middlesex at Lord's last season. Got a century on debut.
We'll have seen him in May then, I assume. I don't remember seeing him in May, but did we see him in May? Because he certainly wasn't at Chesterfield, because it was Ashton Turner who scored a lot of runs in the second innings, wasn't it?
He returned home for a pre-planned return back home. I think his wife was giving birth.
Yeah.
Bashir into Jones, nudged away off his hip, behind square for a single. Gets off the mark with that, 170 for 3. He passed 1,000 runs last season. He played in 10 of the 14 games for Lancashire. But he was streets ahead of everybody else after the first kind of 7 or 8 games of the season. When Lancashire had all their struggles at the start of last season, the first half of last season. He was piling the runs on. Wide from Bashir and left by Harris. I think he got to about 800 runs by the end of May or something like that. It was, and the team hadn't won a game. But he was in fine fettle. Down the pitch he comes and hits it back over mid-on's head. It's gone all the way over the rope. It has. He's gone for 6. That takes Harris into the 90s. A little shuffle down the pitch and hammers it up and over Lewis Rees at mid-on. Over the rope, but long on for 6 for Harris. 91 not out.
Pretty content there. That was a good shot, wasn't it? Got to the pitch of it and dispatched it.
176 for 3. Harris is crunching through the gears in the last 2 or 3 overs here, especially. Bashir balls. Goes back looking to cut. There's a yelp from Bashir, but again, maybe a little bit of bounce there for the Derbyshire spinner. Take a look at this from the side on. In and out of the gloves of Brooke Guest. Bashir balls again. Harris off the front foot and defends.
Yeah, good response from Bashir. David's been back on. Which, out of Bashir and Hartley, which style do you think this pitch will support best? He sent that before the 6 was hit.
176 for 3. Bashir in balls to Harris. Defends into the offside. No run. End of the over. An over which has seen that big meaty blow for 6 off the bat of Marcus Harris. He's 91 not out. Lancashire 176 for 3.
Different heights, different bowlers, of course. It'll be fascinating to see. Tom Hartley gets out of the pitch. Changing the bowling here, Anush Dowley bowled 4 overs for 26, and one of those was a maiden. It's been replaced by Zach Chappell, who'll bowl from the Statham end for the first time in this innings. He's previously bowled from the Anderson end. Of course, Anderson bowled from the Statham end. That's the other Anderson, with 2 S's. And you can, if you listen carefully, you'll be able to tell which one's which, because you can just hear that second S if you listen very, very carefully. So slow it down. Slightly more Scandinavian in Martin than there is in Sir James, I fancy. More Burnley. Jimmy. Harry Kane just looking up to the changing room for confirmation of something, some idea that he's had. And here comes Zach Chappell, running away from us, bowling to Jones, who's up on his toes, pushing it out into the offside, fielded by Donald. He may have been asking when is Mohamed Abbas coming back on, because of course if he's off for too long he can't bowl for a while. It's about 15 minutes, isn't it? I think I was told the other day the threshold these days. There was like a steady stream of players leaving the field last week. I don't know if it was the same at Northampton with the cold.
Yep.
Chappell bowls wide of the off stump and is allowed to leave, or allowed to go through. He leaves it, allowed to go through to Guest.
It's cold, it was the wind, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just miserable.
But we didn't lose a moment's play to rain. We had a little bit of bad light at Northamptonshire last week, but despite the very early start to the season, it's still we still actually had pretty decent weather, all considered, apart from the wind.
Chappell's in, inside edge onto his pad. From Jones, ball dribbles out into the offside. Yeah, we lost about 10 overs, I think, from the game, which again in April is it's not bad at all, is it? They lost a lot down at Cardiff, and of course lost the entire day on day 3 up at Chester Street, thanks to Storm Dave, whose real name was Rodney.
He did a bit of damage up there, didn't it?
Oh.
Because there were supporters weren't allowed in, were they, for one of the days?
No.
On grounds of safety.
Merciful release, I would have thought. This one is driven and really nicely stopped by Donald at extra cover. Beautiful dive to his right from the wicket-keeper batsman, because he hit that pretty well, Jones.
Good stop, wasn't it? Yeah, a diving stop. It's 4 if he doesn't stop it.
It certainly is. 248 without loss now, Durham, having been put into bat by Gloucestershire.
Goodness me.
McKinney's now 141 off 137. Chappell is in. Jones leaves this one alone. All he had to put a little extra effort into lifting his bat out of the way as it sort of rose on him a bit. Got big. Yeah. 141 off 137 with 25 4s and 3 6s. Strike rate of 103.
Blimey,
Alex Lees at the other end is pedestrian, a 91 off 152.
Goodness me. What's going on there?
That is really bad news for Gloucestershire. They only team to lose last week when they were beaten by Middlesex at Lords, and already in a lot of trouble at Bristol. That one is left alone as it cuts back in a touch, largely after it went past the stumps by Jones. He's on 1, Harris is on 91, 176 for 3, 49 overs gone, 47 left. We missed the halfway point. I like to commemorate the halfway point, but I can't do the maths. We are now past the halfway point in the day's play, and the weather looks set fair. I haven't checked the forecast today for tomorrow, which is always it's a fairly fruitless task. It always got worse. No, actually, it's sort of saying that it might disappear by 11, but it is absolutely going to hammer it down in the early hours.
Right.
So bring a brolly and some sun cream.
Bring all possible clothing equipment.
Big coat and a light coat.
Yeah, shorts and your waterproofs, sun cream and your brolly. 176 for 3 is Bashir into to Harris. Played off the back foot and just jabbed out into the onside. Fielded by Bashir off his own bowling, so he's 91 not out, Marcus Harris. And in the previous over, he was facing Bashir. He hit him. Big hit over long on. And they've dropped mid on back to the boundary. Here comes Lewis Rees from that long on boundary to field. Harris takes the single, moves to 92. It's 177 for 3. Bringing Michael Jones back on strike. It's a lovely afternoon now. Sunshine and plenty of blue sky above us here at Emirates Old Trafford. Jones works this one away behind square for 1. Doubles his score, moves to 2, 178 for 3. If you're just joining our coverage, whether it's across Lancs TV or on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Opening day of Lancashire Derbyshire, the county championship. Marcus Harris 92 not out, facing the off spinner Bashir. Into out from Harris, looking to try and find a gap through the offside, but can't get it past the reach of the Derbyshire captain, who's at extra cover. And there's no run. He's got Lewis Reeks on the long on boundary, a deep square leg and a deep point. The 3 fielders out towards the rope. Bashir to Harris. It's cut away. Stopped. Backward points. There's no addition to the score. 1 ball left of the 50th over of Lancashire's first innings. Bashir 1 for 15. Just settling into this spell from the Anderson end. He's around the wicket and bowls, and Harris just dabs it away towards the leg side. And there's no run. Interesting contest that. Bashir knows that Harris is hitting once and might be fancying something similar. He's sent down 6 good deliveries. End of the over. 178 for 3. Callum Flynn is back alongside me. And it's developing into quite an interesting afternoon.
Yeah, it's turned into decent batting conditions, hasn't it? The sun's out, the wicket's starting to flatten out, the ball's getting a little bit softer as well, so there's not as much movement off the pitch or in the air. I like how Harris is still being positive. Obviously, we've just lost Bohannon, but he's still looking to score runs, which I think's good for Lancashire's. Chappell is in. Jones outside edge. It goes through the gully region. He picks up his first boundary. That takes Lancashire onto 182 for 3. Bohannon will certainly feel a little bit frustrated. He did the hard work, battled through that tough morning session when Derbyshire started really well with the 2 early wickets of Wells and Singh, and the wicket was certainly offering some assistance. Get himself set, ready for another big one, and chopped on to a spinner again as Jones tries to punch that one off the back foot through the cover region. Chappell beats the outside edge. Jones started the season well last week at Northants into the 70s. I think he's a much better player when he's looking to be positive, Michael Jones. As that one drives nicely through the point region. Much more control on that one then. At the start of the over, picks up his second boundary, and the second boundary of the over. Just a little bit of shape still for Chappell there, for any viewers on Lancs TV that are tuned into the stream. Blank's run rate 3.68. It's been really healthy since lunch. Prior to lunch, there was just short of 3 and over, so it shows how positive Lancashire have been since the lunch break. As Jones tucks that one off his hip, but finds the mid-wicket fielder. Derbyshire just need to reset. Just try and build some pressure with dot balls. Try and just put a stop to the boundaries, which have been fairly regular in the last hour. As that one's played off the legs of Jones, he should pick up a couple. Show Bashir down there at fine leg, who cuts it off, saves 2. It's just a couple of discussions with Brooke Guest and Harry Kane, the skipper. Just a few ideas of field replacements. Just not quite been in control of the line and lengths since the lunch break. As Jones plays that into the onside for no run. That's 10 off that Zach Chappell over. Takes the score on to 188 for 3. Jones on 12 and Harris on 92.
Yeah, they've scored nice and freely, haven't they, since lunch, really, Lancashire. They've lost the wicket of Josh Bohannon, but the lunchtime score for Lancashire, they were 88 for 2, so now 188 for 3, so they've added 100 runs for the 1 wicket in 20 overs, 21 overs, so they've played very nicely. Good tempo to their batting. It's been led by this man who's on strike now, Marcus Harris. Short Bashir from the Anderson end. He's into Harris. It's flicked out towards square leg for a single, moves on to 93, 189 for 3.
We're relying on Bashir just to try and give him a little bit of control. Derbyshire, just to try and rotate the seamers from one end. Have the England test spinner.
He should be hoping to settle into quite a lengthy spell here if he can't. Forward goes Jones in defence. And there's no run. Something that Calvin Harrison did nicely for Northamptonshire against Lancashire last week. On the first day of the match, actually. Allowed Luke Proctor to rotate his seamers from the other end. Bashir bowling. Clipped out to the leg side by Jones at 2 mid-wickets.
He enjoys a game against Lancashire, does Calvin Harrison, doesn't he? He's
Tends
had
to,
quite a bit of success.
20 odd wickets in 2 games against Lancashire. He got 11 here, didn't he, I think, in the game?
Yeah, when he was on loan.
When he was on loan, yeah. Signed permanently now for Northamptonshire. Bashir to Jones off the back foot, trying to force it away. Stopped at backward point and there's no run. He looks a good signing for Northants.
Yeah, very handy cricketer.
189 for 3. It's Bashir over the wicket. Jones leaning into it, working it to the leg side. Good from Bashir again. I mean, both batters are trying to be positive against him. He's been hit for 6 from Harris, but either side of that, he's bowled beautifully here. So far, he's just settling into this post-lunch spell. Ball 1 over prior to the lunch break. 189 for 3. Here is Bashir into Jones. Just skims down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. End of the over. 189 for 3. Lancashire.
He's settled into a nice rhythm. Bashir, he's changing his pace up nicely. There's not too much offering of spin from the surface on day one, which you would expect. But he changed his pace up nicely and just asking questions of Jones and Harris. Chappell will continue. Just a few discussions regarding field placements and what plan they're going to look to try and execute.
Well, they've got their fine leg and a deep backward square leg. There's a shortish mid-wicket mid-on as well. So catches on the leg side, one slip in the gully and a deep point.
Chappell round the wicket to Harris, who starts with a bouncer. Harris just allows that one through.
You could possibly second guess that coming at some point through the course of this over with the field that they've set. Put the short ball in straight away.
Yeah, one for the over from Jack Chantry. Signal to Chappell. Round the wicket to Harris, who plays from the crease back towards the bowler.
Chappell into his 12th over. Abbas is back out on the field. He's at mid-on. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 40. He did have a little bit of time off the field, but he's back out there now. Ben Aitchison, 12 overs, 1 for 37. Dahl, 10 overs for 40. Anderson, just a couple of overs in the morning. Didn't quite get it right.
Chappell back of a length to Harris, who tucks that off his hip down to fine leg, gets a single. Takes himself one hit away from 3 figures.
I was looking at the game 12 months ago when he made his Lancashire debut, so the opening game of last season, which was at Lords against Middlesex. Made 138 in the first innings and 52 in the second. I spoke to him after his century at Lords, and he admitted he's still kind of recovering a little bit from jet lag. He'd not been in the country for that long, but yeah, debut century and then a 50 in his second innings on Lancashire debut 12 months ago.
Chappell into Jones, who allows that one through to the keeper. Still plenty of carry for Zach Chappell. I guess taking that at shoulder height. So if he gets into a bit of a rut at some stage, just send him off to get jet lag, yep, and then come back.
No problem.
He's on for another ton.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Way to solve the issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come back half asleep. Not quite knowing what
doesn't
day of the
work
week
for
it
most
is.
club cricketers, that. Chappell into Jones, 2 slips in a gullet. Plays that onto off the back foot. Plays it with soft hands. Allows him to get a single with a deep point fielder out on the boundary.
Jones looked in good nick last week at Wanties Row. Got 71 in the first innings. He's one of 3 batters at probably Lancashire or the Woolfield that at least kind of one should have gone on. Wells into the 80s, Jones 70s, Bohannon got 90. But looked in good touch last week.
1 slip in a gully to Harris as Chappell comes round. Goes short again, which Harris allows through. Isn't going to allow that one to trouble him. Yeah, I was just saying while you was doing your update, I feel like he just looks a much better player when he's trying to be positive, does Jones. I feel like he's got plenty of experience with the white ball, with his Scotland internationals and all the World Cup tournaments that he's been a part of. It's just red ball cricket. Last year he had a little bit of a struggle, didn't he? He's up and down the order a little bit. He started opening and then dropped down the order. But I feel like he's a real attractive player when he's playing his shots and he's confident and he's just free flowing.
Yeah, he debuted for Lancashire in that same match 12 months ago against Middlesex alongside Marcus Harris, but as you said, that was as an opening batter. He played the first 4 games of that season opening the batting and then dropped down the order. But a positive start to this campaign. He's on strike. He's got Bashir. He's over the wicket to Jones off the back foot. That's a lovely shot for 4. Firmly hit just in front of square through the offside. Takes Jones to 17, and Lancashire are knocking on the door of 200 now. 195 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Jones. Bashir just dropping a little bit short. Jones doesn't have to rock back too much with how tall he is. Just transfers his weight a little bit, punching it through the offside nicely, and picks up a pretty easy 4.
Drop point back to the boundary rope. Bashir to Jones. Working it to the leg side. Sabas, who's at short fine leg, who fields. Jones looking to be positive, try and run, but Harris sends him back. Bashir skipping his way back in again. Over the wicket to Jones. This will be a single this time. Worked in front of square on the leg side for 1. Moves on to 18. 196 for 3. Brings the left-hander Marcus Harris on strike. Still got Lewis Rees on the long-on boundary, which is where Harris hit the only 6 of the match so far too. There's a deep square leg, deep point as well. Bashir to Harris going back and cuts the ball. Turn and come back for 2. Picked up on the point boundary. Harris moves on to 98. Correction, 96. And Lancashire move on to 198 for 3.
Good running from Harris. Pick up the 2 there.
Bashir to Harris, just dabbed in towards the onside. And there's no run. So he's over the wicket to the right-hander. He's around the wicket to the left-hander. Into his 6th over, final ball coming up. Harris whips it out through the onside, but there is some protection out in the deep. Takes a single though, Marcus Harris, and he'll keep the strike. He'll be on 97 at the start of the next over. Lancashire are 1 run away from 200 as well. 199 for 3, with Jones unbeaten on 18.
Yeah, an over for Lancashire, 8 off that one.
Yeah, with not too much kind of risk to it. Just nudging the ball around, running nicely. The partnership developing here between these two. 146 for the previous pairing between Harris and Bohannon. And this one's worth 42 already, of just 48 deliveries.
Chappell will continue to Harris on 97, 1 slip and a gully. Chappell attacking the stumps. Harris just caught on the crease a little bit. Deep point, a deep square leg and a fine leg. A mid wicket, mid on, mid off and a cover. Hamid Abbas just going through his stretches. This could be maybe the last over of Chappell's spell. Round the wicket to Harris, which comes back into him. It's aerial, and it finds a gap through the covers. It's only going to be 2.
Yeah, for a moment.
Heart in mouth.
Was.
And that applause is Lancashire's 200. 201 for 3 now, Lancashire.
It was Anush Dahl who's at extra cover. Was in the air, wasn't it?
Yeah, just to his right. Well, certainly some interest. The fielders from deep point and deep square come in now to try and stop Harris from getting an easy single. Chappell in, and he finds that single. He's going to get a couple. In Marcus Harris's first game of the season and his first innings, he finds his first century in 2026 in Lancashire colours. A brilliant knock coming in at 11 for 2. Derbyshire well on top this morning. It's been a really mature knock from an international class batter of Marcus Harris. 101, and Lancashire at 203 for 3.
Yeah, welcome back, Marcus Harris, picking up where he left off from last season for Lancashire. Fabulous knock. He wants a drink, don't blame him.
Drink and gloves. And with half a bat, he's not done too bad, has he? He keeps getting it repaired that much. That one hitting Harris in front of the stumps, but considerably higher of the stumps. Looks like he was going way over. Yeah, a little bit of bounce. Some shape back into Harris still. See the replays there on Lancs TV. Just coming back in off the pitch as well. Chappell round the wicket, short of a length to Harris, who plays at that one, and he plays it nicely. He beats the fine leg fielder. It's Lewis Rees down there. Diving effort, but in vain. 105 for Harris now, and that's a 50 partnership of 55 balls for the 4th wicket.
It's the pace of the partnership, isn't it? I mean, they've batted at a really good tempo, these two.
Stayed really positive since Bohannon got out, haven't they? Chappell in. Last ball of the over. Harris driving nicely back towards the fast bowler, who does the fielding. And that's the end of the 55th over. Lancashire 207 for 3. Jones 18, Marcus Harris 105.
The 34th century of Marcus Harris's first-class career. He's passed 13,000 first-class runs, averaging just a shade under 40. Carrying on from where he left off last season for Lancashire. 3 centuries in the 10 championship matches he played last year, scoring 1,027 runs. Lancashire thrilled that he's back for another campaign.
For Lancashire.
It's Jones on strike, and Jones hits Bashir back over his head this time. That'll be 6 more down to, or is it 1 bounce 4? One bounce and 4. Jones hitting it straight back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and over the rope for 4 runs.
Excellent from Jones. He plays down the ground so nicely. Jones, how tall he stands. Punches it and times it nicely down the ground. You can probably see, yeah, the mid-on fielder stays out on the boundary.
Bashir to Jones. Push that away off the back foot through the offside. Moves to 23. 212 for 3. Bringing Harris back on strike.
Seen signs of this, didn't we, at the back end of last year when Croft took over? Just a bit more positivity around the batting, trying to take advantage of positions that they was in when they're going well.
There's Bashir to Harris that's defended, and there's no run. Yeah, there was definitely quite a sizable shift, wasn't there, from the first 7 championship matches to the following 7. I mean, I think they're effectively kind of in promotion form in those final 7 games. Clipped away to the leg side by Harris. Moves to 106, 213 for 3. Played very nicely at Wantage Road last week as well in the first game of the season. So first full season for Stephen Croft as head coach. James Anderson is Lancashire's captain this season. He was one of 4 last year. There's Bashir in to Jones. Dropped into the onside for no run.
Yeah, because Harris did a little bit, didn't he, last year? Obviously Jennings. And did Bohannon?
Bohannon
did the game.
Final game of the season at Glamorgan. 213 for 3. ball of the over. Jones deflects the ball out towards the leg side. And there's no run. 4 coming off the first ball of the over. That straight drive by Jones down the ground. And then a couple of singles in there as well. So 213 for 3. Jones on 23. Harris is 106. Not out. Derbyshire have picked up the wicket of Josh Bohannon since the lunch break, but Lancashire have scored really positively. 88 runs at lunch. 88 for 2 was the lunchtime score after 30 overs. It's now 213 for 3 after 56.
Yeah, Harry Kane going back to his most experienced bowler, Mohammed Abbas, just to try and get themselves a wicket or even just a little bit of control back.
Yeah, not too far away from tee, are we? It's 8 overs from tee. And they try and just fiddle one out here before the tee break. Come back to his gun bowler, Abbas, to see if he can try and get rid of one of these two, and ideally that man on screen, I guess, Marcus Harris, if they can. He's batted beautifully for his century.
Yeah, he's been chanceless so far today. Bass is going to start round the wicket, just a one slip in a gully. And he comes to Harris. Harris playing forward back towards the Pakistan international.
Runs still being piled on at Gloucester. Durham 294 without loss after 56 overs. Then McKinney 155 from 158. Alex Lees 123 not out.
Abbas in. Harris just trying to force that one. Abbas finding the inside edge of the bat. It goes away to mid wicket for no run.
Gloucestershire onto their 7th bowling option. Dear, oh dear, that's a bit brutal, isn't it? Goodness.
Meant to be bowler conditions, isn't it, in April?
Win the toss and we'll have a bowl first.
Oh.
300 on the board.
Pass round the wicket, full of a length, driven back past the bowler, but Harry Kane does the fielding.
Northamptonshire 253 for 1. They're batting first against Kent. Canterbury, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the man out. 127 he made. Luke Proctor's on 89s, and Northamptonshire with a strong start with the bat. And Worcestershire they're struggling to scrape to 200. The 187 for 9. Worcestershire taking on Middlesex this week.
Abbas in. Another one of his short balls. His second one of the day. Something that you don't often see from Abbas.
The Division 2 scores. In Division 1, Essex bowled out for 149 against Somerset, who just started their reply. 8 without loss. Nottinghamshire 236 for 7. Batting first against Glamorgan.
Abbas in. And that one's hit to mid-off. Again, no run.
Surrey 224 for 2 against Leicestershire. Jamie Smith 95 not out. Ollie Pope 94 not out. Warwickshire 172 for 6. Batting first against Sussex in Hove.
Abbas into Harris, who cuts that one. There's got to be a run out opportunity. No, he just gets back. Harris just cutting that one into the gully region. There's a bit of a fumble And Harris thinks about a single. He's sent back by Jones, and he's sent back with enough time to make it home safely. 213 for 3 Lancashire.
And the Yorkies are at home to Hampshire this week. Hampshire 204 for 6 against Yorkshire. In Leeds are the other scores in Division 1. Here, 57 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings. 213 for 3, and it will be Bashir to Jones. Jones on 23. Let's play back towards Bashir. There's no run. So he's got long on. There's 2 catching mid wickets. There's a short fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Deep backward point. Extra cover and mid off. Slip catcher in place as well. Bashir to Jones. Little push and go into the offside. Harris fancy getting through and having a go himself. Jones takes a single, moves to 24. 214 for 3. Marcus Harris back on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination batting here for Lancashire. Left-hander Australian Marcus Harris waiting for Bashir. Comes around the wicket and balls and cut away by Harris. Fielded a backward point. And there's no run.
What a day it's turned out.
Lovely. Yep, very nice. Bashir to Harris. Chopped out through the offside. They hurry through for a single. Turn and come back for 2. Harris moves to 108. 216 for 3. Yeah, I hope this is not going to be the best day of the fall, but I mean the forecast would suggest that maybe the weekend's a little bit dicey, but yeah, it's beautiful today.
Yeah, it looks okay, I think, from start time tomorrow, doesn't it? It depends what damage is done overnight.
Bashir balls. Harris off the back foot. Just nudges the ball out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yep, lush green outfield around the ground. And some bright sunshine. Bashir balls. Harris down the pitch. And clears mid off. Over the rope. And 6 more for Harris. His second 6 of the innings. 114 to him now. 222 for 3 at the end of the over. He's enjoyed that shot, I think. Second time hitting Bashir for 6.
Yeah, excellent shot from the Australian. Dances down the track and hits with the spin as well. Just opens his hands up. Just goes for 6 over a wide-ish mid-off. Really good cricket from Marcus Harris. You could feel that he was just waiting for Bashir just to give it a little bit of air. Since the previous 6, Bashir was just going a little bit flatter to Harris. This time he offers it some air, and Harris again dances down the track and plays a beautiful shot and picks up his second 6 of the innings. 222 for 3 now. Lancashire in a really commanding position.
They've had their fun. Come on.
Pass into Jones, who plays forward to mid-on for no run.
What's he done with this chair?
It's gone low, hasn't it?
I'm on the floor. I might as well be sitting cross-legged on the floor like I was in an assembly at a junior school. There we go. That's better. I will ask Scott again after tea when I'm on with him where they went in Northampton. We didn't quite get round to it. A couple of good pubs in Northampton.
2 slips and a gully for Abbas. Jones on the back foot, punching that through the offside. Doesn't quite beat the fielder.
Five overs and 4 balls until tea. Can Derbyshire winkle out another one. That'd be quite handy at this stage.
Yeah, you just feel like Derbyshire just need a little boost. You just feel like a wicket before tea. You certainly take it. A bit more positive going into the break. There's a Bass. And a nice channel. There's Jones, who allows that one through to the keeper. He's gone to his most experience for that. And Mohammed Abbas going back into the attack. Bashir trying to control things from the James Anderson end.
Yeah, 7 overs, 1 for 36 in his current spell. Bashir. Little expensive.
Abbas in. Jones advancing. And he drives it nicely through the covers. Picks up a 4. That's the positive intent that we've spoken about since the lunch break from Lancashire. They lost Bohannon, but since that they've been really positive. They haven't looked to try and be negative, or they tried to put the emphasis onto this Derbyshire attack. They tried to offer them the problems. So far it's working. Jones 28 off 36 now. Jones advancing again, and he's going to find another 4. Abbas just trying to offer it a little bit wider, too much width for Jones. He back cuts that through the offside, picks up back-to-back boundaries.
He doesn't really have the pace, Mohammed Abbas, to bowl short, does he? He certainly can't bowl short and wide. That's very disappointing.
It's a big ask for any keeper to stand up to a seamer, but especially someone like Abbas, who
he did it. I'm sure
he moves it, but
I'm sure he did it last week.
I feel like it does need something like that.
Field
Keeper up to the stump. Yeah, square the wickets, and both dropped out. Deep point and deep square. Pass in, much better line and length. What we're used to seeing from Mohammed Abbas. Jones comes forward, plays it nicely back towards the bowler. It's the end of another good over for Lancashire. 230 for 3. Now,
news alert on the BBC Sport app. Durham have lost a wicket. They are 305 for 1. Alex Lee's out for 129. Ben McKinney 160 off 163. Slowing right down now. Emilio Gay got a century himself last week, I think.
I was going to say, yeah, he's not in form.
Has gone out to join McKinney. So good luck to the Gloucestershire bowlers there. No, I don't want that. What's that all about? What on earth has happened there? There we go. So Shoaib Bashir out of the attack for the moment, because Ben Aitchison has returned. Took one of the 3 wickets, I beg your pardon, to fall. When he took a wicket, Lancashire were 5 for 1. They're 230 for 3, and he bowls to Harris, who pushes that one into the onside. Substitute fielder, and Aaron Donald, who's on for Zach Chappell. They might have 2 subs on, actually. I'm fairly sure. I just saw. Well, I can only see one. I thought I'd seen somebody else walk off the pitch in disgust. Here comes Chappell and bowls. It almost squares Harris up a little bit, but he has plenty of time to push it to Caleb Jewell at cover. Just changing direction, the wind. It's coming from the west now. I'm sure it wasn't coming that way before, but it is now. Perhaps bringing with it some good weather. I hadn't realised that you can see the. I'll come back to that as Aitchison bowls to Harris, and it's played straight back to him. See the dome of the Trafford Centre from here. I had no idea you could see that.
Yeah.
I'd never seen it before. I've been here a few times. I knew roughly where the Trafford Centre was.
See one of few. Don't know how many there is.
Just across the road from the home of the mighty Sharks. As Aitchison is in, and that one's driven down the ground and not stopped by Lewis Rees, and goes all the way for 4. He put the dive in, Rees, but he couldn't stop it. Harris picks up another boundary, his 14th, to go along with the 2 sixes that he's hit, and he moves on to 118 now. 234 for 3.
Yeah, ball getting softer. No signs of any real movement in the air. Beautiful on drive from Marcus Harris. He's played a couple of them throughout this innings. Very pleasing shot as a batter when you're driving through mid-on.
Another player goes out to the boundary, so there's a long leg, there's a deep backward square leg as well, both behind square, obviously, as this one is outside the off stump and guided away out backward square on the offside. Anuj Dal gets to it. Harris will pick up another single. He'll move to 119 to 35. 4-3. Umpire Chantry swaps sides to go and stand at square leg for Jones. Tall man, Chantry, good bowler for Worcestershire. Bowled off the wrong foot.
Yeah, certainly a unique action, wasn't it?
Horrible to watch, but a good, effective bowler.
Horrible to face, I imagine, when he got it right as well.
I think so.
The movement that he got.
Retired quite early due to injury, but now making his way through the umpiring ranks. Sue Redfern at the pavilion end, as that one just squares Jones up a touch from Aitchison. Ball goes straight back towards the bowler off a leading edge, and the over comes to an end. 5 from it. 235 for 3. 32 to Jones. 119 to Harris, and these two have put on 78 already for the 4th wicket. After that 146 run 3rd wicket stand between Harris and Josh Bohannon. Lots of conversations going on. Caleb Jewell joining in now, and Aaron Donald, the white ball skipper, there as well with Harry Kame. And they've handed the ball to the umpires. They don't like this one. It's gone through the measuring device quite comfortably, though, by the look of it. From the screen, Sue Redfern makes a note of when the ball was checked, and the ball itself is tossed back to Anuj Dal, and Derbyshire told to get on with it. That won't cheer them up at all.
No. Going back to the partnership, 78 off 84. I think it is maybe a bit more than that now, but it's such a positive partnership. Derbyshire haven't quite restricted these two just yet, as Harris plays that nicely through the covers. He'll just get a single. Just haven't found a way of restricting Jones and Harris.
Bunny Bell's birthday today. Tranmere's record appearance maker. Well, I say it's his birthday. He was born in 1911, so I know for a fact he's not still alive. It's a great nickname, that, though, isn't it? Bunny,
yeah.
Harold Bunny Bell. One of the greats.
Pass into Jones, who again just takes a step down the pitch and across. Pass goes a little bit wider, but Jones allows that one through. Deep point and deep square. Both out to Jones. A fine leg, 2 slips, a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Can Abbas find this 4th wicket for Derbyshire before the tea break? He's into Jones, who just has to play forward into the onside. He finds himself getting a single.
Scored 9 goals in one game, Bunny Bell. And Tranmere beat Oldham 13-4 in 1935 on Boxing Day. Missed a penalty as well. Could have had 10. Could have had 10.
That's a decent effort, isn't it?
They'd lost at Oldham the day before, Tranmere. And beat them on lost on Christmas Day and won on Boxing Day. And now they've played too many games, apparently.
Bass in. Around the wicket to Harris. He strays just onto the pads of the Australian. That's a leg bite.
Well, you probably only earned about £1 a week.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different game.
Back-to-back games.
Well, he was around at the same time as Dixie Dean, I think. Perhaps just after. The Tranmere graduate.
Still League 2, aren't they, Tranmere?
All right. Only just. Sorry, I mentioned him now.
A pass into Jones, who plays forward. And that's no run.
I could be distracted tomorrow. 3 o'clock. 3 points above the relegation zone. 1 point out of the last 30.
Oh.
1 goal in the last 5, all of which, bar one, have been defeats. 1 goal in 5 games. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Do they stay up, do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm going a week tomorrow to see them play Bristol Rovers, just in case it's the last time I see them in the league.
Abbas into Jones, and Jones advances. Abbas goes short, and he just kind of allows that one to hit him on the forearm. Jones just taking a couple of steps forward for the viewers that are tuned in on Lancs TV. He thinks about ducking, but doesn't quite get high enough, so he just lets it hit him in the end.
There's only 3 teams below them, and 2 of them play each other tomorrow. Harrogate and Newport, to whom they've lost in recent matches.
It's tricky, that, isn't it? Especially when you're down there. One of them's going to get 3 points. Well, might.
I'd like it to be a draw.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And then if Tranmere could somehow win at Chesterfield, which they won't, new over from Ben Aitchison from the pavilion end. That ball is pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell, pushed out by Harris, who's on 120. So I've got that to worry about tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and Burton to worry about tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So I'll be a complete waste of time, really. More of a complete waste of time than normal. My professional football life and personal football life isn't going as well as it might. As this next delivery's turned into the leg side by Harris. He'll get 1. They'll probably come back for a second. Well, no, they'll settle for 1 as Donald gets it at backward square leg. Harris moves to 121, 239 for 3.
Are Burton safe from relegation just yet?
No. They're.
I feel like they've had a good few wins this year, though.
They've been. Well, they've got more points now than they had last year when they stayed up, but they're not safe. It's all slightly disturbing. They're playing Wimbledon tomorrow, who have got a lot of injuries. In comes Aitchison and Bowles. That's defended by Jones. I didn't see the last 2 matches. They drew them both, but they're 2 points above the drop zone with 4 games to go. 1 win, I reckon. 1 win, games. And nobody's gone down with 50 points in the last 10 years. So that would be unlucky. Anyway, my problems, not anybody else's. Here's Aitchison in and Bowles. That one is just glanced down towards fine leg. A run round the boundary down below us is unsuccessful, and he picks up 4 more. Does Jones moves on to 37, 243 for 3. I couldn't quite see the fielder down there. It's Shoaib Bashir who couldn't quite make it. He's at long leg and had to get down to fine leg and couldn't get there in time, unfortunately, for Derbyshire. So more runs flowing off the bat. 2 overs and 2 balls to go until tea. Aitchison is in, and that one is short and wide and well stopped as it's pushed into the offside. Well stopped by an Aaron Donald. Jones Probably thought he had more runs there when it left his bat. Nice piece of fielding by Donald.
Yeah, probably thought he went another boundary then, Jones. Nice shot off the back foot. Good fielding in the covers. They played a little bit against each other, these two, in the Liverpool comp. I imagine.
Aitchison is in. That's a bat and pad. Not sure which one was first, but umpire Sue Redfern's not interested in any case. And the over comes from then 243 for 3. Well, he's from Formby, isn't he, Aitchison? But I don't know if he played for Formby.
Yeah, I think he did. Jones was Ormskirk.
Ormskirk,
yeah.
The Ormskirk Scot, as we like to call him. His mother was from Aberdeen. I remember that from goodness. I don't know how I remember that. But I'm sure his mother's from Aberdeen. That's how he plays for Scotland. Fair play to him. But yeah, Formby, very nice area.
Yeah, lovely.
All the Liverpool players live there, don't they? In that neck
yeah,
of the
I
woods.
think Jurgen Klopp used to live just outside the ground. He used to
Stevie
go
Gerrard's
on for.
lived there, and might still do. Who knows?
Go on for a drink.
Shears changing ends here. Look, 2 to go till tea. Give him a twirl from the Statham end.
Yeah, Bashir round the wicket to Harris. Just a one slip onto the pads. Who tucks that away into the leg side. He gets a single. Quite a unique ground for Formby. Half of it, well, a quarter of it is AstroTurf with the hockey pitch behind.
Never been around the Liverpool comp ground. Been to Birkenhead Park's ground, but because my grandma used to live across the road from the park. But
one slip as well for Jones. Bashir in, and Jones just punching that back towards the bowler.
More Bolton association, my kind of area.
Oh, it's no longer.
Which doesn't exist anymore.
Touchy subject sometimes with some.
Yeah. Well, they're combined with the Bolton League, and then half the Bolton League team is left to
The
go to the
BDCA,
Manchester
yeah.
Premier League.
GMCL. Bashir into Jones, who plays that nicely. Breaks his wrist, times it beautifully through. Cover point. There's a deep point fielder out there as well, but he has no chance of stopping that. Another 4 for Jones.
Wickets tumbling at Bristol. Emilio Gay, who'd watched that 302 or 305 run opening, stand out for 5.
Bashir into Jones, who does the same. This time a little bit squarer. He finds the fielder, so only gets a single. You knew as you're walking out there as number 3, you know it's going to happen, don't you?
Yeah.
You've waited that long. It looks that flat.
Gloucestershire's problem is that David Beddingham has joined Ben McKinney. He's not bad.
Sheer around the wicket to Harris, who just allows that ball to come onto his pads and turns it away into the onside for a single. It's 250 for Lancashire, 250 for 3. .98 and over. That run rate's creeped up since lunch. Last ball of Bashir's over. A little bit flatter and quicker. Jones just punches that back towards the bowler for no run. It's the end of the 63rd over. Jones 42, Harris 123.
I'm indebted to David Hurren for reminding me that in addition to Bunny Bell and Dixie Dean didn't like being called Dixie, incidentally, William Ralph. Tranmere around that era produced Pongo Waring, who went on to play for Aston Villa. Although I didn't know that his first name was Tom, and he also tells me about Bill Nibbler Ridding, who I'd never heard of, but I hope he's a real person. What a great nickname that is, old Nibbler. Little wing half, I imagine, kicking players all over the pitch. Last over before tea. And it's Ben Aitchison from the pavilion end to bowl. It's dabbed backward a square into the ground and straight into the hands of Martin Anderson at backward point. He may well have to produce another stunning batting performance like last week. Martin Anderson is 238. A superb knock. I'm saying that's what it was.
228.
228 was I can't remember. It was last week. This one is clipped into the leg side. There's a bit of a chase on here, although the ball has been slowed down by hitting something, a bobble, on the square. I'm not sure where the bobble was, but it hit something and bounced up in the air. It's a good shout from you. I think you're probably right, Callum. I can't even find it anymore. It was before that.
Long week.
Well, they're all long weeks. When you get to your right, 228. Hold on. It's staggering that I can't remember. I've got short-term memories. I remember Pongo wearing. In comes Aitchison. The ball's edged and caught. Matt Montgomery, low down to his right, takes the catch, and Harris has gone for 125, and that'll be tea. And boy, did Derbyshire need that. Aitchison gets his second wicket. It was a really good catch. Harry came and Lewis Rees both go across to Marcus Harris to say well done on the innings. 252 for 4 now, 125 off 182 balls with 14 fours and 2 sixes, and it took something special to get him out. Low down to his right, really good catch by Matthew Montgomery. And Derbyshire, well, at least they have another wicket. 2 wickets in the morning, 2 wickets in the afternoon, but Lancashire on top at tea, 252 for 4.
Yeah, credit to Matthew Montgomery. So late, just before tea, the last over. It's so easy sometimes just to switch off. Your head's already in the change rooms thinking about a break. But it's a brilliant catch. It's one of them that goes between the wicket keeper and the first slip. The keeper's diving across as well, Brooke Guest. Matthew Montgomery diving to his right, very low down, takes a brilliant catch, especially at that stage of the session, and well deserved from Ben Aitchison. He's running hard today, 2 for 49 now off his 14.3, and like you say, that takes us to tea. 252 for 4. Jones on 42, and Harris dismissed for 125.
Matty Hurst due in next probably after tea, and we'll be back after tea on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website. Lancashire going to tea at 252 for 4.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Pass the Pringles.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I act like you know how this goes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Live across Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. The players are drifting out to the middle to start the final session on the first day. And an important wicket for Derbyshire, right on the stroke of tea, bringing to an end a very fine innings from Marcus Harris, making 125. It's a good catch from Matthew Montgomery off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. So he's still got 3 balls left of this over to bowl. And Matthew Hurst is the new batter, heading out to join Michael Jones. Jones on 42. Pretty good afternoon session for Lancashire, even with that dismissal of Harris. He resumed after lunch on 88 for 2. And 33 overs later, they're 252 for 4, so they've scored at a good rate through the course of the afternoon. But an important wicket for Derbyshire to get right on the stroke of the tea break. And Hurst will be on strike for the final 3 deliveries of this over from Ben Aitchison. He's got a couple of slips in place. We're back underway after tea, and Hurst is chasing that delivery. Through it goes to Brooke Guest, and there's no runs. So 32.2 overs left in the day, and looks set fair that we'll get all those overs in, I think.
I'd have thought so. Should be done by 6:30ish. That kind of time.
Quite a pleasant kind of late afternoon now. 252 for 4. Aitchison in and balls to Hurst down the leg side. Taken by Brooke Guest, but yeah, Derbyshire. Well, tea would have felt a little bit better, wouldn't it, Fletch, with Harris back in the pavilion?
They needed something, didn't they? They needed something. Suggested if they could nibble one of them out. Well, that was a really good catch, down to his right by Matthew Montgomery. It's going to take something special to get rid of Harris.
Here comes Aitchison, balls to Hurst. He's just dropped away towards square leg for a single. Gets off the mark, Hurst, and he also keeps the strike as well. That's the conclusion of that Ben Aitchison over, which started before tea and finishes just after tea. 253 for 4, Lancashire. Will be spin to continue from the Anderson end. He bowled very nice spell through the course of the afternoon. Bashir is going to continue.
Point apiece so far, although Lancashire's hasn't been registered on the board for some reason. You do get it's 250, isn't it? I thought it was.
I mean, they could well have changed it, just not told anybody, which you wouldn't rule out.
Well, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I still haven't worked out the reason that Gloucestershire are on -1 in the table on the BBC website.
An over 8?
That can only be that, I think. Bashir then, excuse me, bowling to Hurst. Squirts that one away backward square on the offside. Picks up a single off the first ball of the new over. Caleb Jewell comes in off the cover boundary to do the fielding. Lancashire move on to 254 for 4. Close catches, a slip. 2 men at mid-wicket. And one of them is Harry Kane, and that's where the ball goes. The other is Montgomery. So the slip is Ben Aitchison then. And on the offside, an extra cover, Anuj Dal. As Bashir is in, gives this one a bit of air, but it's over-pitched and turns into a full toss for Jones, who just punches it down the ground towards Zach Chappell at mid-off. Some later, all those people on the pitch at tea, that was brilliant. There was a game of cricket going on in front of us. It was woeful. Bashir bowls, that's driven out into the offside. And still half stops it, and then they think there's a bit of a yes-no going on. But they were enjoying themselves.
That's all that matters.
And they played on the outfield at Old Trafford, and they'll go home tonight and say, we had a game of cricket at tea. They won't say that it was woeful. In comes Bashir again, bowls that one forces Hurst back, but he jabs his bat down on it, and they walk through for another single. Hurst moves to 3, 250. Here we go. 255. What's going on with that score? But 256. I'm not sure that it is. 256 for 4. It might be. And this next delivery's turned into the leg side by Jones. Tell you when the scoreboard starts moving when you're watching it that you suddenly think I'd be completely lost without it. 65 overs gone then. 256 for 4. Jones has 43. Hurst has 3. How long they'll keep Bashir on. He's just been shouted something from the balcony down below us because he's given somebody the thumbs up. 15 overs away from the second new ball, of course, so will he carry on until then? He certainly isn't taking too much out of himself, so he could just operate with the seamers from the pavilion, and they're going to change now to Martin Anderson, who's only bowled a couple of overs today.
Yeah, that's his first over from this Brian Statham, wasn't it, for Bashir? I think.
He bowled up before tea from this end, yeah. But yes, the first time this little spell that he's currently bowling, which is not classed as a spell because tea came in between, of course. So, but he bowled an over or two before tea from this end, I think.
Martin Anderson bowled his 2 overs from the Brian Statham end. Have a go from the James Anderson end. Hurst on strike. 2 overs for 8 for Martin Anderson. Just struggled a little bit with his line and length in the morning session. And that's called a wide, actually.
And he's holding his hamstring.
Yeah, well, straight away clutching the back of his right leg.
I don't like the look of that.
No. Is it a problem for him in the past?
No.
Right, okay.
Not that I'm aware of, certainly. Good look at him in his run up here.
He's back in again to Hurst. Again, that's wide. Carved away through the offside by Hurst.
He's just flexing his right leg still.
Yeah.
Lewis Rees asks him, Lewis Rees, who is no stranger to an injury, asking him presumably if he's okay. I mean, the 2 overs that he bowled before lunch were wayward.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the best description.
Struggled a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He helped with a left-hand, right-hand combination that Lancashire had at the time, but yeah, they were not 2 of his best overs. Off the back foot by Jones, and punches the ball towards mid-off. Harry Kane is across to his left to field. Single for Jones, moves to 44, 259 for 4.
One of our group, I won't name him, has just suggested that was the worst delivery in the history of the game.
It's I'm sure if it was the history of the game, but
there's been a lot of deliveries in the history of the game.
It was definitely in the loosener category. In comes Anderson, balls to Hurst. Dropped into the offside for no run.
He's found his radar. Yep. We're all right.
Probably his best ball.
We can all relax. That's the best ball in the history of the world. I'm just getting ready for the next message.
It did land on the cut strip, so and there's been plenty that haven't in the history of the game. And again to Hurst. It's clipped behind square leg for a single. Might want to think about 2. He does, yeah, turns back and comes for 2. The fielders are set pretty deep on the leg side, and Chappell, who's at deep square leg, has got quite a bit of ground to come up. So Hurst got through the first quickly with the intention of trying to make it 2, and in the end it was a pretty comfortable 2. Hurst moves on to 6. 261 for 4. There's Martin Anderson. Balls and a waft from Hurst, another wide ball from Anderson.
It's still time for Derbyshire to rescue today. If 3 more wickets, 4 more wickets in the day's plan, it's asking a lot when you've only got 4 all in 2 sessions, but All of a sudden, 320 for 8 doesn't look quite as good, does it? I've always been optimistic. Scott, you know me.
Anderson to Hurst, short and wide. And cut out through the offside for a single. Moves to 7, 262 for 4. Yeah, ever the optimist.
I'm known for it.
You are. Yeah, it's one of your great qualities.
Across the circuit, I'm known for my optimism.
You are. Your optimism laced with sarcasm. 262 for 4. That's the end of the over as well. So that with that single, Hurst has pinched the strike.
Derbyshire is done, and Zach Chappell is back from the Statham end. I refused at the start of the season to get overexcited, despite the signings and everything, because I have been guilty in the past of over-egging what might happen in the following 6 months. Usually in white ball cricket, but I didn't go over the top.
No.
I thought that was wise, because you're always being recorded, aren't you?
There's always someone listening somewhere. Yeah.
Remarkably, there's always somebody listening.
Don't make any bold predictions. That's the very last thing you should be doing. It'll all come back to bite you in the backside eventually.
We will find out if you... Did you go to any nice places in Northamptonshire?
I stayed in a town called Arundel.
Not the Arundel, though.
No.
That's a long track. Chappell in bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Hurst to go through to Guest.
So I said the Talbot Hotel in Arundel, which was a very nice kind of pub hotel type thing. And there's about 3 pubs in this town, all within like 50 yards of each other.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Nice.
Proper pubs.
Yeah, proper pubs.
Beer.
Yeah. Nice spot.
I bet none of them had cheese skittles in the.
I didn't see them. No.
Chappell is in bowls. That was turned into the leg side.
I mean, it was a bit posh, but not like uncomfortably posh.
Yeah.
It was all right.
You fitted in okay.
Not many heads turned when I walked in through the bar. I mean, a few.
That's a result.
A few thought, who on earth is this that stumbled in? But
and imagine if me and David Griffin walked in.
Oh no, you wouldn't be allowed.
No. No, it just sounds like slightly a market for us too.
Andrew Radd, our colleague from BBC Northampton, he recommended the town and the place.
Okay. Oh, it was that posh, was it?
It's his cricket club that's based there.
Oh, Arundel.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said Arundel. Yes, I've heard of Arundel because he won't stop talking about it. That one is pushed into the offside by Hurst for a single. He moves on to 8, 263 for 4. Yes, they're celebrating some kind of anniversary this year.
Yes, he kept mentioning this.
Yes, yeah, I'm not surprised. Right. Oh, okay, so that's to the north of Northampton then, isn't it? I think?
Yeah, it's about half an hour's drive in, something like that, every day.
It's a long way.
No, it was all right.
It's like me coming here.
This is a home game for you.
I know, but it's still 30, 35 minutes, isn't it? Here comes Chappell again, in and bowls, defended by Jones. We'll keep these overs tight until that second new ball becomes available. That would be handy. Over rate's gone to -1 now, which isn't too much to worry. We're not in Gloucestershire territory, certainly. If indeed that's why they are on -1. They haven't got any bonus points today, so they're still on -1. 341 for 2, Durham. Dear, oh dear.
Oh dear.
One slip and a gully for Zach Chappell, who bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Matthew Montgomery will do the fielding. His catch at least sent Derbyshire into tea with a bit of a spring in their step. They'll have enjoyed their slices of orange and kiwi fruit.
Well done, you, by the
way. Pineapple.
I don't recognise you anymore with your healthy eating, with your one slice of orange.
It's not 100% healthy.
Right.
I mean, it won't necessarily be healthy when I get home tonight, but most of the time, Chappell bowls, that's turned up towards mid-on. Sort of dribbles towards mid-on, and I think that Jones rather fancied a single there, but Hurst wasn't interested. And the over comes to an end at 263 for 4. On comes an Aaron Donald with a helmet, presumably for Brooke Guest, who removes his gauntlet to reveal the black underglove, and he's going to stay on and replace Martin Anderson. Now that's interesting. Martin Anderson's going off. He did clutch at his right hamstring, and he only bowled 1 over, so you could barely call it a spell. And Shoaib Bashir is back from the pavilion end. Better write his name on my hand and try and ask, otherwise I'll forget.
Yes, well, let's hope it's just a precaution for Martin Anderson.
Of course, they're allowed to substitute.
Well, yes, yeah.
Rory Hayden, who's with the squad, would be the bowling substitute, but he's by no means as good a batter.
There's Bashir into to Hurst. There's a little, I think, thin edge on that. It's gone for 4. Must be off the bat. Yeah. Down towards fine leg for 4 for Hurst. Takes him to double figures. Moves to 12.
So what do you do then if for instance, they have to replace Martin Anderson, and there's nothing at the moment to suggest that they will, when there are 2 other all-rounders in the squad are already playing, and one of them can't bowl?
Yes, I'm not sure.
You replace a man who scored 228 runs last week with a bowler?
Here comes Bashir. Ball driven firmly by Hurst to mid-off, and there's no run. And at what stage do you I suppose you have to make a kind of formal announcement that he's been substituted out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Flip toy off the hip. And Hurst wants to come back for 2. That's good running by Hurst. Again, he threw the first one quickly, calling Jones back for a second. Moves to 14, 269 for 4.
It's the perfect position where he's only bowled 3 overs, so you could say, well, we'll replace him with an Aaron Donald, who is clearly a batter. Would Lancashire allow that? I'm not sure they would. Quite right.
Bashir to Hurst. Getting shovelled away off his hip, and he is charging through the first, but can't come back for 2 on this occasion. 268 for 4.
There's no independent doctor required or anything like that. You can just say, yeah, he's injured. They're going to take it on trust, because, as we know, professional sportsmen are all exceptionally trustworthy nowadays. All the batters walk.
Bashir to Jones. Rocks onto the front foot and taps it back down the pitch. And there's no run. Well, I suppose there's no need to make any kind of instant decisions, is there? I mean, you can just assess it maybe as the afternoon goes on. I don't know how these things work as Bashir's in and bowling. Play back towards him off his own bowling. Well, it's been caught by Bashir, so he's claiming the catch, and Michael Jones is turning to walk back towards the dressing room as well. Really good work off his own bowling by Bashir to get low down to his right and get fingertips underneath that to take the return catch. Jones departs for 44, and a couple of wickets either side of tee here for Derbyshire as they try and wrestle a bit of control back into this. 270 for 5 now, and Bashir gets his second. He's got 2 for 56.
Wow. It goes back to him. Looks like a catch to me. Looks fair enough on the slow motion replay. And actually, in Sue Redfern's, well, she doesn't need defending clearly, but in her defence, she raised the finger straight away. If you look, and she's got a pretty good view of that actually. Yeah, I mean it looks fine on the replay, but straight away Sue Redfern raised the finger. There it goes, as the ball is tossed in the air by Shoaib Bashir. He's going to be a real fan favourite, you know, this season. He hasn't played an awful lot of red ball cricket, considering he's played 19 test matches. I think he's only played like twice as many first class on top of that. Proper competitor. A nightmare out on the pitch, I would imagine. Never stops talking, never stops moving, wants to be involved. Harry Kane said every time I said to him, do you fancy a bowl? He's going, oh yeah, I'll have a go, I'll have a go. And this is in April. He's got he hasn't got anything to prove. He's certainly got nothing to prove to the Derbyshire supporters in any way. But he just... And he would never say it, I don't think, because he's not that kind of person in my limited experience of him. But he would never say, yes, I've got something to prove to those England selectors. But just in the back of his mind, he'll really want to make an impression in the early stages of the championship. As Zach Chappell begins a new over, that's flicked away for 4 runs by Matty Hurst down towards fine leg. That wasn't a good delivery at all from Zach Chappell, who's 14 overs and 1 ball, have cost 59 runs so far, 274. 4-5. A wayward first delivery. Pitched outside leg and kept going. Just got some bat on it, Hurst, and flicked it away. That won't have improved the big man's mood in any way, shape or form. And he's usually in a pretty good mood. Mad as a box of frogs as he bowls this time, and he goes up on his toes, does Matty Hurst, and cracks that one away to the point boundary for 4 more. Short delivery outside the off stump, ball going soft. Can't really bowl there. Back-to-back boundaries to start the Chappell over.
It's an important wicket for a couple of reasons. The one from Michael Jones. One, it backs up the fact that they got Harris just before tea, so you kind of quick wickets either side of the tea break. But Lancashire be wanting, ideally, to try and make hay with this older ball here. The new ball's due in 12 overs' time, so dismissing Jones, who batted very nicely and was a kind of set batter, puts a bit of pressure here, potentially on Hurst, to try and keep that positive approach that Lancashire have had.
Chappell bowls to Hurst, who defends that into the ground. There he is, look, Shoaib Bashir racing in. Got him into trouble, actually, running about in the outfield, because he was he conceded 5 penalty runs in the game last week for fake fielding.
Ah, yes, you can't do that.
But he didn't bend down. He just jumped over the ball and threw his arm like he'd picked it up. Well, and then Anuj Dal collected it and did throw it in. They ran 2, but they conceded another 5 runs on top. Right. As Chappell bowls, short delivery, goes for the pull shot. Hurst, and made no contact at all with it. That was a better delivery. Bit of pace about it as well. And of course, on a day when Derbyshire had scored in excess of 400 runs, the headline in the Times the day after was Shoaib Bashir at centre of... It was an outrageous headline, genuinely outrageous. Trying to make him out to be a villain when all he'd done was pretending to throw the ball. And he should know better. As Chappell bowls, that one is clipped into the leg side, down towards long leg, where Lewis Rees waits for it to arrive and throws it back in, single taken. Hurst moves on to 24, and it brings Tom Hartley on to strike for the first time since he replaced Michael Jones. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the headline, but there we go. I have the... for when it happens, I have the 2026 regulations here.
Do you? Very good from you, that.
Yeah.
Do you kind of browse them at night?
If I can't get off to sleep, yeah. there's an entire page and a half about registrations. Chappell into ball to Hartley, who just watches this one go wide of his off stump and through to the keeper. And the over comes to an end as a fielding helmet is now brought out. At the end of the over, Lancashire 279 for 5. Nice little fight back. It's only a little fight back by Derbyshire, but wicket before tea, wicket after tea, and all of a sudden it just looks slightly healthier.
It does, yeah. And just trying to slow Lancashire up prior to this second new ball. That Abbas and Aitchison are limbering up in the not too distant future with a new ball before the close of play tonight. And if this morning is anything to go by, then it'll be a pretty stern challenge when that second new ball is available. Bashir, meanwhile, will rightly continue. Oh, he's done a lovely delivery, bringing Hurst forward. Slides on past the outside edge of the bat. Good start by Bashir to Hurst. Good fun watching him bowl. Slip in place. His off spin from around the wicket. It's going back, working it to the leg side for no run. Clipping it out towards mid-wicket. 279 for 5. There's Bashir again in and bowling. A wide ball driven away firmly by Hurst. Not been too many deliveries sent down where Lancashire would feel they can capitalise and punish Bashir, but that would be one of them. And Hurst made the most of it. Nice looking shot. Thumped away through extra cover for 4. 283 for 5.
Well, Alex Hughes, who's in charge of the team in Mickey Arthur's absence, is just gone for a walk around the boundary. Chris Wright trying to catch him up. Bowling coach.
Bashir to Hurst. Forward in defence. There's no run.
I'm saying Alex Hughes. It's Alex Hughes' gate. I think that's because it's Alex Hughes. I think. I'm still not 100% certain.
Bashir to Hurst. Dropped into the offside.
He's terrified that he'll have to speak to me at the end of play on day 4. I'll give him a grilling.
Final ball of the over, Bashir to Hurst, shuffling back and tapping it away to the leg side. And there's no run. 4 coming off it. That shot through cover by Hurst. 70 overs gone, so 10 to go before Derbyshire have the option to take the second new ball. 283 for 5. Matthew Hurst and Tom Hartley, the latest partnership here for Lancashire. Hurst 28. Hartley yet to get off the ball.
I don't know what kind of pitch they prepared at Lords, and I know Middlesex have no say, do they, in the pitches that they're given because they don't own the ground. But I mean, Bold Worcestershire out for 191. Middlesex are now 20 for 2 in 10 overs. That's moving along quite nicely down at headquarters. Here's Zach Chappell on his way in and bowls to Hartley, who goes up on his toes and guides that nicely down towards the backward point boundary for 4. Really nice way for Hartley to get off the mark. Second ball he faces, just onto his toes, and away it went. Alex Hughes, actually, who fielded that beyond the boundary rope, produced a stunning piece of fielding beyond the boundary rope at Derby. It sort of went unnoticed, but it was magnificent. A tumbling, diving effort. No need to do it. Chappell's in, and Hartley just pushes this out into the offside. Floodlights on. Just on here at Old Trafford. It has gone a bit gloomy, as we said earlier. We'll definitely get through the full day's play without any interruptions.
It was gloriously
sunny. It was,
wasn't
it? But yeah, the lights are on.
Yep.
We played 4 days with the lights on at Derby last week. All 4 days. They were on at the start. Never went. I mean, they went off at night, I think, but they never went off during play.
The chief exec like that.
Chappell bowls, Hartley leaves alone, goes through to the keeper. They're the old lights. I don't know if, I think these are not LEDs, are they?
Well, I wouldn't have a clue.
I don't think so. The LEDs are the ones that you can switch on and off with impunity and nothing ever happens. But the old lights, and Derbyshire's lights were among the original lights. I was told last week, if you switch them off, you have to leave them off for half an hour before you can switch them back on again. So, of course, they were switched on when it was gloomy. Then the sun comes out and you think, well, switch them off. Then it gets gloomy, but if they'd switched them off, they'd have probably had to...
I'm with you,
yeah. But at least they can play with them on. There's Chappell bowls to Hartley, who covers up, pushes it back towards the bowler. And you've got to Cardiff, and they've got the biggest floodlights in the world, and they can't play county cricket because the neighbours who aren't anywhere near the ground objected.
I think it's in a park as well.
It's in the middle of nowhere, really.
Well, these floodlights were installed years ago, so I can't imagine they're kind of the LED ones.
No, they don't look like LEDs. Most of the bulbs are working, unlike at Derby. Chappell bowls, clipped nicely into the leg side by Hartley. Mohamed Abassa runs around, gets there quickly enough to prevent the second run from being taken. Hartley moves on to 5, 288 for 5, with one ball of the 71st over of the innings still to go. It's now raining in Bristol.
To the relief.
Absolutely. 348 for 2, so they've already got enough runs for the day. Durham having been put into bat, and now as soon as somebody felt a spot of rain on their face, Gloucester should have gone, well, it's raining. Everybody in. Everybody in. Up those steps is quicker than they'd be moving around the outfield. That one is defended by Hurst. Final ball of the over. 5 runs off it. Boundary off the first ball and a single. 288 for 5. 9 overs until the second new ball. Hartley has 5 and Hurst has 28.
It always does look a bit daft when the sun's shining and the floodlights are on, but I understand the issues behind it.
It's not good for the world, is it, really? And given that nobody's got any fuel anymore, you might want to switch them off.
Not the worst idea.
Just wait till all the T20s have to start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because they can't use the floodlights.
288 for 5. So 71 overs gone. And Bashir. I enjoy watching him bowl today. He's into Tom Hartley. And Hartley carefully just tapping the ball out towards the leg side for no run. There's a forward short leg. And a slip catcher as well. New batter Tom Hartley. Actually now going to bring up point. There's a fielder on the point boundary. It was Chappell. So he's coming in from the rope. Bashir to Hartley. Well, he's gone to sweep it. It's gone in between the keeper's legs, and it's running down towards the boundary. It won't reach the boundary rope. It's been given as 2 byes. So he went to sweep it. Hartley made no contact. In between the keeper's pads, and a couple of byes added to the total. So 290 for 5. So the offside field, there's a mid-off cover and a backward point. There's a slip, there's a short leg, there's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a deep square leg, and short fine leg. 290 for 5, Lancashire. Here's Bashir to Hartley. Drops that into the onside. And who's Darles at mid-wicket, quickly onto that to deny Hartley the run.
I'm going to predict a run out between these two.
Right. Bashir to Hartley. And going back, just trying to find a gap into the leg side. Actually strikes the shin guards of the short leg fielder. He's sensing a bit of uncertainty between these two.
Every time Hartley hits the ball, Hurst wants a run.
Bashir to Hartley. They'll stay put at the minute because that's just dropped away to mid-wicket again and there's no run. Dahl creeping up from mid-wicket to field. Final ball of the over. Hartley waits for Bashir, who's bouncing in and bowls. Hits it back over the bowler's head. Sue Redfern taking evasive action. Not surprised, the ball rattling its way towards the boundary rope. Fabulous effort to flick it back. Hartley wants a third, and they do. Well, that was hit firmly. There's good reactions from the umpire to get out the way of it, and it was good fielding on the boundary rope in the end of run 3. 293 for 5.
Yeah, Donald, he did that in the first game of last season and busted his collarbone, so good to see him standing upright and running back with a smile on his face. Put him out until pretty much the start of the T20. He was sort of touch and go at the start of that, although he did have a spectacular T20 campaign. Again, Bashir probably won't mind if they continue to have a go at him, because if he does get one to turn a bit, then he's banging the game, isn't he? Which is quite often how, especially at this time of year, how off spinners can pick up some wickets. He's taken 2 for 63 from 13 overs. He's going at more than 4 and over, but he has picked up 2 wickets, including a spectacular caught and bowled. Here's Zach Chappell, who's yet to take a wicket in his 16 overs, and he's in and bowls to Hartley, who defends the first ball into the onside, where it's fielded by Montgomery. I still don't recognise Montgomery as soon as I see him It is Montgomery. It's almost by a process of elimination. You know, you get used to how everybody walks and how they stand and everything, and I haven't got used to Matthew Montgomery at all yet. Bashir's 12 foot tall, so he's easy to spot. The Bass is usually out of the way. As Chappell is in and bowls. That one is driven, not stopped by Bashir, but it will be stopped by Harry Kane, but they get through for a single. If you look at the shadows, I don't like the look. I don't like the look. Oh my word! I don't like the look of the shadows, because you can see 6 shadows. Is it? Probably 4 actually.
Thank you, James.
Merry Easter to you too. Whatever.
Look at this straight from James Price. There you go.
It was the Kit Kat wagon that was raided last week, wasn't it? This one is banged in short by Zach Chappell. That pulls turned around the corner, and they pick up another single. Hurst moves on to 29, 295 for 5.
Oh, you can have a Milky Bar version, whichever one you prefer.
Well, no, don't give me a choice.
It's your choice. Choice is yours. Actually, with your new diet.
Stop it.
No, I'll take them away. Actually, you're quite right. With your new, I'd forgotten about that. And I do apologise for teasing you with that.
I'm happy to be teased. Next delivery is heaved into the leg side. That might have gone all the way, you know. That was a big hit, and it has gone for 6. Hartley just swiveled on that one and sent it out to the deep backward square leg boundary and over the rope on the full. Wasn't a great delivery from Chappell. It was banged in short. Hartley was on it quickly. He's having no trouble seeing it, despite the fact you can see all the shadows from the floodlights now. That was some shot. He moves on to 15. 300 up as well for Lancashire. 301 for 5.
Yes, a second batting bonus point.
They've gone into the lead. 2-1. Haven't been behind. Here comes Chappell. Oh, and he goes for another one. This one just moves away from him slightly as it goes across him. That's the natural delivery from Chappell across the left-hander. Misses the ball completely, but it just looked like it went away from him a touch. He certainly wanted to almost repeat the previous shot, but wasn't quite able to do so.
Did you ever find that Kit Kat van that was
I don't think so.
kidnapped?
It's in the car park, I think, here. This one, ooh, good short delivery as Hartley has to just rock his head back out of the way of it. Didn't enjoy being hit for 6, I don't think, Zach Chappell. No quick bowler does. 301 for 5 at the end of the over. Hartley on 15, Hurst on 29.
The Milky Bar.
Yeah.
Its slogan is look, smell, taste.
All right.
Right. There you go.
We've got to save one for Phoebe as well, haven't we?
Actually, yeah, we do have Phoebe with us, don't we? Should we save one for Phoebe or just not bother?
Well, she might be listening now.
Kind of hoping that she is.
We'll just make noises like we're enjoying chocolate that she could hear.
This is Bashir in for Hurst. Off the front foot in defence is no run. I was about to say, as a professional athlete, she won't be interested, but now she's hung up the spikes. I'm sure she will be delving into the Easter eggs.
She's doing a bit of coaching now.
She is, yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought I heard that.
Dropped into the offside by Hurst for no run yet. Phoebe Graham will be with us. I can't remember if it's Saturday or if it's tomorrow or Sunday.
It could have gone off by Sunday, couldn't it? Chocolate.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. Bashir to Hurst. Back and across in defence. And there's no run. 301 for 5. Bashir in balls. Forward again goes Hurst. Pushing away to cover.
He's got a lovely action, Bashir. I think. I'm not sure about the hop at the start, but the rest of it, beautiful.
Into Hurst. Trying to find a gap again through the offside. He can't. I quite like the hop at the start.
Do you?
Yeah. Quite like anything that's just slightly quirky. I quite like.
Just sent the long off out to the boundary.
In again. And his runs here as it's forced away by Matthew Hurst through mid-off for a single. And Rees fielding on the long off boundary. Hurst gets one, keeps the strike, moves to 30. A very busy 30 from Hurst. It's been good this. 30 from 37, and Hartley has tried to continue where the others have led the way. He's 15 from 17. So even though Lancashire losing a couple of wickets either side of tee, they've tried to keep that kind of positive play going. And 6 overs until a second new ball becomes available, which might check their progress a little. We shall see. 302 for 5.
Dahl coming on to replace Zach Chappell. But the fact that the lights are on might... but it's, even though they'd have a new ball in their hands, Aitchison and Abbas are probably slower. I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but they are slower than Zach Chappell, who's just been bowling with the floodlights on. So it would be slightly absurd if they were to go up just because he had a new ball in his hand. Dahl just measures his run up. Now he'll do the, I hope he does it, the 2 balls that he bowls to loosen his shoulder up. Mohamed Abbas has the ball in his hand at the moment and gives it to Anuj Dahl. He likes to do it towards, he's doing it towards Harry Kane. There it goes, up in the air. Almost like it's come out the back of his hand. He does 2 of them. And he's ready.
Just always only 2?
Yep, always only 2.
I like that.
Yeah. It's just the way they loop into the air out the back of his hand. That's enough for him to loosen his shoulder. He's going to be bowling to Matty Hurst, who's on 30. 302 for 5. Dahl is in, is driven by Hurst up to Harry Kane, and there's no run. Shears patrolling the square leg boundary now. He won't enjoy being out there with nobody to talk to.
Yes, he's a long way from his friends there, isn't he?
Isn't he? Just he's closer to the crowd than he is to the cricket, as that one is defended into the offside to Hurst. Not to Hurst, it is Hurst to Montgomery. It was all the Matties there.
I have enjoyed watching him bowl. It's so nice to see a spinner bowling on the first day, isn't it? And getting plenty of overs on the first day. I suspect we've seen that already in the first round or so of fixtures. A decent amount of spin being bowled.
We'll grab a few headlines this year as well, I'm sure. As Dahl bowls, defended into the offside once again by Hurst.
So, it's such a bizarre thing to have a decent amount of attention around you when he's basically got his entire career in front of him.
Yes, and it's ridiculous, really. And for him to be so grounded, which he appears to be whenever I've spoken to him. Dahl bowls to Hurst, who defends it straight back to the bowler. On this occasion, good start by Anuj Dahl to his latest spell. It's his 11th over, going at exactly 4 and over the course of the first 10 overs. Sun is out, lights are on, shadows are lengthening. They get very long very quickly, the shadows at this time of year, as Dahl bowls. Pushed up towards mid-off. There's a cry of wait as both batters set off and then retreat back into their creases. Young, very, very young Rees Jr. is in a pram on the far side of the ground near the picnic tables. At least I assume he's in the pram. As Dahl bowls. Otherwise Lewis's partner's pushing round an empty pram. A maiden over for Anuj Dahl to start with. Good start for him. They don't want to concede too many runs in the next 5 overs, or 6, including that one. And that little spell has started with a maiden.
Yeah, I read some quotes a few days ago, maybe it was in an interview that you did with him, about his son. And that kind of diagnosis that he's had. It was
got it on the Monday,
really
the diagnosis, and then got his century on the Saturday. celebrated with the old heart symbol that is ubiquitous now, isn't it? And I asked him one question about it, and yeah, very emotional.
It's Bashir to Hartley, shuffling back into the crease and pushing it away into the offside for no run. 302 for 5. Bashir into Hartley, reaches for it. Tall man, Tom Hartley, and a decent stride in and deflecting it off the full face of the bat. Back to Bashir, who's already back to his mark. Little hop, and then comes twirling in. But late and jabbed away by Hartley.
Varies his pace nicely, and he's got it's his whole body that delivers the ball. I just love watching him bowl.
He's had a decent stint in the side of tee. It's looped out into the onside by Hartley off the back foot, just clipped away to mid-wicket for a single. Dave Fletcher's just going to carry out a couple of radio updates. Callum Flynn will come back in to join me. This is on strike. He's 30 not out. Well, they'll take a single here. It's just got underneath the fingertips of Dahl. Just pushed at that off the front foot. Couldn't quite stop it. It's allowed Hurst and Hartley to cross for one. So Hurst moves to 31. 304 for 5, Lancashire. Brings Tom Hartley back on strike. Bashir from around the wicket to Hartley. Again, just dab back towards him. And there's no run. Tidy stuff. 76 overs gone, so 4 remaining. And, well, I suspect, Callum, we'll see Abbas and Aitchison in 4 overs time with a second new ball.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? They've been the 2 most threatening for Derbyshire throughout the day, and 2 excellent controllers, you would say, of the new ball. They take it obviously at the start of the day, and they set up really well this morning, getting a wicket each. Singh and Wells gone early doors, but it's been a good fight back from Lancashire. Dahl in, and Hurst just drives that to mid-on for no run. Just feel like Lancashire just putting the brakes on a little bit just before this new ball. Hurst and Hartley wanting to be there when this new ball arrives.
Yeah, Lancashire, I mean, lost those wickets kind of either side of the tea break. And, with Bailey, Coughlin, Stanley in next.
Hurst on the back foot, punching into the offside. He gets a single, takes him on to 32. Yeah, still a bit of batting to come. Coughlin with his debut for Lancashire. You've got Tom Bailey as well, who added some vital runs for Lancashire last week down at Northants. So there's certainly a bit of batting to come for Lancashire. Just a one catcher in position now as Dahl round the wicket. Hartley allows that one through to the wicket keeper. Just a third, maybe fourth slip. Backward point. A deep cover. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Deep square and a fine leg. Hartley plays that into the point region. They think about a single, but a backward point. Runs round, sweeps it up. It's been good so far for Lancashire after this start. 11 for 2. A brilliant century from Marcus Harris, 146 run partnership between Bohannon and Harris started the fight back. As Hartley this time finds the gap through the point region, he gets a single. And then Harris and Jones as well continued. Partnership in 95. So some good partnerships for Lancashire.
So if you live in Lee, Callum,
yeah.
Can I guess? Are you from the other side of the Pennines?
No, I'm from Salford.
Oh, really?
Actually,
I
yeah.
know you said you were a Salford fan.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a whole twang there.
Oh, and that is soft. Dal in, full of a length. Matty Hirsch just chipping it to cover. No real emphasis whether he was going to go over the top or keep it down. It was one of them catches you often see before a game, just giving catching practice. Hirsch looks set well as well, 32 off 47 deliveries. He looks set for a decent score. Looked like he was trying to set himself up to face the new ball as well. But Hirsch goes, that's a 6 wicket for Derbyshire. And Lancashire now 306 for 6.
It was a bizarre shot, wasn't it, really? A nothing shot. I initially thought it might have been a bump ball. The way there was so little reaction out there from Derbyshire. Matthew Montgomery with the catch. Comfortable as you like. Just head height, really. Straight to him at extra cover. And Anasdal in the wickets. Well, he's sort of given it away a bit there, I'm afraid,
Yeah.
Matty Hurst. He'll be disappointed, hugely disappointed, I would have thought. As a more than useful cricketer, Paul Coughlin, comes out to bat. He is 33. Now, he was 23 on the electronic internet scoreboard that I had, but I'm sure he bought 23 at Durham. Been at Notts as well. Went from Durham to Notts to Durham to Lancashire, I think. Paul Coughlin getting the miles in. Useful player. Shoaib Bashir is back. When I say he's back, he's going to continue. 5 overs, 1 for 17 in his current spell, including a very fine caught bowl. He's in now and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot by Hartley straight to him. Hartley won't want to get out to Shoaib Bashir. Two players who have in recent times played for England as the spin option. Next delivery defended very watchfully by Hartley. Bashir picks up, towers over everybody. Coughlin, Sue Redfern. I mean, Sue's considerably closer to us than Shoaib, but he's a lot shorter. And that one has bowled him. Wow, I said he wouldn't want to get out to him, and he has got out to him. He's been bowled, and Shoaib Bashir takes a wicket, and all of a sudden, it's 307 for 7, and it doesn't look half as bad a day for Derbyshire as it was threatening to be. Remarkable, really. Hartley, 17, 306 for 7, just straight through him. Straight. He took a step forward, looks at the bottom of his bat. I think he's yorked himself, actually. Yeah, and he's got it. Well, Shoaib's got it underneath the bat, and all of a sudden, Shoaib Bashir's taken 3 for 66.
Yeah, like you say, Hartley there, yorking himself. And just before that as well, he spoke about not getting out to his fellow spinner. And he's off stump. Castled by Bashir. 3 wickets now. I think there'll be a lot of people across the country very happy to see Bashir in the wickets, I think.
The issue, of course, that Derbyshire have got is that he's a centrally contracted player until the end of this season. I think the central contract runs out at the end of September, as they tend to do and go in English seasons. And I mean, they've got Jack Morley waiting in the wings, who played brilliantly here last season. But yeah, if Shoaib Bashir plays well, the chances are they'll lose him for some time.
Over the summer again.
Summer, you would have thought. Because one of the criticisms of England is it's harder to get out of the side than it is to get into it.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that the right way around? If it isn't, I apologise. Bashir then in to bowl to Tom Bailey, who's the new batter.
He scored some runs as well last week at Northants. Tom Bailey is very handy with the bat lower down. Does enjoy his batting.
These 36 for 3, as that one is guided out into the offside by Bailey to get off the mark. It's out towards Caleb Jewell on the cover boundary for a single. Have all been taken while Derbyshire are basically bowling in preparation for the second new ball, which is now due in 2 overs and 1 ball. These are real bonus wickets for Derbyshire. And for sure with Bashir, well, hats off to him. They might even chuck him out the changing room at the close of play. He's in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Coghlan, who gets off the mark on his Lancashire first-class debut. And the over comes to an end, 308 for 7. Bailey and Coghlan have 1 apiece. Between them, they've only faced 3 deliveries, which is always a good position for a bowling side to be in, bowling at 2 new batters. We have 2 overs rather, to go until the second new ball becomes available. The run rates are nice and healthy at just under 4 and over the course of the day. But it's been a good fight back by Derbyshire. None of us had given up hope, of course.
Through gritted teeth.
I promise none of us had. It just you couldn't see where wickets were coming, could you? When Jones and Harris and Bohannon were all batting, you couldn't really see where wickets were coming from.
Dalton continues, 1 slip and a gully into Coghlan, who just gets behind that, push it into the offside for no run. Yeah, it didn't seem to be able to contain it at one stage either, did they, Derbyshire? It looked like Lancs were just getting ahead, but they've certainly put the handbrake on that now. A couple of quick wickets. Always nice to get them just before the new ball as well. Style in. And that one's pushed into the offside. Like you say, 2 new batters against a new ball in just over an over's time.
Well, that's where Mohamed Abbas should really step forward and just mop up the lower order batters, isn't it? Really,
stump to stump.
Yeah,
a little bit of movement.
See what he can do. Aitchison as well has bowled nicely today.
Yeah, he's been a bit unlucky, I thought, today. Style in onto the legs of Coghlan, and that one goes all the way to the boundary. Played nicely off his legs through the square leg region. Finds himself his first boundary in Lancashire colours.
Bit of a gimme from down on leg stump.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie, as Lancs TV viewers will have seen. That's brought one of the catchers, Gully, out into a deep square. He's attacking the stumps again. He thinks about a 2. It's gone through the square leg region where Bashir's just been pushed out, but he cuts that 2 off, saves it to a single. Mohamed Abbas just stretching off in front of us, starting to get the body loose. Dal into Bailey, who plays that back towards the bowler. Yeah, Bailey's one of them. He'll say he enjoys his batting actually more than his bowling. He's one of them kind of characters.
More than 2,500 first-class runs. He's played a lot of games, but that's still a lot of runs, isn't it? And averaging.
The last couple of years,
19.
he's really improved. This is forward nicely into the offside. Gets no run. 313 for 7. Lancashire.
Looking at Coghlan as well. That does have a first-class century to his name. High score exactly 100 not out. Just shy of 2,000 First-class runs in half the number of matches that Tom Bailey's played. Not quite, just over half. So a couple of useful lower-order batters at 8 and 9 for Lancashire. James Anderson and Mitch Stanley to come. Shoaib Bashir begins a new over from the pavilion end. That's turned into the leg side by Coghlan for a single. He moves on to 7, 314. 4, 7, and been a few aircraft today. I haven't seen one of them. It must be right above us. Coming in or going out from Manchester Airport, way to our west. Bashir bowls. I thought I got excited. I thought that had taken the edge. I was just waiting for Ben H to snap it up, but he managed to get enough of the bat on it to push it into the offside, did Bailey. My apologies for getting overexcited. It's not my usual state. Bashir bowls. That one is spooned back to him by Bailey. Back out at Bristol, much to Gloucestershire's disgust. 365 for 2 now, Durham. Middlesex are 3 down, 47 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 191. They're not playing on Monday. Bashir bowls, and it's defended again by Bailey. He's just brought his skipper Harry Kane has just put him, but he sets his own field, Shoaib Bashir, as you might expect from a man with 19 tests under his belt, into quite a straight catching mid-on, and that strikes though. It's bowled him. It's bowled him. And Shoaib Bashir picks up a 4th wicket. 4 for 69 now. I thought he was appealing for leg before wicket. I didn't see. It must have bowled him round him. It's bowled it round. Yeah. It's bowled him behind his legs, hasn't it?
It seems that way.
Has to be.
Because from first instincts, it didn't look like it was going to get through Bailey's defence.
No.
We're just seeing a replay.
It has to have gone behind his legs. It hasn't.
No. Looked like he was covering all the stumps, didn't he, live?
Yeah. I have no idea how he's got that through. It's just gone straight on and got off stump, in actual fact.
It's very well bowled.
Absolutely. What's going on out there? 314 for 8 now, Lancashire. And this is a terrific fight back from Derbyshire. As Mitch Stanley comes out to join Paul Coghlan. And Shoaib Bashir has got the last 2 wickets to fall. I never doubted his ability, clearly.
He might concede runs at a bit of a more, a higher rate than traditional sort of spinners in the longer format, but he certainly takes wickets as well, and he did that with England, didn't he? He didn't always have the control, but he always took wickets.
Well, he's on the brink of his first 5 for Derbyshire here, and I would suggest he's probably got 1 ball to get it, unless they give him the new ball. I don't know how often he's bowled with the new ball. He'd be full of confidence. And he's bowling initially to Mitch Stanley. Bashir is in, and that must have been close. It goes past the edge and is taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. That didn't miss the bat by very much at all. It's been a terrific spell of bowling from Shoaib Bashir.
That was identical to Bailey, except taking that off stump, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Just going across and going on with the arm. Missing off stump. He walks away.
He'd
already given it out. What a superb spell of bowling from Shoaib Bashir. 7 overs, 3 for 20. As we see Mohammed Abbas remove his sweater, which suggests that the new ball is about to be taken.
Well, you say spell, but I did just watch Bashir, and he's asked Sue Redfern to keep his jumper.
Okay.
He's only took his cap, so maybe that's a message more to his captain. Who knows? I would keep him on, because I feel like Lancashire now, they might be in that stage where they go, let's score as many runs as quickly as possible. If we get a bowl tonight, you could gain a wicket or 2.
There is that.
Under lights. Is it worth playing that way instead of sticking around and seeing how many runs you gain? You only got James Anderson to come. So maybe Lancashire might just throw the bat at it here and think about a couple of overs tonight under the lights.
Mohamed Abbas might relish somebody trying to throw the bat at it.
Yeah.
When he's bowling. I know he's been a bit expensive.
Don't think he'll mind that, will he?
What's he gone at? 3 and a bit and over. Here he comes.
2 catches for Abbas, and straight away
bat thrown.
Coughlin throwing the bat at it. Deep point was out, but I think that might be the intentions cleared. There was a long chat between Stanley and Paul Coughlin. I think it's probably the best way for Lancashire to go about it now.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to gain too many runs by trying to stick around.
Like you say, if they could pick up 2 or 3 tonight,
yeah,
put them in a very strong position, wouldn't it?
Abbas in. Coughlin solidly behind that one. Played it to mid-off for no run.
She's overall figures 17 overs, 4 for 69.
I think it's good just to see him bowling overs, isn't it? Especially with some of the treatment and some of his situations around the England squad. It's brilliant to see him on the field and playing. As Coughlin flashes at a wide one again. That one goes through to the keeper.
So he's not express, is he, Mohamed Abbas? I just had a quick look there and unfortunately got to see the speed gun said just a touch under 72 miles an hour. It's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's not a chance he'd get me out there facing that. And I watched him in the nets a week last Sunday when he first arrived in the country, and it looked mighty quick when I was standing behind the batters. But it's not express pace.
No. Mohamed Abbas in, targeting them stumps, getting his line a lot better there. Coughlin tucks that away into the leg side for no run. Yeah, probably averages around that 78, 77 mark, doesn't he? But what he lacks in pace, he gains in his movement off the pitch, in the air. How clever he is as well with his plans. Such an experienced campaigner. In he comes. Coughlin just playing that into the offside for no run.
I feel I must say, when I said just before tea, if they can get 4 wickets in the evening session, even though they'd only taken 4 all day, I think they'd be quite happy, and they have done just that, Derbyshire. So
I think, did you joke around downstairs saying about you'll take 330 all out as well when Lancashire were 2 down flying?
Yeah. I think they would take
prediction,
I think they would take it.
Definitely.
At one time it looked like, 252 for 3 at one point.
Yeah. Abbas in. Coughlin solidly behind that one. It's a maiden for Abbas, the first one with the new ball. Bashir is going to continue as well. I think that's a good decision. Bowling well and bowling against Mitch Stanley, tail ender.
5 for 62 since the departure of Marcus Harris, right on the stroke of tea. Bashir with the new ball bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side by Stanley. 38 to 38. Stanley with the same number as Mohamed Abbas, just stretching out those thigh muscles. Bashir comes in again, bowls, and Coughlin sets off like a hare, and then turns around and goes back as the ball dribbles out towards Harry Kane at mid-wicket. Bashir, 4 wickets already. This one's defended by Stanley. We welcome Sports Extra listeners for the first time, I think, today. Derbyshire fighting back here against Lancashire, who looked well set for a big score just before tea. This next one beats Stanley, taken by Brooke Guest. This has been a terrific spell from England off spinner Shoaib Bashir. 7 overs, 3 for 20. in this current spell. 4 wickets in total. And that last ball of the over, no, penultimate ball of the over is defended back to him. So Marcus Harris fell on the stroke of tea, 252 for 4 at that stage, Lancashire. Now 314 for 8 as Bashir bowls and Stanley defends. It's a maiden over from Bashir with the new ball. They've lost since tea. Michael Jones, really fine catch off his own bowling by Bashir for 44. Matthew Montgomery with a simple catch to get rid of Matty Hurst off the bowling of Anuj Dal for 32. Tom Hartley and Tom Bailey both bowled by Bashir. Hartley for 17, Bailey for 1. He has been the star of the show, Shoaib Bashir. Now it's up to him and Mohammed Abbas, the 2 marquee signings, if you like, of the winter for Derbyshire, bowling in tandem. I'm not sure we expected to see them bowling in tandem in April with the new ball. But that's what we're witnessing at the moment, with Mohammed Abbas about to continue from the Statham end.
I think credit to Bashir as well. It's been a wicket that hasn't offered that much. You know, there's no signs of any spin as you would expect on day 1. There's not, maybe days 2, 3, going into a 4th day. But hasn't shown.
The new ball has gone out of shape, I think. Has it?
Oh, have they only just taken it?
Or have they only just taken it? That's a good... No, no, I have no idea what's going on there.
Looks like a new ball in Abbas's hands.
They just, perhaps they hadn't bowled. Perhaps Bashir bowled with the old ball. That would be terribly disappointing. Yeah, it's only just been taken, so I've been talking absolute nonsense, and everybody on Sports Sector just ignore the bit about bowling in tandem with the new ball, because they hadn't actually taken it. They've now taken it at 314 for 8. In fact, they haven't added a run since the new ball became available. Back-to-back maidens from Abbas and Bashir, who still hasn't retrieved his sweater from Sue Redfern.
2 slips and a gully for Abbas. Coughlin behind that one into the offside for no run.
I just assumed.
Yeah, I thought he threw.
We should never assume, should we?
I thought he threw him back. Jack Chancellor the ball that he'd given him as well. Harry Kane's just tried to. Is it Lewis Rees?
Well, there's a ball. It's
just tried to roll it off, but didn't quite reach the boundary.
Didn't make it. He knows his own strength, Lou.
2 slips, a gullet.
That seagull's
deep
making a
point
noise like a plane.
Abbas in. Coughlin behind that one again. Into the offside. Got a fine leg and a deep square as well.
I'm determined to see one of these planes before the end of the day, but I haven't seen one yet.
No, they always.
Right
oh, there we go. Just to your right.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I don't know if that's that one though. Do often go behind the media centre. Abbas in. Coughlin flashing. Trying to flash hard through the offside. Abbas beating the outside edge. Just with that extra bounce off this new ball. Starting to brighten up again. Blue skies most of the day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Floodlights are still on.
Been a really nice day. Cold.
Abbas in. Coughlin just trying to turn that away into the leg side where he would have got a single, but doesn't quite get all of it. Abbas does the fielding. It's 314 for 8, Lancashire.
Look at Northamptonshire, 389 for 1 against Kent at Canterbury. After choosing to bat.
Abbas in. Coughlin this time gets enough bat on it into the leg side. He's going to take 2. And it's a shy at the bowler's end, but it hits Mitchell Stanley as he comes through for that second one. Good running. It's been excellent running all day actually, from Lancashire's batters.
Just got him on the backside there. Left buttock. Gives it a quick rub, everything's fine. Durham still 2 down, 387 for 2. Having been put into bat by Gloucestershire. Oh dear, oh dear.
That's what I'm saying, we'll be smiling. Abbas in. Paul Coughlin down the track. Hit it nicely. Back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce 4. Attacking intent there from Paul Coughlin to finish the over. 6 off it. Lancashire 320 for 8.
First run scored since the fall of the last wicket. In fact, since the first ball of the 80th over. Shoaib Bashir is going to continue and now will bowl with the new ball, and we are going to see Shoaib Bashir and Mohammed Abbas in tandem with the new ball, which is what I'd said before, even though it wasn't really true, because I hadn't spotted that they hadn't taken the new ball. Unless he's bowling with the old one and Abbas is bowling with the new one. They should do that. But he's got the new ball in his hand here. Shoaib Bashir, 4 for 69 off 18 overs. Comes in to bowl to Mitch Stanley, who just squirts that one away square on the offside. I think we can safely say that Paul Coughlin will attack Shoaib Bashir here, having attacked Mohammed Abbas. The over rate, which was -1, has gone up to +2 now. It's an absolute mystery to me. It was explained to me in the last match, but I couldn't possibly remember it as he bowls, and this one knows. Leading edge goes backward a square on the offside. They've run one quickly. They're going to come back for the second. The throw will come in from Caleb Jewell, and that's good running again. As you mentioned, Callum, they have run particularly well. Just putting pressure on the fielders.
I'd like to see that point fielder just come in for these two.
Yeah. He's all the way out on the edge of the square, which has been extended towards the hotel. So the sun is out, Bashir bowls, that one's dabbed into the offside, there's no run there. But Edgison comes from behind the stumps at slip to do the fielding. 323 for 8. There we go, the current over 8 now, as if nobody could see it before, is emblazoned on the scoreboard at +2 as Bashir bowls. That one is a full delivery that's driven. Oh, and there's a misfield from, of all people, Anuj Dal, who is by some considerable distance, I would suggest, Derbyshire's best fielder. Just must have taken his eye off it, already thinking, well, I've got this. Immediately apologised to Bashir. And another run is taken. Coughlin moves on to 16. He's got 2 balls left in the over. As Bashir, Stanley.
Yeah, bringing that point fielder in now, which I think is a good move. Yeah. Stanley's, you know, a tail ender. I won't mind seeing someone under the helmet as well in front of the bat.
They don't like being called tail enders, do they?
No.
They are, I know what you're saying. Stanley pushes this out into the offside, and Anuj Dal will get a round of applause, or he would have done if it had been in any cricket team I played in, for doing the fielding. And now the point goes out because they're quite happy to give Stanley a single here. Having seen Coughlin hit the last ball of the last over for 4, he bowls and he gives it. The single is on offer and he takes it. Bashir stands there with his hands on his hips, almost as if to say, how can you have denied me a fifer in my second game for Derbyshire? Takes his cap but not his sweater. 325 for 8 at the end of the over. 12 left in the day. Stanley has 2, Coughlin has 16. I'm now in a position to say I've thoroughly enjoyed today's cricket. Just before tea I was trying to think what on earth I was going to ask of whoever they wheeled out this evening, but it gets slightly easier with the 4 wickets since tea. Can they get the last 2 quickly? And then it'll be game on.
Yeah, it's turned into a pretty balanced day. Abbas into Stanley, free slips. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And a mid-wicket. That one just stays low, and Coughlin, excellent running again. Stanley just gets his bat on it, falls just in front of him. Paul Coughlin shouts him through.
Well, to sort of paint a picture, and I can't possibly do it justice, but Paul Coughlin was parallel to Mohamed Abbas in his follow-through. He'd already set off. He was going to take that single no matter what. And it came as a bit of a surprise to Mitch Stanley, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a surprise to Derbyshire as well. It was one of them final over of a T20. He wants to get back on strike.
Will he regret it?
Abbas in. Coughlin driving nicely on the up. Hits the fielder. That's no run. Showing a little bit of intent here, so he wants to strike.
I know there'll be lots of people out there concerned, but Scott Reed is still with us. We're not going anywhere, mate. We're loving this.
2 slips.
I want to call Bashir's fiver.
Abbas short of a length. Coughlin pulling that away, gets a single.
Got to be alert to the Coughlin quick single here.
Yeah.
That was the quickest of quick singles previously. Sort of hovering in the vicinity is Anuj Dal, but he's still quite a long way back at mid-wicket.
Abbas in. Stanley playing it back past the bowler. Lewis Rees does the fielding.
His thoughts turn to tea. My tea, that is, not tea at the cricket. When I get home tonight. Friday night is pizza night. I mean, you can't get away from it, can you? You can't get away from it. Pizza, and have I got news for you?
Mohamed Abbas in. Stanley turning that one away into the leg side. Lewis Rees again collects the ball. What's your toppings?
Well, you know, I always used to go for hot and spicy, but there's so much on it that you can't eat a whole one. So I've toned it down. No fruit on it. I like pepperoni and chilies. It's really nice. Tray of garlic, tray of doner meat. Can't go wrong.
Abbas into Stanley, who tries to turn it into the leg side. It hits his thigh guard. He gets a leg bite. It'll be on strike as well.
I was just looking to see what the European rugby was tonight. Bath Northampton. That's a good game. The Masters of I don't even. Yes, how has he? He won't have gone out yet for his second round, will he, Rory? I don't think, or if he has, he's only just gone out. 6 something. I think I read it out yesterday. No, day before, on the radio, but I can't remember it. It was a magnificent round yesterday for Rory McIlroy to share the lead. Can he do it again? Shoaib Bashir then, 4 wickets for him already. Comes into bowl to Mitch Stanley, and he turns that one nicely into the leg side. And they go through for a comfortable single. Yeah, McIlroy out at 6:45. That's good timing, isn't it, for an evening's golf viewing? Yeah. Very good. Just in rows on 3 under. Here comes Bashir, bowls to Coughlin, turns it round the corner. They settle for a single. The stumps from Abbas, and there's a. Well, he didn't. It was taken in front of the stumps by Brooke Guest, and as he swung around trying to remove the bails, he missed the stumps. I'm not sure whether Stanley was in any danger there on this occasion. Stanley on strike. Bashir bowls through, he just pushes that backward, square on the offside. Jewel does the fielding on this occasion. I'd forgotten all about it. How can you forget the Masters?
I don't know. How can you forget the
I
Masters?
don't know. I watched a lot of it yesterday. A lot of it. Too much, probably. This one is defended straight back to Bashir by Stanley. Bashir, who was crouching down to take the ball as it bounced towards him, actually fell backwards. Ever the showman. Here he comes again. Ball's one outside the off stump that's left alone by Stanley to go through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, playoff last year was just brilliant, wasn't it? Watching that.
Well, a lot of people would like to see Justin Rose win one when he's lost twice in the playoff, hasn't he? So I'm on the Tommy Fleetwood bandwagon, but he's only one. He's one under, and he goes out at 6:10. That's defended by Mitch Stanley, and the over comes to an end. 2 from it, 330 for 8 with 10 overs to go in the day. 4 for 76 now, Shoaib Bashir. Stanley has 4, Coghlan has 18, and this time he has taken his sweater, which might tell us that that spell is at an end, and it's been a really good spell as well from Shoaib Bashir. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27.
Yeah, great effort. Ball very nicely indeed today. It's been a good day's cricket, hasn't it? It's been...
well, it's got better.
Well, for Derbyshire, yeah, I guess so. But
no,
just in general, it's been,
it's been
I think
good.
both sides would be take plenty from it so far. A bass in, that's cracked away by Coghlan to extra cover. Oh, no ball. Chantry.
First of the day.
Just overstepping. See, I quite fancy Tommy Fleetwood at the Open this year. That's at Birkdale, isn't it? That's his home course, isn't it?
I was listening to was it the preview? It might have been on 5 Live, and they were talking about who they thought might win, who they wanted to win, and somebody said Rose for the Masters because of how close he's been twice, and Fleetwood for the Open because he's at home. That would be good.
It would, yeah. A bass to Coghlan, who's dancing down the pitch and swinging everything at that, swinging and missing.
Just put his back out.
It was a kitchen sink job, that, wasn't it? And debut here for Lancashire, Paul Coghlan. 332 for 8, and 87th over.
I think when he went to Notts, he suffered an injury, didn't he? And that really held him back from memory. At the time when Notts was signing anybody who was any good.
A bass over the wicket. Coghlan playing and missing. Well, he's had the winter with Lancashire. His signing actually was announced before last season finished. So he knew where his destination was before the end of last season, and he had the full winter with Lancashire.
Yeah, Montgomery was the same. We knew he was coming, and he came on loan for the One Day Cup, and then went back to Nottinghamshire, even though his signing I'm fairly sure his signing had been announced. We certainly knew he was coming.
A bass for Derbyshire. Balls clobbered out towards the leg side by Coghlan. Well, he swung at a couple, and this time he makes connection with one and swings it out towards the leg side for 4. Moves to 22, 336 for 8. Walloped out towards the leg side, and the ball has disappeared over the rope, which is in a decent way from the edge of the outfield below the hotel. 22 from 28 for Coghlan, 336 for 8. It's a shot that's forced a fielding change. They strengthen the leg side.
I don't think he's going to stop swinging.
I don't think he is, no. He's not given that impression, has he?
No,
So
not at all.
A deep backward square leg, there's a fine leg, there's now a deep mid-wicket and a long on. A pass in and balls. Pushing forward, Coghlan, beaten. Taken by Guest.
And every time he's pushed forward, he has been beaten, so there's almost no point in him not swinging at every ball. For me. I mean, that might just be with the village cricketer in me.
If in doubt, swing.
Well, I'm sure there's a bit more science behind what Paul Coughlan's doing than there is. I mean, I couldn't bat anyway, but didn't used to enjoy it at all.
Slip, third man, deep back will point the other boundary fielders. Abbas to Coghlan, down the pitch, he's clobbered it for 4.
Bat's broken.
And he's broken his bat in the process. Well, he's been enjoying standing there and walloping it, and he wallops it for 4 through straight mid-off, and his bat snaps in half.
He's holding the handle, and the blade has just been picked up by Mitch Stanley. Wow. A brief hiatus here as a new bat is brought out. Durham have gone past 400. 404 for 2. 404, that's usually the message you get on a website that's no longer existing, isn't it? But they've been upstaged by Northamptonshire, who are 408 for 1 against that. That is ridiculous against Kent. Calvin Harris at 124, Luke Proctor 130 are the 2 batters who are out there. Ricardo Vasconcelos, as I heard you say earlier, the man out for 127, so centuries for the top 3 in the order.
There's Abbas to Coghlan with his new bat, one that's fully intact, as he hooks it down to fine leg for a single, and he keeps the strike as well. It was it's a great look on Paul Coghlan's face when he went to hammer this down the ground. That's the single down to fine leg. The one where his bat snapped in half. He was stood there almost in a little bit of disbelief that he was holding the handle, but the rest of the bat was at the non-striker's end where Mitchell Stanley was fielding.
But I've never done that. It must feel really weird though, because you've hit the ball really hard and you know you've hit it well, but then you're not actually holding anything apart from a handle, which would have no weight to it.
This could be it here on the replay for Lancs TV viewers.
Yeah.
He stands there and, what's happened to my bat?
Bits of string everywhere. It's almost like he's pulled a party popper.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's a great reaction.
So we're going to see Ben Aitchison replace Shoaib Bashir after that 10-over spell, 3 for 27. A magnificent effort from him. Really good caught and bowled. A couple of bowls as well. Taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall since tea. And I never doubted that the sun would come back and we would definitely get all the overs in. The sun is back and we've got 9 overs left in the day's play. We would lose 2 should Lancashire be bowled out. Still some way to go yet though, as Aitchison bowls. It strikes the pad of Coghlan. He must have got some bat on it as well though, because there's no signal from umpire Sue Redfern. 342 for 8 as Coghlan moves on to 28 of just 32 deliveries. He's a couple of hefty blows in there as well. It'll be a very strange update in the sports show at 6, because I've got a message saying let me know when it's finished, and it won't be much after that really, but just grateful cricket gets into the preview show. I think it's coming live from the south coast, a secret location.
What's happening on the south coast?
Derby are playing at Southampton.
Ah, right, okay.
Aitchison in and bowls to Stanley, and that one goes past the edge and through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. I haven't made my mind up about, not that he'll care one jot, Ben Aitchison's longer hair. Just moved away from him, that ball a touch. But it's definitely letting it grow.
Looks lovely.
Oh, it's a bit unkempt, really.
Oh, right, I quite like it.
He's in now and bowls. That's defended by Stanley.
I'd just like to be able to grow it, really.
Well, yes, you and me both. But it's changed his whole appearance. Well, obviously it would, wouldn't it? But it just looks good. He keeps look at that. He knows it's lustrous as well. He's always running his fingers.
Yeah, there he goes again. Lovely.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He loves it. Come on, Ben. Stop showing off. He's in balls to Stanley. That one's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, but doesn't make any contact with it.
It's kind of like a Hugh Grant style haircut.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost in Alice Band territory. I don't know if he's contemplating that or not.
Yeah, he likes that, doesn't he? You can tell he likes the way he runs his fingers through there. Yeah, lovely.
He's very pleased with himself.
Yeah, rightly so as well.
Yes. Here he comes again, running towards us. Bowls to Stanley, fuller delivery, clipped away nicely. That's a really good shot from Mitch Stanley, and it's going to go for 4. A little bit over-pitched, really, from Aitchison. Gets enough bat on it to flick it away, just backward of square on the leg side. And it runs over the rope into the vast expanse of nothingness where the party stand would be for a big occasion. Where the stage would be for a big occasion.
Yes, the party stand will, well, I presume it's getting built at some point this summer.
Next delivery is defended into the offside by Stanley. Bashir comes in to do the fielding. The over comes to an end. Stanley has 8. Coughlin has 28. Lancashire are 346 for 8 with 7, 8 over. I'm not doing well with the numbers here. 8 overs to go, and Zach Chappell returns. Shoaib Bashir just bowling the 4. Oh dear. Mohammed Abbas just bowling the 4 overs with the new ball for 19. Stop me from talking, Scott, will you?
George Bell's just come out with a couple of bat options for Paul Coughlin. His change of bat, clearly wasn't happy with that. Young George has come out and offered a choice of 3, I think, for him.
So he's replaced the replacement bat with a new bat.
Yes, yeah.
That again, that's just showing up. Yeah, I've got, what, 4 or 5 bats in my bag. £400 a pop.
4 away from an additional batting bonus point. That would be bonus point number 3, wouldn't it, if they can get to 350. It's Chappell, who's bowled 17 overs today for 77. He's in for a little spell prior to the close of play from the Brian Statham end. He's got the big swinging Paul Coughlin on strike. It's a short ball which Coughlin just drops his hands and leans back. And that's that one to go through. So the boundary fielders, and there's plenty scattered towards the rope. Fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, deep extra cover, deep backward point, third man, and I think there'll be a long off. When Harry Kames finished chatting to his bowler, he's going to jog off down to the long on boundary below us, maybe 10 or 15 yards in from it. There's Chappell striding in for Derbyshire. Coughlin punching away off the front foot. Takes a single, moves to 29, 347 for 8.
That'll come in. And that 4 that Stanley hit suggests that it's not going to be any easier to bowl to than Coughlin.
Yeah, second slip in for Stanley. In fact, there might well be a third here. Mid-wicket. He's either going to a third slip or maybe to a gully position. Yeah, in at gully.
This is his highest score in first. He hasn't got a large body of work, has he, Mitch
No.
Stanley, but this is his highest score in first-class cricket. So
he's only played 2 first-class games prior to this.
Averaging 10.
And there's Chappell into Stanley. There's that to go through. He should be hoping for a bit of good luck with injury, really. Mitchell Stanley, he's had plenty of bad fortune with that. At Worcestershire, and since he's been with Lancashire, he played last season. I think it was at Canterbury. Yes, it was. He played in a game at Canterbury. Picked up some wickets in that match, if I remember rightly. He got 5 in the first inning. I think he might have got 10 in the match, potentially. He got 11, actually. Chappell's in to Stanley, push full but left. Through to the keeper, there's no run, but then he gets injured after that game, got an injury and wasn't able to feature again that season, so hoping for a bit of good luck with injury. The big fast bowler. He's been in and around the England touring parties. He's been on Lions tours and such like. I think he was out in Australia with the Lions in the winter. Just need to try and get some regular cricket. Short from Chappell, and Stanley ducks under it. Taken by Brooke Guest.
Is he a golfer?
I don't know.
That could be the clincher.
Maybe he's desperately trying to brush up on his golf.
Oh, but he suffered the injury. Bowling really nicely and thought, I'm only going to get into the England side if I can play golf, and then ricks his back trying to play one out of the rough.
Yeah. Cricketers around the country quickly to the driving range. 3:47 for 8. Chappell in balls full. Worked out to mid-wicket by Stanley. Through for a single. There's the final ball of the over. So he's pinched the strike. He'll be ready to face Ben Aitchison. Got 7 overs left in the day. 348 for 8, Lancashire.
See, you're clever. I keep looking over to the sort of scoreboard that goes around the top deck of the stands to see how many overs are left, and it's on the television screen about, 8 inches to my right.
Yeah, there's quite a big clue there.
Yeah.
Just above those Easter eggs that you're not allowed to eat. It's part of your strict diet.
This one's looking at me. The Milky Bar one's got a picture of the Milky Bar kid. All you can see is his eyes. Aitchison bowls to Stanley, who clips this one up to mid-on. And there's no run. Lewis Rees gets rather, it is Lewis Rees, I think, gets rather gingerly to his feet.
Yes, he was limping earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah.
He fielded the ball at mid-on and he was hobbling around for a few minutes.
There is a substitute fielder on, and Aaron Donald is on the pitch again. He's filling it gully at the moment. So I assume it's Matthew Montgomery who's not on the field. Aitchison bowls, and that one is pushed into the ground. And there is Donald to do the fielding.
How many substitutes can you have in a game? Is it just one per?
No, I think every time somebody gets crocked, you could end up with 11 different players.
Change all 11.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like one of those football friendlies, wouldn't it?
A rolling substitute.
Start with one team and finish with another. Aitchison's in again. That one's just nips back at him. And he misses the ball as it goes through to Brooke Guest. That seemed like a very fine delivery to me from Ben Aitchison, who has bowled well. 2 for 55 from his 16.5 overs. And he sets off again from the pavilion end. That one squares Stanley up, and he gets a leading edge as he tries to turn it into the leg side. It goes out to Bashir at cover, and again there's no run. They've settled things down, these two. At one point wickets were falling with alarming regularity. Made a calculation. 62 for 5 at one point, little spell. Just settled a bit. 348 for 8 now, Lancashire. Aitchison bowls and Mitchell covers up, pushes it straight back to the bowler. Ebbs and flows of 4-day cricket. You cannot beat it.
No, and last week at Northampton, across the 4 days, that was on display in bucket loads, really. It went back and forth, and different two sides will have felt at different periods that they're in charge. They'll certainly go into the last game Lancashire in charge of it, but yeah, it was a terrific 4 days of cricket.
Aitchison in again and bowls. Stanley drives out into the offside to pick up a single to Shoaib Bashir, and he's pinched the strike again with a single off the last ball of the over, the only run off it. He moves on to 10 into double figures for the first time in his first class career. Coghlan has 29, 349 for 8 now, with 6 overs remaining in the day. The prospect of Derbyshire being 3 down at the close have diminished it greatly. One thing that shouldn't be forgotten, as Harry Kane is trying to attract the attention, so's Mohamed Abbas. I think he wants to go off. One thing that shouldn't be forgotten, I'll whisper it quietly, but Jimmy Anderson got Caleb Jewell 4 times last season. All 4 innings he got him. So I'm sure Caleb will be wanting to put that right, but it'll be in the back of his mind, I'm sure. Because if I can remember it, I'm sure that he can. Rory Hayden's on the field in place of Mohammed Abbas.
There's Chappell. In from the Brian Statham men. Bit of watery sunshine at the back end of the day. Left alone by Stanley. Taken by Brooke Guest. Yeah, Derbyshire came here last season and Jewell was absolutely flying, wasn't he? Stacks of runs at the top of the order, if I remember rightly. Coming into the game here last season. And so Jimmy got him twice here.
He got 50s in 5 of his first 6 innings.
Right.
Jewell last season. Really hit the ground running. Having not scored a single run the year before, playing for Doncaster Town in the South Yorkshire Premier League.
Brilliant. Chappell to Stanley, just off the front foot and prodding at that. Little shape away from Stanley and through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, and then the reverse fixture is at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, which is where these two sides will be meeting again. At some point in June, I think. It was a good week, that. Helped because Lancashire won, which helped to lift the mood a bit. There's Chappell in balls. It's onto the pads of Stanley. He likes it, and he's got it. Stanley departs for 10. Lancashire are still a run away from an extra batting bonus point. Derbyshire have picked up their 9th Lancashire wicket. 3:49 for 9. And Chappell traps Mitchell, Stanley, LBW. 4:10. Callum Flynn's back alongside me.
Yeah, it was a bit of a commentator's curse for me coming back then, wasn't it? Yeah, pretty much straight in front. Maybe the only issue might have been height, but playing it from the crease. I think it's a good decision from Jack Chantry. Like you say, Lancashire 1 run away from another batting point. And that pressure will be on the captain, Sir James Anderson. He's walking out. It's a nice gentle applause from the crowd that's left in here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's been a nice crowd all day. Some of them just moving around to the hotels where the sun still shines. Been really lucky with the weather today. It's been delightful for most of the day. Blue skies. Floodlights are on at the moment. They've been on for an hour or so. Got a little bit gloomy, but it's been a good day's cricket. 349 for 9, Lancashire. Chappell's going to come round to Anderson. 3 slips in. Point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Chappell in, round the wicket, short to Anderson, who ducks below, allows that through to Brooke Guest with the gloves. Looking forward to getting the new ball in his hands. Well, James Anderson, 8 wickets in the match last week, 5 in the first innings. First, he needs a run to get Lancashire their 3rd batting bonus point, and that is it. Edge that's just fallen short of the 2nd slip. That just fumbles down to 3rd man, which allows Anderson and Coughlin through for a single. Takes Lancashire up to 350 for 9. 5 overs remain after this one on day 1. And a real seesawing day with Derbyshire winning the toss, putting Lancashire into bat. 11 for 2 within the first few overs. Lancashire both openers gone, and then a big partnership from Bohannon and Harris. Jones came in as well. There's Chappell in, attacking the stumps of Coughlin, who plays forward, keeps it out, 350 for 9.
Yeah, that innings from Marcus Harris, if you're just joining our coverage across Lancs TV or with us via the BBC Sport website and that, 125 Marcus Harris making earlier today, his first game of the season. He landed in the country a few days ago, but kind of picking up from where he left off last year. Josh Bohannon 73, 44 for Michael Johns. Caught and bowled by Bashir, one of 4 wickets for Bashir today. Matty Hurst will probably feel, as always, he gave it away on 32. But a couple of big partnerships in the innings for Lancashire. The 146 between Bohannon and Harris, 95 between Harris and Jones. And Coughlin and Stanley had put on 35 before Stanley's wicket. Anderson's on strike, drives away, stopped at Gully, but they do scramble through for a single. Anderson doubles his score, moves to 2, and Lancashire 351 for 9. And the 350 was brought up with a huge cheer around the ground as Anderson secured Lancashire an extra batting bonus point.
Yeah, I think it was more for Jimmy getting off strike than anything getting off the mark. But yeah, 350, the third batting bonus point for Lancashire.
Coughlin on 29. Here's Ben Aitchison from the Anderson end. It's hoiked away in the air, more height than distance, and Aitchison takes a very good catch. Went a mile up in the air, and the bowler off his own bowling, running maybe 20 yards or so to his right hand side, takes a very, very good catch. And that's the end of Paul Coughlin. It's also the end of the Lancashire first innings as well. But an enterprising little 29 from Paul Coughlin, and that partnership with Stanley getting Lancashire to 350, all out for 351. Ben Aitchison picking up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 57. And we will have, I think, 2 overs in the day to go. But the end of Coughlin, it was quite good fun while it lasted.
Yeah, promising from Coughlin. He's got Lancashire across to the 350 mark, so the 3rd batting bonus point. But yeah, some promising signs there for Lancashire fans. Paul Coughlin, the more he plays throughout the summer, I'm sure he'll add some vital runs in the lower order. But yeah, 2 overs remain. It's a horrible little 2 overs, isn't it, for the Derbyshire openers?
It is, yeah. That's the summary of the game so far. The Harris century, 125, Bohannon 73. Bashir with 4 wickets. Lancashire all out for 351 in their first innings. So a couple of overs, we think a couple of overs it will be for the Derbyshire openers to try and negotiate. And we'll bring you that within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Welcome back on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Derbyshire will have 2 overs to face this evening after bowling Lancashire out for 351. 4 wickets for Shoaib Bashir, 3 wickets for Ben Aitchison, and Sir James Anderson will bowl from his own end. I've always wanted to say that. 99 for 7. Derbyshire's fight back from the ball before tea until Lancashire were eventually bowled out. And Harry Kane, the Derbyshire skipper, is going to face the first delivery of 12 that will, maximum of 12 to be sent down, and Anderson runs towards us now, and that is defended straight back to him by Harry Kane, whose heart rate will have just dropped a touch, I'm sure.
It's a horrible situation, isn't it?
Well, nothing to
switching
gain.
on to bat for 2 overs after a day in the field.
Well, Derbyshire haven't been bowled out for, the 120, 130 nightmare scenario for a couple of seasons now. Well, certainly not last season. As Anderson is in, that's wide of the off stump, and Kane lets it go past through to the keeper. Kent have been put out of their misery to a degree because they've gone off. In fact, they have now declared stumps at Canterbury with Northamptonshire on 409 for 1. But they did choose to bat. They're off a bad light at Bristol, where Durham, who were put in, a 456 for 2. And that game at Lord's is ridiculous. I'll tell you about it in a moment, as Anderson is on his way into bowl to Kane, who defends this one up to mid-off. It's just about staying out there. Face the first 6 balls without losing a wicket. The maximum you can be is 1 down come the start of tomorrow, of course. At Lord's, Worcestershire all out for 191. Middlesex in reply, 89 for 6. I can't imagine that any bonus points or any points are going to be kept. I think now below standard pitches you lose all your points. So Middlesex will be sweating on that as Anderson comes in, bowls to Kane. He doesn't have to play a shot at that one either. 2 deliveries to go in the over. I don't think they'll be taking many runs either. I think it'd be good to keep Caleb Jewell away from James Anderson. Just for this evening, because he did get him 4 times last year, and all reasonably cheaply from memory. Without looking it up, I couldn't tell you. Of course, it'd be a new ball effectively first thing tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, weather permitting. As Anderson is in again, bowls to Kane, who defends this one. They will remain vocal throughout, I'm sure. Bonus points wise, 3 apiece from the first innings. So Derbyshire have picked up every bonus point available to them this season so far. Will they maintain that by picking up 5 batting bonus points? Well, if they do, they'll be in a pretty decent position.
Certainly will.
4 slips. Settle down now. That one's down the leg side. Kane has nothing to do with it, and James Anderson will bowl no more today. He bowled 6 dot balls. Derbyshire are 0 for 0. And they'll be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, 1 more over.
I've lost my team sheet.
For day 1. 1 more over for Caleb Jewell to survive. It's going to be Mitch Stanley who takes the new ball, which might be a surprise to some. Tom Bailey not taking the new ball. Maybe it's just with his extra pace and height with this new ball for 1 over. Tom Bailey come back in the morning and restart. It's going to have 3 slips and a gullet. Backward point, wideish mid-off, mid-on, short leg and a fine leg, and that's set down nicely by Mitch Stanley. Caleb Jewell laying that through to Mathieu. Some good carry, some good pace there from Mitch Stanley. Been away a bit with the Lions. Got some of these winter tours and winter training camps.
They haven't remodelled his action yet, then.
Not yet.
It's only a matter of time.
Stanley into Jewel, who's just hopping around, but falls safely into the leg side.
Four balls to go.
Yeah, that's what
maximum
Caleb Jewell will be telling himself. Nothing to gain, but a lot to lose for the Derbyshire batters. Stanley in. Outside the line of stop, it's a wicket. Caleb Jewell chopping on, trying to hit that one through the offside. It's a very good decision from Lancashire to give Stanley this one over. Tom Bailey would normally take the new ball, but that extra pace, that extra bounce, just doing for Caleb Jewell. Inside edge, clatters onto his stumps, and it's a brilliant end to the day for Lancashire. Mitch Stanley with the wicket of Caleb Jewell, and that'll be the end of day one.
Not ideal. Not ideal from a Derbyshire perspective, absolutely ideal from a Lancashire perspective. They had little to gain either, really, but one wicket, and Caleb Jewell walks off shaking his head. So Derbyshire will be 351 runs behind, but with 9 wickets to go when we resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
His first wicket at Emirates Old Trafford as well for Mitchell Stanley. That'll bring him a lot of confidence tomorrow when Derbyshire return with another exciting day here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, it's been a good day, isn't it? A good day's cricket. Lancashire lost a couple of early wickets, then they got on top, and then Derbyshire fought back with the first of those wickets just before tea, polished it off, and then losing the wicket of Caleb Jewell is a bit of a blow. So tomorrow morning it'll be Harry Kane and Matthew Montgomery, I would imagine, and we will be back just before 11 o'clock with you as well on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website.